Look, this is my third trip, and so, we have a sleep specialist we work with, and so the routine is very similar to the itinerary we've used in '08. We were at Wembley at the Grove. We won there. And then 17, 18, I think it was at Wembley again. I think we practiced at the Irish Rugby Club's facility. This would be very much like the Arsenal. I mean, beautiful grounds. And so, again, from a schedule standpoint, it wasn't complex. We believe in both cases prior, we flew from an Eastern time zone city, Carolina, and handled it very much the same way we're handling it this week.
Nelly, we never talk about teams from the past because everybody's different. Unless I did something good. Then we discuss how we were so good at the thing that we did. Always makes me funny. You ask Sean Payton about something that's bad in the past. That's in the past. We don't talk about that. But what about when you guys won things? Well, pull up a chair for a moment. I'll give you exactly.
No.
I'll relay every detail to you on how we were so damn good. Here's the question I have surrounding this game this weekend. I don't want to do too much of like the seesawing, which is natural in a football season. You come off a win, you're riding high, you're like, dude, we are just absolutely the best. And then you lose a game, and then you're questioning everything about what your team is and where they can get to. It feels a little bit that way with the Broncos. It does. I've been guilty of it. I try not to. I really try and keep a larger perspective in hand every time that, every time I can. Try and keep the perspective. Don't get caught up in the week to week. Look at the team on a larger scale. But I am as guilty as anybody at times of not being able to do that. I still believe this. The Broncos had this great win last week. I'm not fooling myself into that being perfect. They didn't look perfect in that game, but they played well enough, and they did it. The reason I think we're riding so high off that game still against Philly is because of the circumstances that surrounded it. That you haven't had a win against a team like that in a long time. You haven't had one where you're playing against the league's elite. You get a dub, and you're like, dude, we were able to close out a game. The perspective I want to keep is I don't want to tell myself that this game is just going to be you're going to absolutely roll. I think circumstances surrounding making a trip to London make games like this weird. I think that you are going to find as desperate of a football team as you're going to get in New York. Because they just had a game in which they pretty much gave up. That game against the Cowboys was ridiculous. It was 30 to 3 in the third quarter. And they were embarrassed by it. A lot of times when something like that happens, you at least get a competitive team the following week. They aren't talented, and you should win. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. But I'm kind of just wondering, where do you take the trajectory of this team now? Like, are you in a place where you can say confidently, not only are they going to win, they're going to win comfortably against a team like the Jets? Because it's hard, even when you are better than your opponent. It's hard just to kick the snot out of people, especially in this league. The game is usually close. It's what the NFL bills itself on. You go back. Vic had a stat. I can't remember what it was. Do you remember, Nelly? Where he got it from Schefter, and it was something like, these are the closest finishes that they've had in like the history of the sport since the merger, like whatever that stat was, about last second comebacks and winning on a final possession and all those different things. But the NFL every week is, here is 8 games that are all within a touchdown of each other and 3 blowouts. And it usually doesn't even matter who the opponents are in these games. It's like good team, bad team, bad team, bad team, good team, good team. You just sort of find close. But if you want to continue with the theme, you want to continue to believe that the Broncos are now graduating to another level, that they've earned their bachelor's degree and they're going back for their doctorate now, where they can join the likes of the Bills and they can join the likes of the Rams and the Lions and everybody else you consider top heap in the league. Then you should be in a place where you say, they got this.
All right, I found the stat that Vic shared, courtesy of Adam Schefter. After Monday night's Jaguars win, there now have been 17 games this season with a go-ahead score in the final minute of regulation, the most through 5 weeks of a season since the 1970 merger.
Yeah. I mean, that's just kind of how the sport is. Now, it's been more like this year than other years. But bottom line is, games are close. And that's the great sort of feeling that you get coming off that Philly win, is that you were able to do that, score late, hold the lead, all those different things. Against a team on the road, short week, East Coast, all the different stuff that we've kind of discussed heading into that game. You entered the game against Philly, and I asked the question, and it was tough to answer. I said, where do you hold the advantage in this game? One place you did have is your pass rush was better than their pass block. Their offensive line is very clearly not quite the same than it was a couple years ago. And guys like Nick Bonito are really good. So you enter this week against the Jets. Again, I think you're going to win this game, and I think you should win pretty comfortably. But I think how you feel about stuff like this is very indicative of what the team is. Once you get to the middle of a year, I give fans a lot of credit. I think they're actually pretty sharp, and they know whether their team's good or not. And especially here, I think you guys have good perspective on teams. You're always going to have the honks that believe their team is the greatest no matter what. You're always going to have the people that are super pessimistic. It's just that's how sports go. But I think people are pretty accurate in how they evaluate their teams here. And they know whether their team has a shot at doing something big. And I'll be honest, when it comes to the Broncos, I'm not sure yet. I'm still kind of in this holding pattern of, I know they're a good team. I don't know if they're championship level. Now, what I've wanted from them, and this was what I've wanted before the season even started, I wanted the Broncos to take incremental steps. And last week was a huge sort of indicator in doing that. Because prior to it, didn't know. You looked like you had talent. You played pretty well. But you couldn't finish those games against teams like the Chargers and the Colts, who seem to be pretty good. So getting a win like that against Philly last week does a lot to kind of thrust forth a more positive and belief way of thinking. I still don't know if it's consistent enough yet. And that's where games like this, they need to be automatics. And to their credit, this is not where the Broncos stumble. Even last year, where the Broncos made their bread and butter was games like this. You're playing against a bad opponent. You were favored in the game. Are you going to win? And the answer was kind of always yes. They had their troubles in games like last week. Texture says, aren't you the same guy who said the Chargers had a stranglehold on the division 3 weeks in? Well, they did. And then everybody died. Now, I can't predict who's going to get hurt for what team, but through 3 weeks, the Chargers had a 1-game lead on each team in the division. Owned the tiebreaker against each team. I didn't know that both of their running backs would get hurt. I didn't know that Joe Alt would also be out of the lineup. This is sort of that Chargers bad luck that happens a lot. I'm also not convinced that the Chargers aren't good anymore. They've certainly taken a step back because they do not look the same offensively, first of all, without their starting tackles. But second of all, I don't know what they're going to do at running back now. Because Harris is out for the year and Hampton is on IR. But look, when it comes to where the Broncos are at, there is an odd feeling that I haven't had for a while with them, which is I'm pretty comfortable heading into this weekend. Like, the game almost doesn't feel very interesting, and maybe it's just the dichotomy of playing a team like the Eagles who are undefeated and now playing a team that is winless. That it's hard when you get your dander up so much for a quote, statement game to play against a team like this to where it feels like all you have is the ability to be upset at the end of the game. Because if the Broncos win, nobody's going to be pounding their chest on Monday. It's going to be like, yeah, well, they should have. Anyway, these ones are always like in college football, they're the playing against a lower end Power 5 team non-conference thing. You know, where you're playing against teams that they aren't the worst in the world, but they also, if you lose to them, you'll be upset about it. That's how every low-end NFL team feels. No, originally had those thoughts about Georgia Tech, who ends up winning 5 consecutive games to start the year, and they find themselves at number 13 in the country. It's just a very odd feeling of a game compared to what we had before. So we get back to this in a little bit. A lot of audio from Sean Payton that I'd like to discuss as well as we roll along today. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. It is Thursday Night Football tonight, Eagles and Giants, and you can hear that on AM 950 starting at 6:15, where you can head over to number 38 in Rhino to watch tonight's Thursday Night Football game between the Eagles and the Giants. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew and keep an eye on the Avs game and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. So we'll see you at number 38 at 6. Avs back at it tonight. Is there anything from yesterday that you would like to, or from 2 days ago, that you would like to see them improve upon heading into game 2 against Utah? And again, that game will be on 92.5 at 7 o'clock with 6. Is it 6:30 pregame?
Yep, 6:30 pregame with Birdo. Tonight!
What would you like tonight to see them improve on from the first game to the second? We'll get to it next.
3 seconds to go. 2 seconds. 1. Opening night belongs to the Colorado Avalanche. Nathan McKinnon becomes the highest scoring player in the history of the Colorado Avalanche. And Colorado takes the crown from the Kings. Final score from downtown Los Angeles. It's the Avalanche 4 and the Kings 1.
Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Chad Brown's going to join us at 8:30. Jeff Legwald. We think 9. We think. Depends on Broncos activities in London today. So,
because the problem is 9 a.m. here is 4 p.m. in London. So Jeff might still be at the podium. Well, not at the podium, but listening to whoever is at the podium and covering up the last few plays of practice. It just depends on how everything goes over there.
Yeah,
but we're hoping to get him live from London.
You got to love those European schedules. So I asked the question, what do you want to see better from game 1 to game 2 early in the year? Because I'll tell you this, I have kind of like no notes after the first game. Just because it's game 1, I know it's not going to look perfect. Every second they're on the ice, I just wanted them to look like they were, like how I felt about the Avs on paper was matching what I was seeing on the ice, and I think that happened in game 1. I mean, should have been a shutout if not for the weirdness of what that third period was, where penalties and fights and scraps and stuff like that. And it felt like the refs were just kind of like, come on, hey, score a goal. Get 1 goal on the board. But I think Wedgwood played great. The one thing I asked Bednar yesterday that, not a concern, but just what did you think sort of thing, was the power play. And I don't think it looked bad. I think they had opportunities. But when you come away 1 for 6 and you base that off of last year, I think you could make almost a direct 1-to-1 correlation. Why did your season end earlier than you believe it should have? Well, the power play wasn't good enough. Because we all can go back to last year in that Dallas series and say 5-on-5 hockey. I don't think there was any question who was better. It was the Avs, and I don't think it was particularly close. But that same sort of thing applies in the opposite direction. When it comes to when special teams are out there, who was better? It was Dallas, and it wasn't close. And I think that ultimately got them the win. So you fire your special teams coach in the offseason, you bring in Haxtell, and then you go 1 for 6, and I'm just like, okay, not exactly what I wanted to see with the amount of opportunities that you had. But if I had to pick any area, it's that one. It's that when you are given an extra man with how talented you guys are, go take advantage. And I think for Jared Bednar and his thought process towards it, I mean, he picked out one guy in particular yesterday and said he wants Marty Necas to shoot the puck more. He comes away with 2 goals in the first game of the year, and it still feels like, this is not a bad quality to have. It's better to do it this way than to do the other way of guy shoots too much and you got to stop doing that. I like a guy who's trying to be unselfish and get teammates involved, and he'll pass up a shot if he thinks a better shot is with somebody else, but he's got a good one, so use it. Would you rather have Jokic or would you rather have Iverson's mentality where it's I'm going to score? Or Kobe's mentality where it's I'm going to score? I think we'd all rather have the Jokic thing where it's he'll have a game where he shoots 10 times, but you're like, you can force him to be more aggressive. It's hard to get that going the opposite way. So Marty Necas just has to be a little bit more of that. a little bit more selfish, I would say. And the puck's on your stick. You're a really good player. You're a top 15 point scorer in this league. Do it. Go show people why. And so that's the one little thing I would say that I want to see better in game 2 than game 1. I still can't get my head wrapped around this Mammoth thing yet. I can't get my head wrapped around Utah still, to be honest. I know that Utah existed last year. But it's hard.
Utah, give me 2.
It's hard for me to figure this out. Like, when your brain operates in one way forever, like, I can't imagine. I wasn't old enough when this transition happened. But when you get, like, a team that relocates, and the Houston Oilers are the Tennessee Titans now.
Well, what about the
San
Diego Superchargers? Now going to L.A.? Or the St. Louis Rams moving to L.A.?
See, but here's what's different with Utah is that they're a different team. They didn't change locations. They, like, became something brand new and just X'd off the previous thing.
Got it. So like the Washington Red football Commanders.
Yes. Well, no. No.
They stayed the same place, but they changed their name.
That is also
several
weird.
times.
That is also weird. But I'm saying, like, there was a team, and now there's not a team. But there's a brand new team over here because the other team doesn't exist anymore. I'm not used. This is what it is, Nelly. I'm not used to seeing teams totally disappear off the map. Like the Arizona Coyotes. There's nothing that is. If they were the Utah Coyotes, then that would be a little bit different, I think. Like it's the Oakland A's, and now it's just the A's, and then it's going to be the Las Vegas A's. I'm like, okay, well, they're the A's. They just moved. It's kind of like, look, obviously I wasn't alive for this, or at least not. I wasn't old enough for this. The Nordiques becoming the Avs. It's like it's two different things. Or the Supersonics being the OKC Thunder. Completely different team.
Right, or the Atlanta Thrashers becoming the Winnipeg Jets.
Yeah, that's the one. Like, the Utah Mammoth thing is going to take me a second to not be like, man, Utah. Okay, got it. Hey, I got to talk about something because I think this is unbelievable. The more I read up on North Carolina and Bill Belichick, the weirder this gets for me. Do you know how hard it is to have the old vote of confidence thing 6 weeks into a season? So yesterday, North Carolina released joint statements, one from Belichick and one from Bubba Cunningham, the director of athletics. Belichick, quote, "I'm fully committed to UNC football in the program we're building here." Bubba Cunningham, Coach Belichick has the full support of the Department of Athletics and University. This is coming off of detail after detail after detail becoming released. I'll give you a few. All of these from Ollie Connolly. Members of Belichick's coaching staff have already spoken to other schools that are expecting to be in the college football playoff about taking on roles during the postseason. From one coach, quote, "The rats are leaving the ship. Some staffers believe a change will come within 2 weeks." Another, reports of serious recruiting violations remain under investigation at UNC. Recruiting and practice violations have already been proven by the school, according to multiple sources. Another, Belichick's communication with his staff in the past 2 weeks has been described as weird and distant by multiple members of UNC's coaching staff. Multiple coaches were unable to get a hold of him during UNC's bye week. No days off. Bill Belichick's mantra. And this last one here, from one UNC defensive assistant, quote, "What we've done to these kids is bleeped up." The reason why this is weird, there are coaches that are successful that try something new that just don't find the same level of success. Like, I don't fault Spurrier for not being a good NFL coach. I don't fault, like, here's what's funny. Saban's Dolphins thing was like a bad sort of thing on his resume. It didn't mar who he was as a coach. Even the disaster that Urban Meyer had in Jacksonville. Urban Meyer's still a good coach. If he went to coach CSU right now, do you think CSU would be better next year? Yeah, probably. But the Belichick thing does oddly feel like it's messing with the way you're going to remember him. Had Belichick just stopped coaching at New England last year and kept his TV gig, or 2 years ago, and kept his TV gig, I don't think anybody would say anything to Belichick other than arguably and probably the greatest coach that's ever lived. With the way that his run was in New England, I don't think there's any question. But this has become such a weird clown show that it has marred that. And like Ollie Connolly again saying Belichick has discussed buyout options with North Carolina's hierarchy, that he signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can find a soft landing with another team or in the media. And here's what's funny about that statement, that last part. If he can find a soft landing with another team or in the media. I don't think another team wants him. It's got to be media stuff. Has to be. But the most bizarre part of the story is how wildly out of character all this is. That he doesn't feel like the same guy. Like when Spurrier went to the NFL and had a rough time with it, he was being criticized for being out on the golf course every day after practice. That he wasn't one of the coaches that was like passing out at his desk at night coming up with a game plan. Guess what? Spurrier's always been that guy. He's always been the dude that's like, is practice over? All right, deuces. I'm going to go play 18. Always been that guy. What we're seeing from Belichick is such an opposite thing of what we've come to know. And like, I almost can't believe, well, I guess if the subject that you're doing a documentary on says you can't do that, then you can't do it. I'm telling you right now, if this documentary about Belichick, like this little Hard Knocks thing that they were doing at UNC, if that came out, it would do insane ratings. Think about the footage that they have. Like, what are they hiding here? This borderline feels like a government cover-up in North Carolina. But I wondered from the beginning, the style of coach that Belichick is, does that really work in college? Does that style translate to an 18-year-old kid?
Yeah, I like football season and all the things that go with it.
Like, I'll give you an example. Every other coach that left his sort of ecosystem and tried to do his own thing, who took the same approach as Belichick, whether it's Josh McDaniel, whether it's Matt Patricia, whether it's Joe Judge, whether the list goes on and on. They all stink. And you know what their players said about them? Can't stand that guy. Belichick got away with it because Belichick won. And so you can grind somebody's nose into the dirt if you have the resume to back it up. None of his other guys did. And in college, it's really difficult to point to what you did in the NFL and tell these kids, hey, I know this is hard work and I'm demanding. But look at the win. Well, no, there's no wins. They're losing games by like 40 points. It's like you have to be successful immediately if you want that style to work.
Or you need a coach that just is a lightning rod like Deion Sanders, who can use his personality to pull in recruits. But I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying, though, Nelly, is that Deion has a likable personality to an 18-year-old kid.
Yes, no, that's exactly my point. I agree with you. The Belichick, from day one, we were saying, how is this guy, aside from his NFL resume, what about him screams, I'm going to be a good college coach, you should come play for me?
I don't know.
Can you picture him really going, baby, we coming.
Yeah.
I'm bringing my Louis, and Samsonite needs to get out of the building. This was never going to be his area of expertise from day one.
I also don't even know if you can run a fully pro-style offense in college and be successful at it because you don't have pro-style players. Like, you need to have that level of guy to be able to pull that stuff off. And Texture says, the greatest coach who ever lived wins in Cleveland and without Tom Brady and at the college level. What a joke he is. I mean, you can't just discount 2 decades of every other year going to a Super Bowl, which nobody's ever done. And you can say that that's Tom Brady. Okay, fine. Somebody molded Tom Brady into that quarterback. Because from my knowledge, and remind me, Nelly, was Tom Brady the number 1 overall pick in his draft?
I think he was close. I think he was like 2nd round, right?
No, 6th.
Oh, really? No one ever points that out.
That means that exactly. That means that you need to cultivate that talent. You need to build that and grow that into something and then build a system around that player. You can't just not give him credit at all for that. He wasn't John Elway coming out of college. And if that's the case, then don't give credit to Mike Shanahan. Shanahan went to Washington and wasn't good there. I mean, at least was okay. But I would never do that because that would be stupid. All I'm saying is, when it comes to the way that he's acted, it's like a different person is coaching. That's what's crazy. And how quickly this crashed and burned. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. So, a lot more audio I want to get to with Sean Payton here shortly. But you can kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a 7-day free trial with promo code AVS7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. Back after this. All right, so a couple things here from the text line. First of all, a texter says, Nelly, that was an elite Belichick impression. I found something about your impression. Would you like to hear the little quirk that I found about this?
Yeah, hit me.
Your Todd Bowles impression is just Belichick with a Southern accent.
Yes, absolutely. And
So do a Belichick and then do a Bowles.
we're getting ready to work on football and all the things.
Now, Todd Bowles?
Todd Bowles, you know they got a dome, right?
Yeah, see, they're the same thing. Just a little bit Southern draw in there.
And both of them are basically the way you do Todd Bowles is you just do a bad Morgan Freeman. And that's how you do Todd Bowles.
Yeah, that's
Because
true.
Morgan Freeman is like, the Penguins.
higher.
The Penguins are marching. And
And
then
then-
Todd Bowles is talking about domes. It's all connected, man.
It's like if you gave Morgan Freeman a Dramamine, let's say. So there's one. Here's the other text that's coming through. And this is from earlier in the show, but I did want to get back to this. I got hit with and I will tie this into Courtland Sutton in a second, but I want you guys to listen. I got hit with the old, aren't you the guy that said the Chargers had a stranglehold on the division 3 weeks in? And they did. And then everybody got hurt. And I want to give you an example of something. They're missing their starting 2 tackles, their starting 2 running backs, and their best pass rusher on defense. If I did the same thing with Denver, what kind of team would they be? No Bowles, no McGlinchey, no Benito, no Dobbins, no Harvey. What is this team? The answer is probably not very good. So I say that to tell you this. Sean Payton was asked about Courtland Sutton yesterday and what makes him so great under Payton. And I will, again, fully admit, hand up, I was wrong about one thing in particular. I knew Sutton was good. I thought there was a cap and a ceiling to where Sutton is. I thought especially with him now 30 years old, or if he's not 30, he's about to be 30. I can't remember. 1 second. Courtland Sutton is 29. He'll be 30. Oh, he'll be 30 tomorrow. There you go. Happy early birthday, Courtland Sutton.
Go have a pint in celebration.
Yeah. A warm room temperature pint. Nothing sounds more awful. But Courtland Sutton under Sean Payton has been, I think he's transformed. I didn't know if he was like a top. You know, we had this discussion. Is he a number 1 wideout or is he sort of a tweener between a 1 and a 2? And I always thought he was kind of in between. I don't think that anymore. I think he's a bona fide number 1 wideout. Now, he's not Jamar Chase. And he's not Justin Jefferson, but that's fine. There's only a few of those in the league. But he is as reliable as any wide receiver in the NFL right now. And here's Sean Payton on Courtland Sutton.
He's well, I can't speak. I can't speak from the prior, but man, he's got great work ethic. He's in great shape. He's super important to him. Like all the traits you look for in a player, he has. And then let's talk about the physical skill set, you know, the size, catch radius. So I love coaching him. And the stuff that he's accomplished and will continue to is stuff that he works extremely hard on. And, you know, you're never surprised with him, you know, the catches he makes, how he plays, and just his approach from A to Z is fantastic.
I think you might have 2 players on this offense that are supremely underrated and not talked about in the way that they should be. Or their value on this team is so immense that it's not recognized by others. And I think the prime example here in town of a guy like that is Aaron Gordon. that Aaron Gordon is never going to be all NBA first team. He's probably never even going to make an all-star game, which is sad. But the value that people who are fans of the Nuggets, who watch them night in, night out, you recognize that without him, he is just kind of a glue that holds things together, and he's never going to get the credit for that on a national sort of scale. I think the Broncos have two guys right now that are like that, and Courtland Sutton is certainly one of them. Because without Sutton, I don't know what your passing game looks like. Because when it's 3rd and 5, I know exactly where the ball is going, and so does the defense, and they can't do a damn thing about it. Because he's a big body, wide catch radius, and if the ball is near him, he catches it. Here's the other one. I think J.K. Dobbins is way more valuable to this team than he's ever going to get recognition for. We are very excited about the prospect of what R.J. Harvey can be within this offense. R.J. Harvey should be the number 2 all year. As long as Dobbins is healthy, Dobbins is your back. Harvey gets snaps, but Dobbins is your back. I want to remind you guys of something that we haven't had around here in a minute. J.K. Dobbins is 5th in the NFL in rushing yards. And I don't think anybody recognizes that because I haven't heard anybody talking about him outside of Denver. And I think part of that's his reputation, that he's been a guy that's just kind of been around the league, been okay, then gets hurt, then it gets forgotten about. I think that happens a lot. But like Javonte Williams, rightly so, is getting a lot of praise nationally, and I think part of it's because he plays for the Cowboys, but he's also just having a really, really good year. J.K. Dobbins and his impact within this offense to be a steady veteran presence who can play every snap for you, can play every down, and to be 5th in the league in rushing yards through 5 weeks is wildly impressive.
Bo Nix is especial.
And I'll take it a step further, just to really hammer home this point. Last year, your leading rusher for the team was Javonte. He had 513 yards. J.K. Dobbins through 5 games has 402. He potentially, with a 100-yard game this weekend against the Jets, which I think is possible, especially if you think they're going to blow the Jets out, could eclipse the leading rusher from last year over the course of 17 games in 6 weeks. And I don't think that anybody is going to, at least now, has recognized the impact he's had on this offense. I was trying to tell people when he first got signed here that if he stays healthy, which is a giant if, as it was with Evan Ingram, as it was with Dre Greenlaw, as it was or is with Hufanga. These are risky signings, but the reward is immense. J.K. Dobbins, since entering the league in 2020, was 2nd in the league in yards per carry. J.K. Dobbins had the highest big run rate of any running back in the league since he entered. We're over, it was like 10.5% of his carries in his career have gone for 10 or more yards. He's a lot better and a lot more valuable than people give him credit for. His issue has always been, can he stay healthy or not? And I think without him and without Courtland Sutton, this offense would be in some real trouble. But what you found the last couple of weeks, and this is my favorite part, perhaps the most important thing that J.K. Dobbins has brought to the table is force Sean Payton to stick with an offensive game plan that includes the run. That's the most important detail. Because the last couple of weeks, you've stuck with a running game, and guess what? Gotten a couple of wins. Big ones. So we can talk more about this as we go along today. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Download that deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Look, this is my third trip, and so, we have a sleep specialist we work with, and so the routine is very similar to the itinerary we've used in '08. We were at Wembley at the Grove. We won there. And then 17, 18, I think it was at Wembley again. I think we practiced at the Irish Rugby Club's facility. This would be very much like the Arsenal. I mean, beautiful grounds. And so, again, from a schedule standpoint, it wasn't complex. We believe in both cases prior, we flew from an Eastern time zone city, Carolina, and handled it very much the same way we're handling it this week.
Oh, Vic, the classic. I do not bring anything up that's in the past unless the past was awesome. Then we can hear about it. I understand that he's done this a couple of different times, and he knows the ins and outs of this trip now. The question I have is there any nervousness that you have surrounding this game?
Nervousness, the only nervousness comes with injury, but I don't think you should be losing to the Jets. If you lose to the Jets, then you're just a fraud.
It really feels to me, Vic, like it's hard to get super excited for this game considering what you were up against last week. You faced an undefeated team last week that's the defending Super Bowl champs, and now it's the only team that is winless.
Yeah.
It's just a weird dichotomy back to back.
It is, and it's in another part of the world. First of all, I think I need a sleep specialist. We all need a sleep specialist. They hired one.
What do they do?
Here's what they do. They go up next to each player and they go to sleep.
I would love a 340-pound man like Mike McGlinchey just with some dude in his ear doing that.
My dear Michael, sleepy, sleepy.
I got to tell you, that works. Your voice with that music, Vic, kind of made me a little bit sleepy for a second.
All right, pull over on the road if you're driving and tell me if I can make you go to sleep. Just pull over, lay your head back. Here we go. Sleepy time, now it's time to sleepy time.
So stupid.
You know what? There ain't no sleep specialist in the world that could fix my sleep patterns. I mean, we do morning radio, dude. You realize, and I've told you this many times before, when you do 10 years of morning radio, just take 2 years off your life. I think it's 20% of your life.
It ages you like a president.
Yeah, it's 20%. So add up all the years you've done morning radio, and you can pretty much tell people, yeah, I'm going to die at this age.
See, here's what actually makes me mad. Like these people down the hall that do these morning shows. Mm-hmm. You guys don't got to stay up until 11:45 for the Avs game.
No,
you can go to bed at 8:30 if you want to.
Exactly right. Yeah,
I have to stay up.
I got to stay up to hear this song at 10:45.
It's not real life. You aren't doing what I'm doing. You aren't in the trenches with me. Texter says, Vic just ruined my workout. Yeah, how about being under a bench and having Vic do that to you the whole time?
People in the gym are just laying down, sleeping.
Another texture. Thanks. I just fell asleep at the wheel and now I'm in a ditch, Vic. He did
told
tell
you
you
to
to pull
pull
over.
over.
He said pull over.
Because I know how that stuff works. You know, you could have all the sleep specialists in the world. You cannot fix jet lag, okay? Yeah. You can't fix it. It doesn't just go away. I don't care what you do. It's with you.
Let me start here. And Nelly, cue up Sean Payton again for me what we just played. There is, and I think we all kind of understand, there's guys on your teams that you can recognize their value better than people nationally. And I'll give you an example. Go ahead. Just start throwing things as you walk in your motion. Aaron Gordon, Do people in Denver value the impact Aaron Gordon has on a game way more than the national media does?
Yes, very much, because we see it every day.
And it's fine because the national media can't watch every minute of every game of your team, and they do a lot of box score watching, and it's not like Aaron Gordon's ever going to be first team All-NBA. He might never be an All-Star, which would be a shame, but he might not. But we know the value that he brings to the table. I think there's two guys on the Broncos that do that. Here's one of them. Go ahead, Nelly.
Well, I can't speak. I can't speak from the prior, but man, he's got great work ethic. He's in great shape. He's super important to him. Like all the traits you look for in a player, he has. And then let's talk about the physical skill set. You know, the size, catch radius. So I love coaching him, and the stuff that he's accomplished and will continue to is stuff that he works extremely hard on. And, you're never surprised with him. You know, the catches he makes, how he plays, and just his approach from A to Z is fantastic.
It's Courtland Sutton.
Yeah, I was thinking Courtland Sutton from the get-go.
Like, he is never going to get, I think, the proper due. And look, I'm as guilty as anybody. I always thought that he was like sort of a tweener between a number one wideout in this league and a really good number two. I was completely wrong. Like, especially for this team, the value that he brings is so gigantic. For the biggest moments when you need a 3rd and 5, you know the ball's going to Sutton. The defense knows it's going to Sutton, and Sutton still makes the play.
His ability to fend off defenders, even if they're blanketing him, as we saw in that Philly game, those 2 back shoulder passes, he was closely guarded there. He had a guy on him, right? Both sides.
Yeah.
And yet he still caught the ball because he's got that ability. No, that's a gift. It really is.
There's somebody else, though. I don't think he gets the proper credit nationally, and I don't even know if he gets it locally right now. J.K. Dobbins has been such a godsend to this offense. I'm going to tell you guys something right now. If I told you had the number 5 rusher in the league, would that shock you?
Well, he was number 4. Did he drop a spot?
He dropped a spot. So Javonte, of all people, jumped him last week because Javante's number 3.
How does that make you feel?
Fine, because J.K. Dobbins is great. And you know what's interesting? Javonte was here for a long time. Javonte played in 17 games last year. You know how many rushing yards he had in 17 games? 513. Dobbins could pass him for the season this week.
Well, I guess it does make you wonder, was he ineffective because they weren't willing to commit, or was he ineffective because he wasn't the same player? I think he's proving in Dallas he can run.
I think it's a confluence of circumstances. It's scheme. He's probably look at me defending Javonte. I don't dislike that guy at all.
No, he's having a great year. I'm happy for him.
But I'm saying he's probably feeling healthier, right? He's fully back from injury. That sort
greener
of thing.
Pastures thing, maybe rejuvenated.
And they're actually running the ball. They have been committed to running the ball in Dallas when they weren't here last season. I think it's probably just a lot of things. You wish him the best. You like your guy, and your guy's kicking butt, and you're actually running the ball. You've got a balanced attack the past couple of weeks. That's what it's all about.
Kind of runner too, Moser. I love the way JK runs. I love it. It's just so different.
There's a patience to it.
Yeah. Again, Javonte was a guy slam his head into the nearest obstacle. Let's go.
JK's more like a blam. He's like a shoop, boom, gone.
I'm not saying he's this guy, but he's got a very Le'Veon Bell sort of rushing style, which is he'll literally stop running at the line and just look and be like, oh, there's the hole. Okay, now I'll go. But here's the point.
Ballroom dancing out there is what he's doing.
The point is this. I think we all kind of had in our minds that J.K. Dobbins was going to start as the running back this year, and then eventually he'd be taken over by R.J. Harvey. No. J.K.'s your starting running back, and Harvey's your number 2 that'll get snaps, but I think that Dobbins is your 1. And here's the most important thing that I think Dobbins brought to the table. He's kind of talked about this. The willingness to commit to the run last year with Sean Payton. It's hard to do that when Javonte's getting 3.7 yards per carry.
Yeah.
When it's not very effective. And that's totally changed in Dallas for whatever reason. But when your guy's averaging 5.2, makes it a lot easier. And I think, if nothing else, what Dobbins has allowed this Broncos offense and Sean Payton specifically to do, and this is where the value comes in, I think he's forced Sean Payton into committing because he's effective. You know what I mean? Like, he has forced Sean Payton to run this style of offense because he has commanded touches because he's good when he touches the football. And that didn't happen for any running back last year. There was not a running back that... Did you guys ever go into a game last year and say, this guy needs to touch the football from any of your running backs? Or was it, because the way I remember talking about it was, he just needs to keep running it. There wasn't a guy that we said needed the ball. It was just the concept.
Specific guy.
It was just the concept of running the football as opposed to, no, give it to this guy. You know what I mean?
We were even saying, Vic, hey, if Estime can get the ball, anybody really, I mean, raise your hand if you want the football and let's give it to that guy. No, I completely agree with you in that regard, Brett, and I think Dobbins has been fantastic.
Like what the Eagles didn't do last week, Moj. It's not that they didn't run the ball. It's that they didn't give it to Saquon, which was shocking.
Well, they also really didn't run the ball.
No, I know, but you weren't saying this about the Eagles like, man, the Eagles just refused to run the ball.
Like,
they refused to give it to Saquon.
A 2,000-yard rusher, and you're going, hey, listen, I'm happy they screwed up. It only helps the Denver Broncos. It's a big positive. You'll take what you can get. I think right now this balanced attack, I think they found a bit of a formula, and I think that Sean Payton recognizes that, and I think the New York Fighting Jets are in a big world of hurt coming up Sunday morning.
Well, it's a big week for us in the pronunciation business because this week, for once, we will learn how to properly pronounce Matt Peart or Peart, his last name, because it looks to be that Matt Peart or Peart will be the backup and the starter. Peart, whatever it is, I have no idea because it's pronounced everything in the book. I've heard everything. Nick Kosmider was on yesterday. He pronounced it Peart with the afternoon boys. I've heard Peart. Like the shampoo? That's a good shampoo, by the way.
What about...
Come on, wait, hold on. Give it up for Pert shampoo. That's good shampoo.
Comes in a green, or used to come in a green bottle. I don't even know if it's around anymore.
I don't even know if they make it anymore.
Yeah, I don't even know either, yeah.
That was my shampoo of choice at college.
A little Pert Plus? What about Plus?
Yeah.
I remember a kid I went to school with.
Dude, they jumped on the Plus game before all the apps got into it. They were the first Plussers.
But once you throw Plus on the end of your name, it seems, everybody's, it's intriguing.
You're big time.
People automatically go to you. It's magnetizing as well.
I'll tell you how to get a free 7-day trial of Altitude Plus a little bit later as well.
That sounds good. A kid I went to school with, I remember this distinctly, slipped on some shampoo and fell in his shower and crashed through his the glass sliding door and cut his arm all up and all that kind of thing.
Okay, I'm so glad you mentioned
that.
The
shampoo was Pert. I remember that. I go, what the hell happened to you, kid? He goes, yeah, I slipped on some Pert in the shower and crashed through the glass door.
So, you guys know I've shared my irrational fears. These are fears of things that will never happen to me, but they're always in my head. Mm-hmm. I have 3 that always stick out. One is I step off an elevator and the cable snaps and takes my leg with it.
The other one is you see the sun for more than an hour.
No. The other is, and I get this every time, I don't know why, when I'm driving and I go under a bridge, I'm always worried the bridge is going to collapse on top of my car.
Well, how do you do it at the Eisenhower Tunnel?
That's different because that's a tunnel. I'm saying just like a I don't trust the infrastructure of just an overpass.
Yeah, some of the downtown bridges aren't exactly brand new.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, is that you're just you happen to be under that one when it just drops. The third one,
I guess it's not so irrational because it's happened here in Colorado, tragically.
Yeah, this one's not so much irrational, but when you're taking the old windy road up near Blackhawk and you got those rocks and you see them, you're like, are those things really just going to stay there? Yeah, everybody thinks that, though.
Nail my car and sweep me in the car into the river?
Yeah, we all think that.
The old slip in the shower, fall through the glass door, and cut myself to the point where I die is one of them I have, too.
Because the wife and the kid are at the grocery store or something?
Exactly.
And you're like, I'm going to bleed out? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
What about just
That's why you always take your cell phone to the shower.
I'm not kidding. I have this little sf on the back.
Get out.
I play YouTube videos and stuff
You're
back
kidding
there
me.
in the shower. It's great.
Oh, my God.
My irrational fear, and it's not irrational, it's perfectly rational because I live on the west side of town. Everywhere you walk here, I got my head on a swivel. I just look for rattlesnakes. I'm just afraid I'm going to step on one as you're walking because it almost happened to me. So everywhere I walk, because I've seen them on the street, I've seen them on lawns, I've seen them in driveways, I've seen them everywhere.
I did have one more.
I've seen them in my shower.
It only happened once in my life, though, where I got that massage that put the cucumbers over my eyes, and I just thought somebody was going to John Wick me.
Yeah, it's also a fear. It's also a fear.
I was just like, I couldn't see. I couldn't protect myself because they blindfolded me with cucumbers.
It's also a fear. Hey, as we roll on here, why in the heck has the line gone down?
Because it's just sports.
Yeah,
Got some unruly Jets fans that think that suddenly flying east will help their cause.
You got some drug-dealing Jets fans who have put all their cocaine money into the New York Jets in London. That makes 0 sense whatsoever.
Moser, I'm going to take a page out of your playbook. Your just never anything going to go wrong playbook. The Denver Broncos are not going to lose this game. Now,
They're not.
They're not. And if they lose this game, I will paint the Broncos as I'm not going to say they're fraudulent, but I'm going to say, what the hell was that? You can't do that.
2 texts real quick. Texter says, Brett, I help build bridges. I can barely do math. It's unsettling to hear.
That's exactly right.
Wait, excuse me? Somebody just said that?
Yeah.
No.
Another said, as I'm getting on the elevator. Thanks, Brett. Just when that door opens, jump off it quick.
Okay, how about big buildings, elevator, like you go on 27th floor, you ever just a little worried that sucker's going to drop?
Oh, you get a little kick or there's a noise or something?
You're
You're
just
like,
a little worried that sucker's going to drop.
Of course.
Well, the hotel we stay at in Philly, the elevator's on the outside.
Nah, I don't do that.
Where you it's on the outside of the building.
Yeah, that's just not.
You know what's
cool.
weird? So can you see the outside?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I almost prefer that because I can see things. I'm not in an enclosed box where I can't see if something bad's going on around me.
Yeah, well, if you're not good with heights like I'm not, it's not a good thing. I stand back by the door itself. I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm one of those guys.
You're right here.
You ever been to was it the Rio in Vegas? And that voodoo thing on top or whatever it used to be? I don't know. I did it one time and I'm like, I'm never doing this again.
In fact, my mind swims so far downstream on those situations. Like if I'm 30 stories up and the elevator drops, let's say, okay, the elevator's going to drop. It's done. The cable broke. I'm always thinking to myself, when do I time my jump? Like we're dropping, I got to jump at some point so I don't get crushed.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something right now, Vic. I've had the same thought.
You know we have. We all have.
I've had the same thought, and I also realized that would do nothing because your momentum going down. There's no jump that's going to help you.
You're not thinking through it logically at that point. The gravity of the situation, I mean, there's no way. That free fall, you wouldn't even be able to jump.
As you keep going up in flights, I have the same discussion. If this thing snaps and I'm falling, do I jump or do I try and lay flat? What do I try and do?
Lay flat.
Yeah, you try
What the hell's that gonna do?
You try and disperse the pressure.
You've
to different
absolutely
places.
thought this out.
Dummy.
Do I sound like I'm making this up on the
No,
spot?
it seems like you've absolutely pondered this at night.
But if you lay
what's
flat,
the best play? You got spreadsheets.
The pressure of the impact spreads throughout different parts of your body as opposed to one thing.
That is correct. Or do you sit on your rump and just absorb it through your spine?
You guys are both foolish.
I don't know.
Well, you're dropping 27 stories.
Vic's going to jump on floor 13 and
I'm
then
going to time it. I'm going to time it.
Anyway. Hey, Mose, you excited for tonight?
Big time.
Yeah.
Big high.
It's going to be electric as it always is.
I got a question.
We had a big production meeting yesterday discussing a lot of things. We're going to go and carry the entire opening ceremonies tonight, introducing all the players. It's a very, very, very fun night.
Game 1 to game 2. Is there anything that you would like to see in game 2 that you feel like you didn't see in game 1? We'll get to that in just a second. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, you can hear it on AM 950 between the Eagles and the Giants. You can also kick off the Avalanche season with, we were talking about pluses earlier, right? Kick off the Av season with the all-new Altitude Plus. Now redesigned, packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a 7-day free trial with the promo code AVS7 free. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today.
This app actually is, I'm telling you, it's rad. when the Nuggets and the Avs play at the same time, you can watch both games at the same time on your phone. It's got rewind capabilities. There's a ton of like special stuff that is on there. It's on demand kinds of things, interviews and features and games, and it really is killer, man. It's awesome.
Again, altitudeplus.com, and that promo code is AVS7 free. Back after this.
3 seconds ago. 2 seconds. 1. Opening night belongs to the Colorado Avalanche. Nathan McKinnon becomes the highest scoring player in the history of the Colorado Avalanche. And Colorado takes the crown from the Kings. Final score from downtown Los Angeles. It's the Avalanche 4 and the Kings 1.
Hey, did you see? I don't know who released it. Someone in Canada, one of them Canadians. The interview between Sidney Crosby and Nathan McKinnon, them just sitting across from each other. I watched the whole thing, and it was pretty cool, but at times it was very awkward because they didn't know what to say. Like,
well, they're both kind of awkward. Nate's certainly kind of awkward.
But nobody wanted to ask questions. They were just sort of staring at each other for a while.
Well,
but it was really cool once they engaged.
I think they're obviously really good friends, and so they're like, all right, now have a conversation with each other. That would be weird. Be weird. I don't know. I saw it. I know what you're talking about.
Moser, did you see it? The Nate and Sid Crosby?
I have not seen it. I heard it exists. I have not seen it.
Yeah, I love the idea. I'm all about creativity and trying new ideas. Take two studs who've been interviewed countless times, put them across from each other and say, go. Because they're good friends. And at one point, Sid said, who's your favorite player? And Nick goes, you, my man.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. I mean, I think it's cool. I've not seen it yet, Vic. Been a little busy. But I will try my best to engage in that video before too long.
Have you studied Utah?
I have.
What did your studies find?
I
Utah.
don't.
Give me 2.
I don't know what to make of the Mammoth because they've got some players that I actually really like on their team.
For example?
Clayton Keller, for example. Logan Cooley, for example. Barrett Hayton is a grinding center. And Logan Cooley's the guy who just turned down $9 million a year for 8 years from the Utah Mammoth. He's in his 3rd year. I think he's going to be a pretty damn good player.
I still think we need to put a cease and desist together for the Mammoth thing.
There's nothing you can do, bro. There's nothing you can do. I mean, they chose it, and they're good to go. They've got Mikhail Sergachev on the back end, former Cup champion with Tampa.
Are these all expansion picks?
There wasn't. No,
there's no expansion.
There's no expansion.
Oh, that's
They're
right.
their
What the
own
hell am I
team.
thinking? Yeah, they moved from Phoenix. My bad.
Right. Karel Vejmelka, I think, is probably their locked-in number 1 goalie, and he's beaten the Avs before. These teams, especially when the Mammoth were the Coyotes, man, even when the Coyotes weren't that good, they've had – remember the game the Avs had the 4-0 lead, and they came back inside Mullet Arena in Tempe?
I do.
Oh, my God.
I do remember
inside
that.
the tiny arena. But people, listen, this is an 89-point team from last year. There was a time in the NHL when you go, 89 points is going to make the postseason or be right there, real close to it. To get in the West this year, you had to have 96.
Yeah.
So it's a team that, again, that's what stinks. You look back, if you're at 89 and 96 got you in at 7 points, you think of one game that you had a 2-goal lead in the 3rd and you blew it, you lost.
Sure.
You're like, there's 2 points right there. I mean, it's just a handful of points over the course of an 82-game season.
Who's their coach?
Andre Tourny, former Avalanche assistant coach with Patrick Waugh, and he's been there a long time.
Going to, obviously, tonight's the home opener. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 at 7 o'clock, pregame at 6:30.
Incidentally, Clayton Keller is only 27 years old. Ready for this, Vic?
Mm-hmm.
This is his 9th year in the league.
Jeez.
Isn't that seem weird to you? And he's coming off a 90-point season. He's a guy, Vic, if you see him play and you see the camera on him tonight, you'll think it's Ricky Fowler. He's 5'10", 175. Fowler might be a little bit smaller than that, but his face and he'll remind you of Ricky Fowler, the golfer.
Does he wear a hat with the bill up?
No, he wears a helmet.
Is the bill up?
The bill's up on the helmet, yes.
Yeah, he's got some Ricky Fowler to him. I see that.
Yeah.
What do you want to see better in Game 2 that you...
I know what you're saying. You want to see the power play go 3 for 4 and absolutely lay waste.
I mean, yeah, I suppose so. I don't have too many beefs with how they played in the first game. I thought everything was pretty good. I mean, I know it's not going to be perfect. It's the first game of the year, so my bar for the expectation wasn't very high. But yeah, if there's one thing, it's like,
you know what I want to see?
Better power play. Sure,
I got you some. The year that the Avs won the Cup, they dominated at home. They
were awesome.
Dominated.
They were awesome.
So when you're at home, when you're on home ice, when you're playing in Denver, I think if you want to be a cup contender, you've got to dominate. And hopefully that carries through the playoffs.
They won 26 games on the home ice last year. Remember, we talked about L.A.,
yes.
Right? And L.A. was pretty awesome last year. The Kings won 5 more games on the home ice than the Avs did last year. So it's something that I would like to see as well. Speaking of, a lot of things went right for the Avs in Game 1. Jared Bednar spoke specifically yesterday about the defensive structure and what the Avs were able to do in the second period against Los Angeles, right?
Yeah.
And, of course, they scored 3 of their own. Take out of this what you want, but the L.A. Kings last night got a win in Vegas in the Golden Knights home opener. 6-5 in a shootout. Now, they blew a lead, but they won in a shootout. They put 5 through 3 periods on Vegas. They put 1 in on the Avs on the power play late in the third. Maybe that shows you the Avs can defend pretty well, man. They really can defend well, and they did in Game 1 in Los Angeles.
Yeah. I mean, look, the way that I think about this is, yeah, it's predictable that I want to see a better power play. For the record, I don't think it was terrible in the first game. I thought they had some looks, but it was just the amount of opportunities compared to the amount of goals that you scored was just, there was a big gap in between that. You 1 for 6. And again, I think you could argue 2 for 6 because they scored, was it Moser, like 5 seconds after one of their power plays ended, which
it acts like a power play goal. Guys, not back in the play yet.
But you just have to focus now on when you want to compete for a cup, and that's where this team is at. It feels like it's you get to that Stanley Cup final or it's a failure. That's kind of where they're at. You have to focus on the things that you were missing last year. Well, what have you made up for? Well, you got Landeskog back. That helps. You have a solid goaltending room. That helps. You have depth now on this roster. That helps. You're healthy for the most part now. That helps. What was the other thing? And I think we can make a direct one-to-one correlation.
Your goaltending is apparently way, way, way better.
Yes. You could make a direct one-to-one, I think, for why you lost last year against Dallas.
Oh.
And it's that your special teams weren't good enough.
Special teams. I thought you were talking about just from the whole season last year.
No, I understood. But I'm saying from the Dallas series specifically, the one thing that you didn't do that I think cost you, I think we'd all agree on, is your special teams weren't good enough because you were better 5-on-5.
The Avs power play in the regular season was 8th in the National Hockey League.
Yeah.
In the postseason, it was like one of the worst, and it was 13.6%. It just couldn't get cranked up. I look at the power play, and this is my belief and my hope anyway. You ever see those the old model T Fords?
Yeah.
And the guy's out front with the thing going, and he's twisting that thing in the front of the car.
They do that with planes. First of all, if you want me to get in a plane where you're starting it with a twister on the front nose, I ain't doing that.
Somebody goes,
you realize those exist,
oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but not for a long time, bro. Not for a long time. Okay, anyway. Once the motor is going, the motor is going. The engine is running. But it's kind of, that's a power play. It gives a little kick. That'll crank. That's pretty good.
And they're just grinding you. And they're grinding you.
My favorite comment yesterday from Coach Bednar, and if you missed that interview, you can find it on the podcast. Just go to altitudesportsradio.com. Is that our website?
And also just iTunes and Spotify.
Okay.
That's what people do now.
My favorite comment he made is
go to the old teletype machine, and
when we asked about
microfiche.
The Manson hit and how it sparked the team, and he said the thing we need to do this year, because we have all the skill in the world, we know that they have all the speed, all the skill. We have to play, he said, with a physical edge. A physical edge. That's the one thing that can make us different from most of the teams. You can have the skill, great. The physical edge needs to be there.
Yeah. I mean,
do they have enough of that?
It's funny. I agree with you, Vic. It's been one of those things.
It's not me. You're not agreeing with me. That's the coach saying that.
No, I understand. I heard, I think every year, if you listen to an Avs fan talk about their team in the postseason, they're like, they just aren't physical enough. And I heard them say that Moser the year that they won the cup, that they weren't physical enough. And I'm just like, okay. I remember when they were on their way to the Stanley Cup, and there were people saying you had to put in McDermott during the Blues series. You needed the enforcer. And I'm like, or you could play your best hockey players is another option. You could also do that.
That might be good.
Yeah.
You don't have to run around the ice trying to blow people up, exploding guys, at the red line or anything like that. You don't have to do that. But you do have to finish your checks.
Yeah.
And everybody's got to finish their checks. I don't care who you are. And so you talk about getting physical. You can't be afraid to hit, okay?
Right.
Doesn't mean you're the world's biggest hitter. Sammy Girard hits.
I know.
I mean, people got to, you know what I mean?
No, he doesn't, Moshe, because he's 5'2" and he's tiny.
Okay. So
I've been fighting that good fight for years.
There's a difference between, having to blow a guy up in the neutral zone or finishing your checks and actually putting a body on a guy. So I have no problem with what Coach said. I think he's absolutely correct because you have the personnel to do that.
303-504-0925.
I'm also trying to, sorry, Brett, one last thought.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole team gets introduced tonight, right? Every player, and it's really cool, and the crowd gets to cheer for every guy and so on. And the new guys never get any love. It's like, yeah, you're welcome. Oh, dude. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing. But the big guns, obviously, they get the roof blown off. It's Landy's first regular season game in almost, 3.5 years.
Yeah.
Almost 4 years, whatever you want to call it. When the captain is actually, I know the goal last year, the whole postseason, all that was great.
Baby Jamal Cale didn't exist the last time he played a regular season game.
Can you believe that?
That's crazy.
Why didn't you get active earlier? See, that's on you. The fact that she was not existing yet, that's on you and your wife.
What were you waiting for?
I know. What were you doing?
Procreate.
I've been doing it.
Get it on. Bang it down. Get it on. Anyway, that's your fault. But anyway, you're right about that.
What is my fault here?
For not producing.
You're so selfish. You let her miss Landy's last game in the regular season.
She did see the cup.
Barely.
My kids saw cups, championships. I didn't waste time.
It's just so selfish.
You're right. That's my fault. What I should have said is I apologize to you two, I guess. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, head to number 38 in Rhino to watch tonight's Thursday Night Football game between the Eagles and the Giants. It's presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew and keep an eye on the Avs game. You can also enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football while out there. So we'll see you tonight.
Oh, that's awesome. TD?
Number 38 at 6.
That's killer.
I
Question,
can't.
did Vic's kids see the Broncos win in 77, the AFC Championship? Yes, my kids are older than I am.
It's a rare case. Doesn't happen that often.
No,
It's
very
the
rare in
only
the medical
case.
world, but it does exist.
I think one would make an argument that those aren't your kids, but I don't know. I got something, I was so blown away because I spent more time than I should have reading up on something yesterday that is just mind-blowing. We'll get to it next.
Are you kidding me? The Avalanche home opener tonight? Championship aspirations for the Avs? Championship aspirations for the Nuggets? Dan Kaplan-Slaw is the official law firm partner of both the Nuggets and the Avalanche. Why? Because Dan Kaplan's Law wins. Winning in record-setting ways. Dan Kaplan's Law, serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases right now on a percentage fee basis. So if you think you're up for it, if you think you need some help, give Dan's firm a call. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or just hit him up, dankaplanslaw.com.
Okay, so some stories just grab me. Okay, it happens. I've said, I think, a lot on this show. There's a subject that has nothing to do with anything here in town, and I'm just like, I can't stop talking about this one thing. I can't stop consuming every bit of information from the Belichick thing in North Carolina. I can't stop, Moj. It's some sort of weird addiction that I have. And now I'm almost willing to, like, I want to take out a loan from the bank and offer it to whatever production company is not allowed to play the documentary they were filming, because I want to see all the footage of this. I want to see what's going on. You guys see some of the stories that's coming out. First of all, who would have had on their bingo card that Bill Belichick is getting the old vote of confidence from UNC 6 weeks into his tenure? 6 weeks.
That's weird. And that they have to publicize it.
And that they have to do that. But there's a whole bunch of rumors. There's a beat writer who's following all this stuff. His name's Ollie Connolly. he had just a tweet storm yesterday of a whole bunch of different details. One is Belichick has discussed buyout options with North Carolina and has signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can find a soft landing with another team or in the media. That's happening already.
Oh, I think he's done as a coach. If he leaves Carolina, would you guys agree?
Well, hang on to that for 1 second. So here's some quotes from coaches on the staff. One discussed how coaches are already calling teams they think that are going to make the playoff about taking on roles for those teams when the postseason starts.
Wow.
Quote, the rats are leaving the ship is what one coach said. Another thing, there are already reports of serious recruiting violations that are under investigation and have already been proven by the school.
One assistant's already been suspended. I do know that.
Bill Belichick, who is Mr. No Days Off, multiple coaches said that they couldn't get a hold of him during the UNC bye week. Another quote from a defensive assistant on UNC. What we've done to these kids is bleeped up.
Wow.
Okay. Can we all just come to this agreement? I mean, say what you want about, what you do in your personal life. I don't care. But can we all agree that Belichick has sort of gone off the deep end from what he normally is known as? He's not that guy anymore.
That's why it's so weird. Like Vic in the appetizer, I was saying, when Spurrier went to the NFL and people criticized him for going to the golf course at 3 o'clock in the afternoon after practice, he always did that.
He did that in college. New. That's exactly right. That's who he is. He never changed his stripes.
Yes. So if that bothered you, well, then you knew you were getting that the second you hired him. What Belichick is right now is a totally different person than he was in New England. And you said something earlier, Vic. He'll never get a coaching job again.
No.
And think about what I'm saying for somebody who's considered one of, if not the greatest football coach who's ever lived, that people look at him as like untouchable now.
When you think about the greats, right? You think about their last days. I mean, think about how they went out. Lombardi went out. He took a job in Washington with the Redskins, and then he died. Shula went out as the winningest coach in NFL football history. He had a steakhouse, still exists. And then he died. Belichick is making a mockery of the college game.
The weirdest part, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm just being too prisoner of the moment, and this is not the case, and in a couple of years, it's not going to matter. Urban Meyer, when he went to Jacksonville and had that disaster with the Jags, if Urban Meyer was hired tomorrow as a head coach in college football, do you think that whatever team he took over would be good?
Absolutely.
If Urban Meyer took over CSU tomorrow, would you be pumped? Because I would be.
He used to coach there, by the way, back in the day.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just in general, though, you'd be like, as bad as that Jags thing was, still a good coach. Yeah. Saban, Miami, the Dolphins, not great there. Still a really good coach. Yeah, it feels like this is like an actual stain on the resume of Belichick that will make you think differently of him.
I think it's because you cannot extricate yourself. Assume the girlfriend thing didn't exist.
Right.
Maybe go, he's just not a college coach.
But it's a big part of it for me.
But the girlfriend thing is like everything because it's changed who he is as a human being, or so it seems. Brett, you said it earlier. You said, I don't recognize this guy.
Yeah.
Not only anybody. I wonder, put it this way. I wonder who does recognize this guy, because it would seem that nobody recognizes this guy. What are you laughing at?
My friend just texted me and says, I'd like you to end every paragraph today with, and then he died.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, why do you keep throwing that in there?
Here's somebody says.
My friend Kerry mentioned another coach. How do you remember the legacy of one Robert the General Montgomery Knight?
That's a great question.
Because it did not end well for him.
But he was the same dude.
True. You're right.
He was the same
You're
guy.
Right. You're right.
Just in
this
a
would be
different
like
era.
Bobby Knight. You're so right. This would be like Bobby Knight leaving Indiana, going to Texas Tech, finding a 20-year-old hottie, and going to frat parties and sorority parties.
And then he died 2 years ago.
Do you know why Bobby Knight got fired in his last run? Because he was Bobby Knight.
Because he was doing the same thing he was doing at Indiana years earlier.
And it was just a different era where that's not allowed anymore, but he was the same guy. Like, Belichick's not the same.
Yeah.
That's what's weird.
You know, embroiled in this North Carolina mess is an old friend of ours. You know that, right?
Michael Lombardi, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He's their GM.
Mm-hmm. But that's the oddity of this, dude. He's not the same. And I had my own questions, Moj, whether the pro-style approach of Belichick would work in college in general. Like, I'll give you an example. Every person who's not been Belichick that has tried to be Belichick elsewhere, Josh McDaniels, Matt Patricia,
none of it's worked.
Joe Judge. Not only did it not work, Moj, their players hated them.
Right.
Like, hated them. Belichick did that because he won, and that's why it was all okay.
Listen, Tom Brady.
But can you do that to an 18-year-old kid? Like, I had those questions at the start.
Maybe we should give Tom Brady a little bit more credit, I guess. But at the same time, I don't think Brady wins all those Super Bowls without Belichick and without the way he runs an NFL team and how he gets rid of guys a little bit too soon before they get too old.
Is this playing out in front of our very eyes right now? Is this the old argument? Is it Belichick? Is it Hoodie or is it Brady? Belichick or Brady? Is it now just unfolding before our very eyes what it was all that time?
Well, well, hang on.
Yeah,
the player's always going to be more valuable, but you can't just discount Tom Brady didn't enter the league as John Elway #1 overall pick. Like, his talent was cultivated.
Exactly right.
And Belichick's specialty was defense. And the Patriots were always like a top 5 defense.
Vic, I will say this. You're right. They were fantastic. Vic, Mike Shanahan, I think, is one of the greatest football coaches to ever exist. I truly believe that in my heart of hearts. Brilliant, brilliant football coach. Despite the fact that he tuned me up.
Yeah.
And I probably deserved it. And I don't hold his Washington stuff against him at all.
Right.
I really don't. He was not, obviously things did not go well in Washington. Had RG3, went to the cousin. Yeah, and, is he the one that signed Hainsworth and then Hainsworth quit his job? He had a crazy owner, obviously. He took the gig. I get that. But he's a brilliant football coach and deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. So just because he went someplace else and didn't have the same success, I will not hold that against him. I still think he's one of the greatest coaches of all time.
The Belichick one's weird, though.
The Belichick one is weird.
Because I think I am going to hold that against him.
Okay.
Because I think I will.
Okay.
By the way, a texter says, it worked out for Vrabel. I don't know how many times we got to say this. Vrabel was not a coach with Belichick. He played under Belichick. It's not the same thing.
Correct.
He's not part of the Belichick coaching tree. He was a player.
Then as we sit here today, on what is today, the 9th? As we sit here today, make a prediction. How does this end?
He died.
Oh, my God. In bed.
Franklin Roosevelt served his 2nd term, still in a war, served a 3rd, then he died.
Actually, it was
that's
a 4th.
all fact.
Wasn't it a 4th?
That is a fact, yes.
Dude, the sooner you come to terms
Ulysses
with your
S. Grant
mortality.
Won a war, became president.
Brett, honestly. Because I think youngins like you just don't understand your mortality. The sooner you come to terms with that, the better your life is going to be.
We're nothing. We're dead.
Yes.
We're dust.
Exactly.
We're absolutely nothing.
It's going to happen.
Our legacy is nothing.
Are you waiting for a certain magical drug that'll keep you're not? It's not happening.
Why are you speaking to me this way?
Just accept it.
You're starting to really.
What are you saying to me?
Really depress me, bro.
Yeah, it's not depressing. It's.
I'm depressed.
It's opportunity.
Well, you depressed me.
You know what, Vic? Whenever you die, hopefully 30 years from now,
accept it.
I'm going to go to your funeral. I'm going to make a speech, and it's going to be short. I'm just going to say.
Wait. Why are you assuming that you're around?
If I am.
We're all going in an elevator.
Yeah. Let's all go get in the elevator. Here we go.
I'm gonna grab the mic and I'm gonna say, Vic Lombardi used to be on the news, and then he died.
You know what? I'm dead serious. Please.
I want that. Yeah. I swear to God, please give me that.
That's what I'm saying too. If I go before both of you, I'm not even kidding. If my wife even has a funeral for me, I'm assuming she will, but who
God, that
knows?
sounds so mean.
I know. Well, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, well, no, I'm saying maybe I'll just say, you know what? Bag it and just throw a party or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if please, I mean, crack jokes, please.
I want my funeral to be a roast.
Just say, you know what? Just say he got cremated and his guts are not all over the place. You know
I'm going to be the first guy.
Would you just? I'm begging you, Nelly. Just bring the screen, right? The touch screen, and just play them.
I'll be the first guy at my own funeral with a selfie stick rolling on the entire proceeding.
Absolutely. I'm begging you to do that for me, please, man. Make it fun. Make it
a selfie
stupid.
stick?
Bash me.
Are those
please.
things still around?
Bash me.
I don't know.
Oh, they are. They're still around.
People still do selfie sticks?
Oh yeah, bro.
And Moser, you know what we'll say for the one last time as we close your casket?
No, shut him off. Shut me off. I swear to the Lord above, I'm begging you to do that, please.
All right.
Please do that.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
And then as you're lowering me into the ground,
uh-huh,
I want you to scream, "Lay it down!" Please. And then you got to play a little rat in the background, right?
All
right.
I mean, Moser,
just lay it down. Like as I'm slowly being lowered, just put the lay it down, please.
Here's the problem. Moser wants his funeral to be a party that he would love that nobody else would want to take part in.
Why? How about if there's free beer?
Hey, I can guarantee.
There you go.
Hey,
Okay.
guarantee you this much. And mine, open bar.
Absolutely.
It's a good man. It's a good man right there. He was a good man.
Was.
And then he died.
Thanks for that. All right. Now I'm depressed again.
All right. When we return, some more audio here from Sean Payton across the pond. And look, there's a battle I'm having with this game, which is difficult. But what is there to be excited about when you went from playing an undefeated team last week to a winless team this week? We'll get to it next.
I mean, look at my face this morning. Okay, it looks like I got hit with 10 pounds of meat all night,
and then he died. You know what? Open casket. I just got a raw pork shoulder, and I'm hitting you over the face with it. And everybody's like, "Why is he beating the dead body out? What? He'd think it's funny." I knew this man.
Oh, he'd love it. He'd love it. He'd think it was the greatest.
Hey, we got a whole bunch of people to talk to today, so we're going to talk to Chad Brown at 8:30. We're going to talk to Legwald at some point.
Eric Johnson just texted me, says he needs a link for the show this morning.
And we're going to talk to Erik Johnson as well. So all of that coming your way in just a little bit, so stick around. Can't wait to talk to EJ.
What time are we doing that?
Nelly is figuring that out right now. Could be shortly.
Figure it out.
Could be shortly. Could be an hour from now. Who knows? Who knows? In the meantime, Mose, you said, I'm having trouble because the Broncos are coming off this sort of euphoric win where you get a win where you didn't feel like you were supposed to when you were going into the game. Like you won a game as an underdog against a really good team, which for them, they just haven't really done. And I said, it's really hard for me to get excited about the game this Sunday when you're coming off of beating an undefeated team who just won the Super Bowl, and now you're playing a team that doesn't have a win.
Just take care of business. Why does every game have to have a level of excitement? Oh, my God.
It doesn't have to.
Just go play and win. What are you talking about?
It doesn't have to, but Mose said that I'm looking at this incorrectly. You said I'm looking at this game incorrectly.
I mean, not everything has to be a parade.
The way I look at this game is like this. It's exactly like this. In fact, we'll even ask EJ about that, what teams do. They're human beings, right? So, yeah, of course you're going to be up for the Philly game. I mean, it's a big deal. But they're also, I don't worry about this team's professionalism. I don't worry about Sean Payton's inability to get them ready to play a football game. Not now, I don't. I think now it's like, hey, listen, we're pros. We've got everything in front of us. We have the division lead in front of us, and we have our own path that can be really good to go. Let's go ahead and go with that, and let's dispatch this winless dang team.
It's funny that you mentioned that because there was a quote the other day. Dan Campbell is off the Sean Payton coaching tree. Obviously, he's having success in Detroit. And they are a team that has... he was asked about trap games or letdown games or whatever, and he goes, we don't have those. And you look over the last couple of years, the Lions really haven't had a letdown game, and he credits Sean Payton for it. And think about it this way. Last year, as a favorite, you know what the Broncos' record was? Unbeaten.
Yeah, they were unbeaten. Yeah.
They take care of business in games like this. They don't have
letdowns. They see a bad team, they smoke them. That's
yes.
exactly right, yeah.
Well, they didn't in Indy. Was Indy a favorite or was Denver a favorite?
No, this year was different because they were favored against Indy, but now I think
what was the line there?
I think they were like 2.5-point favorites.
Are you sure? God, why do I?
Well, at that time, Moj, nobody thought Indy was good.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And now that changed, you know.
What are your thoughts, fellas? So they're practicing in Tottenham at those beautiful fields out there. There's like 15 soccer fields and
strawberry fields forever.
But when they play the game Sunday at Tottenham Stadium, Tottenham rolls out the artificial turf, the fake stuff for football. They don't let the NFL in England, those Premier League teams, won't let the brutish football teams tear up their real turf. So they make them play on artificial turf, which is hilarious to me. The NFL bends over backwards to go play in London and Germany, and they're like, yeah, we got to play there. And yet, the spots where they play, they're like, nah, you ain't messing up our turf, dudes. You get the crap. When the World Cup is going to be played here, guess what? Guess what the World Cup demanded? Guess what FIFA demanded?
Regular
in every stadium?
grass.
Even those stadiums that don't have regular grass, guess what they're doing?
Putting in regular grass.
So we're bending over backwards.
It's the World Cup, I mean.
Oh, well, it's the NFL. So what? Their legs don't count?
No, good point. I mean, I guess the way it depends on who thinks who's doing a favor. Or is the people who run that stadium, are they doing the NFL a favor? Is that how they see it? Like, hey, we'll do you a solid by letting you play on our field.
Yes, it doesn't help Tottenham to run an NFL game.
Oh, you don't think they're being highly compensated to have the game there?
Well, I mean, financially compensated. I thought overall, though.
No, this is what I'm getting at. Like, the U.S. will benefit greatly by having the World Cup here. They will get a whole bunch of obviously money coming their way and all these different sites that are going to be hosting games, going to see a big boom in their economy. Mm-hmm. I don't know what England and Brazil and all these different places really get out of that. I think it's more the NFL trying to...
So then why play there?
Yes, the NFL is trying to expand their territory. They're trying to get more fans.
That's why they're going to Germany. They have a game in, is it Madrid or Barcelona?
Yeah. One of the two.
They've got a game in Spain.
I've said this before to you, Vic. The reason to me is very simple. They keep playing these international games because the U.S. market's tapped. They got every fan that they could get, they have. And now they need to look elsewhere for more.
I mean, the only time they get new fans is when baby Jamal Cale comes into this world. And Brett throws some Lions gear on her when she's tiny.
Bottom line is the Denver Broncos they're blessed because they have an ownership group that's willing to invest in natural turf. And the amount of money that's spent on this turf, you recall the last 2 seasons, Greg Penner, toward the end of each season, decided voluntarily, hey, we're going to redo the turf during this week.
Yeah.
Upwards of $400,000. Do you know how expensive it is to keep your turf together, natural turf? That's why it's not prominent in the NFL, because it's expensive.
Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. Nelly, let me know when he's ready. We'll go out to the Ramos Law Hotline in a second. The Ramos Law Hotline, excuse me.
There's no way he's getting an early 9 in. There's no way.
Why not? It's a nice
he's just
day.
Enjoying it.
It's cold outside, man.
Looks like he's in the middle of the mountains.
We'll head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by, now, sadly, former Av, but congrats on the retirement, EJ.
So
I know it's weird to say out loud. EJ, how you doing? Well, I said former Av. Now, I didn't do what you did earlier. Hi, EJ.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Dude, I can't get used to your mouth. It's going to take some adjustment.
Yeah, what are we supposed to do with your mouth?
It doesn't look great, doesn't it?
I like it. No, I like it, but it's just going to take some time.
It's not vintage. It's the new me. I don't know if I like it.
Wait, have you tried biting off any bags with your front teeth like I do now? Have you tried that?
No. So here's the deal. Last week I was in LA and I got 8 hours worth of dental work. They redid all the teeth I had root canals in. They pulled 2 wisdom teeth. They shaved all my teeth down and I got 30 new veneers. So right now I have temporaries in, and next week I go back for my permanents. They build like the perfect permanents in the lab. So these are like temporary chompers that I can't really chew down on yet. And next week are the real deal. So
you spent 8 hours in that chair with your mouth open.
They put me out, thank God. And it's been a rough week. I feel like a junkie right now, just kind of trying to stay on top of all this pain. But I'm telling the dentist, I'm like, man, I've played on broken feet, broken legs, torn shoulders. This is way worse with the dental stuff. I'm like, what did you do to me? And so I miss the broken feet right now, oddly enough.
You know, EJ, there's a reason we got you on, by the way. It's not just to have a chat with you. It's something that you're going to start doing. Would you like to announce that to the people?
Yeah, so I'm pumped to be doing some color commentary, not only for college games, but I'm going to do some radio color, and I'm going to join the Avs studio team. Pretty excited about that. So you're going to be sick of me real soon. So, you thought you were going to miss me, but I'm going to be on the airwaves, so I'm excited.
So EJ is doing tonight's game with Connor on the Altitude Sports Radio Network, and we'll be doing some other games with him throughout the course of the season. We're pumped to have him.
You run across a lot of people in this business, and you're easy. You're an easy one to point to. I said, as soon as we met EJ, that guy's got TV in his future. So
I'm excited, boys. It should be awesome. Pumped to join the media side with you guys. And
well, it's pretty cool too, though, because the NHL said, "Hey, do you have any interest in this down the road?" And you took advantage of that, right? You said, "Yeah, I'll give it you went to the symposium, the whole 9 yards. You're like, "Yeah, who knows what I'm going to do permanently, or if anything, but I'd like to give it a shot." That was pretty cool.
Yeah, sorry if I missed any questions right there. I think the internet clicked out, but I did hear you, Moj. Yeah, so last summer the NHL put on a media camp for anyone that wanted to go, and not many guys took advantage of it. And I thought, I'm getting towards the end of my career. Why not take advantage of this symposium? So they had Kenny Albert, Eddie Olczyk, Brian Boucher. They had a bunch of guys that we learned from and asked questions. And then, the big one was I got to do the color, obviously, this summer for the altitude or the Avs alumni game against DU, and I found out I love color. So, yeah, I'm really excited to do the radio, really excited to do the studio, and then you're gonna see me around on another network pretty soon here too. I just can't talk about it yet, but I'm excited to share that news when it becomes official.
Erik Johnson with us now. To the actual Avs, they won their opener. They got the home opener tonight. We were kind of talking about the similarities that this team seems to have to the team that won the Cup with you on it a few years back. And there's depth. They're healthy. They have good goaltending. What other things that maybe we missed that you think this team could share in common with the one that won the Cup?
Oh,
internet go out on him?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little frozen.
We'll try and get EJ back in just a second.
Oh.
We'll try and get him back in a second.
Oh,
All
he's
right,
right there.
again.
He's right there.
Yeah, it's just a little choppy. I heard Kaner say something about the year or the Cup team to this year's team.
Yeah. If you see some similarities between those two, between this one, and I know it's a game in, so it's tough to tell, but if you see some similarities.
Yeah, the big.
Yeah, let's try and get him on the phone.
And you got.
Yeah,
just get him on the phone.
Take him down, Nelly. We'll try and get him on the phone.
Zoom.
And we'll talk to EJ. We'll get him back here in just a second. But yes, the big thing here is that EJ is going to be doing some color commentating tonight with Connor on the radio side. He's going to be doing that throughout the course of the year, doing some TV stuff with you guys. And then he's got something else, I guess. Another, what is it called?
Could that be another broadcast opportunity?
Yeah. I'm going to take a picture of him right now, too. I got to save that. That's hysterical. I'll put that up when he calls. He's up front. He's got something else in the works that I think is pretty cool, but he can't talk about it yet till that's all said and done. But I think it's pretty cool. All right, I think we got him.
Got him back?
I think you paid the bill.
Yeah, paid the bill.
All right, so just talk Avalanche hockey and what you saw the other night. Go.
Okay.
Nope. No. Yeah, we're going to get him on the phone. So let's do this, Nelly. Let's just take a quick break. We'll come back with EJ on the other side, okay? So let's do that real quick. Back after this.
Newhook had it and he missed the cage. Johnson fakes the one-timer. He shoots and scores! Fly, Condor! Fly! Erik Johnson let it rip from Illinois. It beats Ville Husso. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
All right, let's go back to the Ramos Law Hotline. We're talking to Erik Johnson, who, again, if you guys missed it, he is going to be doing some color commentary with Connor throughout the course of the year, including tonight, also some TV appearances and a whole bunch of stuff. Erik, so thanks again for joining us. Just quickly, what we were getting to was similarities, if you see any, between this team and the team that won the Cup.
Yeah, sorry about that. A little connection issue there, but we're good. Yeah, so I think for me, the biggest thing is it's crazy how the script can flip so quickly. For the longest time, the Avs and the teams I was on, we were considered a young, up-and-coming team, and now it's one of the older rosters in the league, and that window gets smaller and smaller every year to win. So that pressure, I feel like, increases every year when, Nate gets into his 30s, Gabe's getting into his 30s, and for me, the team's window is still wide open, but every year you don't win, that pressure to win another one builds. So it's great to have one in the back pocket, but it kind of adds to that, it's great, but you really want to get that other one in the prime years of Cale and Nate.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Did you see, we talked to Coach yesterday about it. Did you see him dance on that Lehkonen goal the other night, dance from the blue line after the fake slapper and walk his way in there and describe how crazy a play that really is?
Moser, I was on my couch and I felt a shot down my back from the pain I would have felt if I tried to do that. Just the way he flips his hips and gets on his inside edges there. I mean, it's not many guys can do it like that. And that was one of the impressive parts. And the other part was when he faked that one-timer at the top, and then that's when he flipped his hips into that pivot and just left that guy in the dust. Because as a defender, you have to respect Cale's shot so much, but he can beat you with his legs. He can beat you with his shot. And the way he did that and just made that perfect POP's pass off the pads, that perfect POP right to Leggy, who's always parked there on the doorstep. I mean, that was a play. That was a hockey play not many people can do. It was a treat to watch.
Is that just a gift? Is he just genetically predisposed with that? Or is that a skill that he picked up as a kid, his ability to skate?
So what I found, Vic, is probably within the last 10 years, you start to see defensemen, and not only defensemen, but forwards, who really use that they call it a rudder. They use that rudder pivot where they get both of their feet facing the other way, and they can shave the ice on their inside edges and pick up speed. So a lot of guys can do it to protect the puck, but some of these guys, Cale included, they pick up speed when they get into that position with their feet. And Cale does it all over the ice. He uses it to get out of trouble in the D zone. He uses it to break pressure in the O zone and get scoring chances. So some of these kids can do it at will now, and it's so impressive because it's so hard to defend, and not every guy can do it. But when you're able to pick up speed like those guys can, it sure makes them a lot more dangerous.
Erik Johnson with us. EJ, when Landy was gone, this is going to be his first regular season home game in like 3.5 years. Can you take us inside the room for a second? When he was out and not in the locker room every day, do you feel like you were missing that presence, or were there guys, like, did we not understand, guys stepped up and took that role over? Or is Landy so special that nobody could really do it? I mean, how did it go?
Well, for me, I can't really say the years I was gone. I was gone for about 1.5 years. So that time I can't speak to. But when I got back last year, he wasn't there for the last chunk of the regular season, starting to be around a little bit more. But Kaner, he just has that presence that you really can't replace. And you can try and do it by committee, but, you're talking about replacing a presence on the level of, Crosby, Ovechkin, guys like that. I mean, they're the two longest tenured captains in the league, and Gabe's right behind him at number 3. So you just can't replace it. You can try and do it by committee, but it's so hard. And that void was felt for so long, and to get him back is, I think people lose lose sight of the fact that he's a pretty dang good hockey player too. And not only do you miss that on the ice, but really miss it in the room. So, I don't want it to sound like you're just missing a cheerleader, but you're really missing a hell of a hockey player too. So to have him back, so excited for him and all the guys because it's such a boost. And I'm excited to hear the energy from the crowd tonight when they announced number 92.
Yeah, no doubt. Last thing for me, and maybe last thing, period. It's just, I guess it's weird. We were talking about it the other day. It's weird to see him look so normal. You've known him for 15 years. He looks normal. And that's just, I guess, what else could you ask for, right? He looks like the hockey player, hard to the front of the net, normal guy, normal everything with a piece of dead guy in him. It's pretty remarkable, Each.
Yeah, it is, Moser. I mean, for me, everyone's like, he's not going to come back. No one's come back from the surgery. But you have to look at it from the standpoint that at some point, that surgery was the first of its kind. And he just pretty much revolutionized that. And the amount of work he put in off the ice, on the ice to get back to this, it's not like Joe Schmo going to Centennial Rehab Clinic and doing leg curls. He put in so much stuff to get back that you have no idea. So for him to be back and back to his normal self, and I feel like at times we're probably holding our collective breath a little bit just because you're like, whoa, is everything going to hold up okay? But he has got such a good base to where he's at and everything he's put in to get back to his new normal, which is a pretty dang good normal, pretty high-end normal, that, I think it's great to have the old Landy back, and you got a new, better version of himself, and hopefully another, 10 years is in his future or whatever it is that, he can keep playing and being the captain for the Avs. But sure good to see him back at the level he's performing at.
Erik Johnson with us. Last thing, Erik, and appreciate the time. More impressive, Landy coming back from that injury or Moser coming back from his Achilles tear?
Well, you know what? I saw Moser this summer at the golf course. We played a little bit, and he looked pretty good, but he had a bad day. But he did look healthy.
We're used to hearing that.
By the 14th hole, he's like, I swear I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to turn it on. And at 16, we're like, Moser, it ain't coming, buddy.
It ain't turning on.
Hey, I found something in my swing, man. I was on my toes too much, a little toe deep. I found something. If we get a nice day out here before too long, we'll go do that.
We are going to do it. We'll have the foursome. These four. We'll get out there.
Sounds good.
You're a prince of a man, Erik. We're rooting for you in your next life. And I do have to add one thing. Let's say January comes around and a team calls you.
No.
Would you be ready to? No. Okay.
No. I thought about that actually the other day, Vic. I appreciate the thought, but I am actually very happy and very content mentally and physically. And while it was tough to get through my conference the other day, I feel very good about the decision, and I'm really happy. It's so hard to get. I'm not skating right now. I'm still training just because I have a little blemish of pride to stay in some type of shape. But it would be so hard to get back into that groove that I would put at a 1% probability. So I'm really excited for the next chapter and really excited to get into TV, really excited to do that. And I think it's going to be a great calling for me. I really feel passionate about media, and I don't think that's going to happen. I'm really excited for the next chapter. I'm happy where I'm at and really looking forward to getting going.
It's Erik Johnson. Again, you can hear him tonight with Connor and color commentary and multiple times throughout the year. EJ, congrats on retirement. Always appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
I appreciate it. Looking forward to connecting with you guys again, and looking forward to getting on the Altitude Airways. Listening tonight on Altitude Radio, everyone.
There you go. Erik Johnson. Thank you, Erik. Again, tonight with Connor on color commentary. And we go from one former hockey player to a former football player as Chad Brown now joins the program.
Can I start with Chad? We just talked to Erik Johnson. Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got to ask this because, Erik Johnson announced his retirement a couple weeks ago, Chad, or actually last week. I'm trying to remember. When you decided you were done with football, how did that come to you? Was it forced, or did you just one day say, I'm done?
It was the reality of the situation. year 15, we were playing a Monday night game. I was in New England, and I was being blocked by Lorenzo Neal, Pro Bowl fullback, and the ref threw the flag because I thought Lorenzo was holding me. After a bit of a referees conference, they picked up the flag and announced on Monday Night TV, we're picking up the flag. Number 98 was simply overwhelmed.
Oh, my God. Oh, my
How about
Lord.
that? Simply overwhelmed.
Oh, my
So,
Lord.
as you can imagine, in a locker room, that became my nickname
Oh,
for
no.
the rest
Oh, my
of the
God.
season. Simply overwhelmed. Hey, simply overwhelmed. Can you turn off the lights?
Oh my
Simply overwhelmed. Can
God.
you grab me a Gatorade, please? So, that was a indicator to me that my days of dominance were certainly over because I was simply overwhelmed on Monday Night Football.
Hang on. What's the ref's name? I guarantee you know it.
I want to say it was Hockley.
Ed?
Yeah.
Oh,
wouldn't
my
that be bad?
God.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
unbelievable. You know what? We got to find this guy. We got to do something about this. I'm mad for you, Chad. It reminds me
I
of.
appreciate that.
Did you ever hear the story? It's one of my favorite ones. It was a few years back. Vontae Davis, who was a really good cornerback in the league for a decade plus. He's at the end of his career. He's playing for, I think it was Buffalo at the time, and it's like week 3. It's halftime. Took off his pads, took off his jersey, and left. He retired. He goes, I can't play anymore. I'm not good enough.
Yeah.
Like at halftime of the game, he was like, I'm no use to you or myself by continuing to do this. Gosh, that's crazy though. So, Chad, let's start here. We talk both NFL and college football with you, but I want to start with the Broncos. How impressed were you last week with the win over the Eagles? Like, how do you think this changes the way that their confidence can build?
Oh, absolutely. When you reel off 18 straight, when you are the team who makes the plays rather than doesn't make the play, when you're the team who plays cleaner and smarter and the other team who comes in as a Super Bowl champion, they're the one who makes the mistakes. Yeah, this is to steal a phrase from my old college coach, Bill McCartney. This is one of those springboard games. You can spring forward off this. And people are like, oh, is this one of those, cornerstone games? Is, whatever phrase you want to put on it. Well, it only becomes that when you use it to spring forward, when you use it to move forward, to gain confidence, as you talked about. And as I'm talking about here, your ability to take this game and take the lessons from it and now apply it to virtually every game you play after this for the rest of the season. So is it one of those games? It certainly has the opportunity to be. I can't confirm it's going to be. We'll see 3 or 4 weeks down the road. If they've done all the things that they were unable to do before this game and now are able to do after, yes, it becomes one of those springboard, cornerstone, whatever you want to call it, type of games.
I'm so glad you said that because what did it for me, what put me over the top a little bit in more belief with the Broncos, I'm watching the Eagles' faces, okay, the guys on the sideline, and they realize, you can see they're befuddled, number one, but they realize it's the Broncos doing it to them rather than like them doing it to themselves or whatever the case may be. They realize, oh, God, that drive, they just kicked our butt. And that drive, they just kicked our butt. And then they went for 2 and they got it. Like, they did it to us. And so the fact that you have the defending Super Bowl champions unbeaten and so on and so forth going, what the hell are we going to do? That told me that the Broncos had something cooking, that they found something. At least that's what I interpreted out of that.
I saw the same thing, Moj. I definitely did. And when you go for 2, the amount of confidence that becomes from the offense to the coach and the coach to the offense, that's one of those things that you can build upon. When the most critical drive of the ball game, you go on an 11-play drive against the defending champs and they can't do anything to get you off the field, when you've done all these things previous to this game that have gotten yourself off the field, now the defending champ can't get you off the field, can't stop you when they desperately need to. Yeah, you are going to see confused and sad faces on the other sideline a lot if you're able to continue that and keep that up.
Are the Broncos the best team in the AFC West?
Man, a couple weeks ago, it seemed like the Chargers were going to run away with this, Vic. 3 straight AFC West wins in a row, and now the Broncos are up there with the Chargers. yes, they are playing the best. The bit of shine has come off the Broncos. So I suppose we'll see who is the best. But right now, the Broncos are playing the best football. But it's the NFL. It's a week-to-week league. And just because you showed us something last week doesn't necessarily mean it's going to repeat this week. And I know the Broncos are trying to avoid the conversation about this being a trap game. You went from a team that was undefeated to a team that hasn't won. So it has all the makings of that. But who gets to determine that? The Broncos get to determine that. Their attitude, their ability to play to their standards. Now, we just saw them play an inferior opponent in the Cincinnati Bengals, and they didn't bow down to the Bengals. They played to their standards for most of the game. So if they're able to do that against the Jets and a lot of these teams on this run here that they've got coming up, yeah, they should come out of this essentially undefeated, and they can continue to play to their standards. That's going to be incredibly helpful and confidence inspiring for the rest of the season.
Chad Brown with us. Couple questions here regarding CU. First of all, I can't express how, I don't know if impressed is even the right word, but for all the things that Deion's going through right now, just had the blood clot thing, had to have a 4-hour surgery a couple days ago.
He was back on the practice field after that
he's back on the practice field immediately afterwards. I think it says something about Deion and in his commitment to the program. I know the results aren't where they want it this year, but I think it's wildly impressive how committed he is despite all these troubles that he's going through.
It's a difficult job. We all know how difficult these jobs are. When you couple that in with the medical concerns, I mean, the life-threatening, limb-threatening, he's already had toes amputated, medical concerns, I've got to tip the cap. So you can have whatever feelings you have about the Buffs and the program and how things have gone, but you have to be impressed by the stoicness. Because for the most part, for a guy who loves to talk, he doesn't love to talk about this.
Yeah.
He used the opportunity for the bladder cancer to raise awareness, but not for a woe is me. Talking about these leg issues and these blood clots, very reluctant to talk about that. So for a guy who tends to publicize anything and make a campaign around stuff, this is something he's kept under cap, and he's tried to be an old school football guy who, swallows the injury and shows up tough and shows up for his team over and over and over again. So, yeah, I've got issues with the on-the-field product, but from a modeling toughness, from modeling being stoic to his football team, I'm incredibly impressed.
All right, what game do you have this week?
I am off this week. I got Sir Paul McCartney on Saturday night here in Denver.
Do you really?
That's what I got.
Oh, my goodness gracious. That sounds like it. You know what? I saw the Stones. Was it last summer? When did I see the Stones? They still killed it, man. So I'm guessing Sir Paul can probably still kill it.
How old's that dude?
I've seen clips.
He's got to be 81. Yeah.
I think he's 82.
82?
82. Wow. I am looking forward to this. I've got this weird thing where if an all-time great comes into town, well, they got me. That's it. I got to see an all-time great. So I've seen James Brown here in Denver. I've seen Rod Stewart here in Denver. I've seen Carlos Santana here in Denver. I've seen Prince here in Denver. And now I get to add Sir Paul McCartney to it. So Tennessee, Alabama next week, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to Bryant-Denny Stadium. I'm looking forward to SEC football. But this weekend, it's Paul McCartney, man. I'm going to go up to the Buffs game on Saturday morning, get a chance to do my thing up there, and then me and the wife will come home, feed the dog, walk the dog real quick, and then head out to see Paul McCartney.
That's awesome.
I'm going to end this interview the same way that Vic just ended our chat with Erik Johnson of the Avs. If you get a call in January about a team that needs a pass rush, would you?
I don't know. He doesn't want to be overwhelmed again.
Oh my
At
God.
55 years old, I like to think that I look like I can still play. We talked last week how I went to the Seattle Seahawks top 50 all-time players event last week. I was honored there. And I kept myself in pretty good shape. But to rush the passer against a 330-pound offensive tackle, I mean, you can hear me laughing. It's just absurd. Yeah, that time of life is incredibly special. But there are no old man football games. There are no old man games at the park. I can't even go play flag football with Vic, much less NFL football with NFL football players.
And I'm old.
It is done.
You can't dunk
Call me
anymore.
all you want.
You can't dunk
I'm not
anymore.
answering
What
the
good
phone.
are you? Yeah. I mean, come on, man.
It's McCartney concerts and calling football games now. Chad, you're the best. Always appreciate talking to you. We'll talk next week.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on. Have a good one.
Chad,
depress
Brown.
me. This last 10 minutes, it's just depressing to me.
What do you mean?
I mean,
Why?
just like it's all gone. Everything's gone. Everybody just goes away.
He's gone. He's done.
And then you die.
Oh, my Lord.
You're overwhelmed one day and then you die.
We have talked about the end of things for a good portion of this show, actually. Like things just ending.
Oh, my goodness.
Like me having children. It's gone now. I no more. I
Wait,
got two.
Did
No,
you have
it didn't happen yet, but it's going to. It's gonna
Did you already set it up?
Not yet. It's around the corner, though. It's going to have to be. Baby Jamal Kale, baby Vilval.
Snipsky.
No more Canes.
Snipsky.
No more Canes coming after that. At least, not mine.
Hey,
that
his
one
story.
I'll know for
His
sure.
story is an all timer about being overwhelmed.
That's so
that.
good.
That is an all timer.
Dude, I'm not. I think I'd kill the ref. I think I'd kill him. You can't call me out like that in front of a national TV audience. That's unbelievable.
Could you imagine if there's a flag? They pick up the flag. Nah, that dude just sucks.
Yeah.
Nah.
That's the translation. Okay, I got a comparison.
Jeez.
I'll make a comparison to this situation next.
Where do you live? Do you live in Fort Collins? Do you live in Colorado Springs or anywhere in between if you're a dude? Well, if you've got an issue with low testosterone, and you may, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has all those locations from Fort Collins down to the Springs to take care of you. And low testosterone, look, every guy is going to go through it at some point because guys early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of the production every single year. It happens gradually before you know it. You're like, man, I just don't feel the same as I used to feel. Do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. If you feel like you're dealing with that, decreased energy, brain fog, unproductive workouts, bad sleep patterns, low sex drive, more, you might have low T. So go there, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take that quiz. Schedule an appointment. They'll draw your blood results within 30 minutes. They'll tell you exactly what is going on. I went there, and I'm absolutely thrilled with my treatment, and you will be too, because you'll get back to that vigor and vibrancy that you had before. Or if you don't go to the website, give them a call. Schedule an appointment, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. It's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Okay, so I've thought about this, like how insulting you can be to a professional athlete and like the worst things you can do. And that one from Chad Brown is one of the worst stories I've ever heard. Nelly, can you go back and grab that again for the people who just missed that?
That is one that has to live forever on these airwaves because you could tell the pain he felt at the time.
Well, he was just called physically weak.
Well, what's worse?
By a ref.
What's worse, being called that, or I called my wife this is a bad idea. I called her this the other day because it's been now a week and 2 days with this knee issue, and I said, I think you're a slow healer.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that one's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna sting for a while.
But she is a slow healer. I mean, but that's a fact.
But there's a new knee in there, right?
Yeah, but it's not. It's like let's go. let's go.
Why aren't we doing 5Ks?
Let's get
yet?
to work here.
What's going on? But Chad Brown said, and Nelly, if it's too much, I can just say it. It was Monday Night Football, and he said he's playing against Lorenzo Neal, who is an all-pro fullback. All right, go ahead.
It was the reality of the situation. Year 15, we were playing a Monday night game. I was in New England, and I was being blocked by Lorenzo Neal, Pro Bowl fullback, and the ref threw the flag because I thought Lorenzo was holding me. After a bit of a referees conference, they picked up the flag and announced on Monday Night TV, we're picking up the flag. Number 98 was simply overwhelmed.
Simply overwhelmed. And it reminded me of this, Vic. Now, there were 2 players last year that were being investigated for gambling purposes in the NBA. One of them was former Nugget Malik Beasley, who I think he was found guilty of that, wasn't he? Actually, I'm not sure if he was or not, but he was certainly investigated. And they were taking that seriously. There was another guy that was investigated. And that was Terry Rozier of the Miami Heat. And they found no wrongdoing with Terry Rozier. And I thought about this for a minute. If I was a player that was being investigated for gambling, basically the accusation is this. You're tanking for purposes of people who have prop bets on you to take the under. That's the only way you can really do that. Is it more insulting to be dismissed of those charges? Because they're basically just saying, bro, you sucked so bad. I thought you were cheating. And it turns out you weren't. You're just that bad. You know what I mean? I'd be like, I almost feel like I would rather be found guilty of gambling stuff than somebody going, I'm sorry. You were so terrible that I thought there had to be something going on. Anyway.
You know what? Can I read this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. To the text line, and I limit my text views for this reason. 2956. What's insulting is being the Nugget station and not a mention of the Nuggets camp. I'm the Nuggets guy on this show, and I've been following the team closely. And with all due respect, what the hell do you want to know that we haven't talked about for the last 3 days? What exactly? They didn't practice yesterday. They do practice today. There are no new developments. Nothing new has happened. What do you want to know? What? What exactly? Tell me that we haven't said on these airways.
What are they having for lunch?
You don't think we're going to keep you up to date on things going on with the Nuggets through the course of their training? What? There's nothing that happened.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
By the way, texters are saying Beasley was cleared of those charges too, so he also is innocent of that stuff. Now, I know that he was due to make a whole bunch of money from the Pistons, and I don't know if that's still happening or not. But anyway, tonight, Moj, the Avs back at it. There is obviously a lot of good things that came out of that first game of the year. I'm really excited to see the top 2 lines continue to develop because I think you could make the argument, Moj, top to bottom 1 through 6. Is there anybody that you would put head and shoulders better than the Avs for sure?
Nah, I don't think that I would. Did you hear Erik talk about Kale's play?
Yeah.
When you hear EJ talking about, and he was a defenseman in this league for 15 years for crying out loud, but when you hear him talk about what Cale Makar did on that one particular play and then another play. It should get you pretty dang excited as well as an Avalanche fan that this guy is, again, that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, we could be looking at Norris number 3. I guess we'll figure that out in due time. But he's only 26 years of age. I mean, he's got a long way to go, so that should feel pretty dang good. But when you talk about up front, Artturi Lehkonen, his first goal of the season against the Kings, it's such an Artturi Lehkonen play. I mean, he's just grinding. He's not the biggest guy, but I mean, he's one of the most fearless guys, is he not?
Yes.
He's right to the front of the dang net and paying the price. He scores the goal on his tummy, pushing it in, right?
Yep.
I mean, look, could the top 6 be as good as anybody in the league? I think so. I mean, Florida's top 6 is pretty dang good, except they're missing 2 of those guys right now. There's a lot of teams with a good top 2 lines. I think the Avs' whole lineup itself is actually pretty dang good. But, yeah, I mean, I want to see that second line get even more in tune. And I'm also curious to see when they start to play teams without the biggest back end.
Kim Kardashian?
I knew you were. I can't even say anything without having you guys jump all over me in that regard. But I want to see how teams try to handle the size of that line because it's going to be very, very difficult. Landeskog at what's he officially listed at? 6'2" and 6'2", 210, 215. He's the little guy. He's the little guy on that line.
6'1", 215.
Okay, there you go.
Moj, with the home opener tonight, obviously always fun to watch. Any interesting plans you guys have? What's happening?
Well, I'm going to do a walk and talk with Victor Olofsson. Should I let that?
Yeah, who cares?
One of those cool walk and talks, on the way into the rink, that kind of thing.
Oh, that's
today.
cool.
I'm going to do that.
He's walking from his car or what?
Yeah, this will be the first time he's played a game at Ball Arena as a first regular season game. In a
Dude, I would love
sweater.
for you to do a walk and talk where he doesn't talk. You just do all the talking.
Yeah, you're just assaulting his ears.
See,
I swear that'd be so good.
That's something that you and Kiefer would do. You'd start out by the truck bay.
No, that's something you do on a daily basis.
And then you would have the longest question all the way through the doors, all the way back behind, right, down to the end. Finally get to the hallway, get to the room, and let him answer.
Don't even let him answer. All right, that'll do it. Thanks for joining us.
Only you would say that.
I think it'd be really great, though. Like, you're still talking, and he's closing the door to the locker room on your face. He's like, yeah, that's great. That's great. Thank you. Yeah.
The Mammoth are one of those teams, and it's going to be weird for me to say Mammoth, but that's what they are.
Yeah, I don't like this still.
Yeah, okay. But they're one of those teams where could they be a postseason team? I think if things go right and the kids continue to develop the way they have, they could be a postseason team. If they get the goaltending correct, if Amelka is the guy that can propel them, then I think the answer is they can be a postseason team. But they're right there on the cusp, or right there sort of on the outside looking in. They'll have to take another step. But make no mistake about it, they've got some players, again, that I like an awful lot, and they're just a rock-solid hockey club.
Coverage of tonight's Avalanche home opener will begin at 6:30 tonight with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, visit ramoslaw.com. So listen, we're going to talk to Jeff Legwald in the 9 o'clock hour. Is he going to come on right at 9, Nelly, or is this still London screwy schedule stuff?
Still to be confirmed in it.
Okay.
They got a 7-hour head start in London, right? They're 7 hours ahead of us.
I think it's 7.
Yeah.
Or is it 8? It's 7 or 8.
Italy's 8, so I would assume London's 7.
Yeah, but Normandy is 8, and that's right below England.
Wait, Normandy's...
It's 8 hours.
Directly below?
It's right below England. That's correct. See, Vic,
yeah, but the French always mess things up.
Yeah, I guess, the French just screwed it all up.
I almost said the line from Dumb and Dumber. Yeah, but the French are...
What?
I don't remember that line.
Harry says, yeah, but the French are bleep holes is what he said.
Yeah.
Okay. Anywho, so we'll get an update from what's going on in London from Jeff Legwald in the 9 o'clock hour. You can head over to number 38 in Rhino tonight for Thursday night football between the Eagles and the Giants, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew in a brew. Keep an eye on the Avs game and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. God, that's wordy. See you at number 38 at 6 o'clock tonight. So that's going to be on AM 950 here, while the Avs game will be on 92.5. Whole bunch more to get to. Yes, Moj?
When Chad Brown said this player was overwhelmed.
Yeah.
There's a guy in the Broncos. Well, they'd pick up a lot of flags for tackles because
he's simply overwhelming.
Yes.
We'll get to it next.
here's the thing, is offensively,
there was no foul on the play. It was not a hold. The defender was just overpowered.
The defender was overpowered so much it looked like a hold.
That's worse.
Goodness gracious.
That's worse than overwhelmed.
So let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com joins us. So, Jeff, we just had Chad Brown on the program earlier, and we also had Erik Johnson of the Avs on. And we asked Chad, when did you know kind of it was done? And he goes, there was a game on Monday Night Football where they picked up a flag and he said simply overwhelmed. The ref said overpowered. Is that the most insulting thing a ref can do?
Yeah, I mean, he's letting you know that, that was so bad it wasn't even a penalty.
How's London, Jeff?
So far, so good. We just finished up talking to some of the guys after practice, so they just finished their Thursday practice at they're at Tottenham's, the Premier League team's headquarters. So a pretty swanky complex, and they're doing okay. But they've had 2 good days of weather, so they haven't had any issues really, other than maybe sitting in traffic for a few minutes.
Who will start at guard in place of the injured Ben Powers?
I'd have to guess it would be Pert, but or Pert as he says, but I think that's the move right now. That's the way they practiced in camp. Whenever Pert would be on the left side and Palczewski would fill in on the right side, and they've been pretty stringent about one guy has worked on the left and the other guy has worked on the right. So I think because this is an injury to Powers, I think it will be Pert when they're done getting through it.
That's pretty good news. I mean, I think the Broncos are going to win this handily. That's my opinion of it. And the weather looks pretty dang good for the entire weekend. I was going to ask the boys here, Jeff, what Nick Bonito is going to do on Sunday morning, because the Jets are the 6th worst team in the league in terms of allowing sacks. And Bonito, it seems, his motor is even more cranked up than it ever has been in his entire history in the league. What could possibly happen? How do you game plan for how well Bonito is playing right now?
Well, I mean, a lot of teams, he's going to face more and more, conceptual things built and constructed to keep him away from people's quarterbacks. So he's probably going to have to evolve here a little bit as the season goes on. And the Broncos will probably have to get a little more creative. But I think the Jets would, their profile says they should. I don't know if they will, but that they should run the ball plenty to keep the Broncos pass rush away from Fields because they have not done a very good job protecting him this year, and they have run the ball better than they've done other things. So I think that would be the move. But it is, I mean, it's pretty funny that Bonito had his first career sack in London the last time the Broncos were here, and to go from that game to where he is now, I mean, it's a pretty enormous progression for him as a player to go from sack 1, the last time they were here to now in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year.
Jeff Legwald with us, ESPN.com. Maybe you just mentioned it, Leggy, but what did the 0-5 Jets do well?
I'm not sure if you're 0-5 got much of a list.
Yeah.
And I spoke to Darren Muji, the GM, who used to be with the Broncos, a couple weeks ago, and I think they're just sort of in that phase where you got a new coach, you got a new GM, and you're trying to figure out what players will be a part of the future and which ones won't be. And I think they thought they'd be a little better, but they've had a couple close losses, and that stuff kind of steamrolls on you in the NFL. Nobody wants you to let you get up after they knock you down.
Speaking of Muji, you wrote an outstanding piece for ESPN.com earlier this week. A lot's been made about John Elway, the GM, but there's no denying John Elway, the GM's GM tree that he developed. Can Can you tell people how many people working under John Elway in the 2010s, that decade, went on to become GMs in this league? It's an amazing number.
I'd never seen anything like it, Vic. It just occurred to me one day when I was like kind of charting, things I wanted to write about later this season. And I was like, oh, they'll play the Jets. Oh, Muji's there. They'll play the Raiders. Oh, Spytek's there. And, suddenly I'm doing the math, and they had 4 current GMs working with the scouting staff and from 2013 to 2015, and they had 6 eventual GMs. And I'm not sure I've ever heard of that in all my years of doing this, that one scouting staff had 6 future GMs at some point. And, the Eagles had a run where they had a bunch of GMs, and even though Belichick's staff with the Cleveland Browns, they ended up getting fired, but they had several future GMs on that staff too. But I had never heard a number like this one, and they have 4 current ones in the league is pretty rare.
How does that happen?
Yeah, he made good choices. I know a lot of people, the post-Super Bowl drafts, even John would probably admit that they didn't have the same mojo in the draft, especially after they won the Super Bowl, that they did before it. But it's easy to see why some of the pre-Super Bowl win drafts were pretty good when you look at the people who were scouting the players. But of the group, there was only I think Adam Peters was the only guy John didn't hire in that group. Adam was with the Broncos when John was hired by Bolin, but everybody else they picked out and hired and nurtured, and they all went on to do pretty cool things.
Jeff, maybe I'm just a bit protective, but it really bothers me when people have revisionist history on what Elway did here as an executive. You know what I mean? And I'm going to be the first to acknowledge that it didn't end well, but at the same time, I think everybody inside the front office and inside the organization was put in a very unenviable position, not intentionally by Pat Bolin, but that was almost unwinnable. And I understand Pat's intentions himself and what he wanted for his family and for the team and so on, but my God, I don't know anybody could have won or done the right things in those situations. Bad drafting, okay, fine, but it was just tough for everyone, was it not?
Yeah, it wasn't perfect because there was no clear, sort of delineation of how it's going to work or who's making the call on things and who's the ultimate authority. And, I think for a lot of the football aspect of it, it certainly was John. And, I think, again, that the 2016 and the 2017 drafts were that had an impact that was felt for several years. And then when they didn't get the quarterback right, and like everybody else in the league who doesn't get the quarterback right, you're going to have a hard time recovering from that. But you put a couple, subpar drafts back to back with not getting the quarterback right, you're not going to have a chance to win. And especially if it's so much tension and tumultuous things going on at the top of the organization like it was.
Jeff Legwald with us. Leggy, we were talking about this earlier, the idea that, we've had this back and forth of why don't the Broncos run the football more? Why don't they commit to the run? Is this a Peyton problem? Is it a personnel problem? What is it? Has J.K. Dobbins been so good that it's forced Sean Payton into more of an offensive balance?
I don't know if we know that yet. We've got does one game make a trend? Does 2 games? I don't think we have the answer yet. I sort of am of the mind the jury's out until I see him do it in a high stress situation. Will they stick to it when, it's a tense game, it's a close game.
Last week was.
Yeah, but I just think again that's one.
Yeah.
We've had this discussion last year a lot, when I thought they were, I thought deep down that they could help Bo Nix even more if they, I'm not talking about, 1980s football, 50-50 and all that. I know, but I'm just talking about giving the young quarterback a little more balance to stand on. Some play action. Don't make him have to, be looking at 3rd and 9 because you threw a 1-yard pass and an incomplete pass on 1st and 2nd down.
Sunday we'll get a chance to see it unfold, the remnants of the 2021 NFL draft. If you recall that year, Broncos had the 9th pick, and Justin Fields was on the board. So was PS2, Patrick Surtain. A lot of people in town wanted the Broncos to take Justin Fields. Well, here we go. He ended up going 11, by the way. They're playing tonight, and there is no denying that the Broncos made the right choice. But take yourself back to that draft. Was there any doubt that the Broncos were going to go PS2, or were you surprised by that pick?
He was, I knew if they were going by grades, it wasn't close. Surtain was a blue in scouting, a player that's coded with a blue dot or a blue, anything, the blue tab or whatever is considered elite of the elite. There might be only 7 or 8 blue-rated players in every draft, and he was one of them.
But Leggy, he wasn't even the first corner in that draft. J.C. Horn went a spot before him.
Because that was an enormous mistake made by the Carolina Panthers. He was the top corner in the draft, and for me it wasn't close for sure. But and you can go back and look. I didn't. But no, the Broncos did what you're supposed to do. If your pick goes around, you have an elite player on the board. You take that player, and I said then they made the right choice. And I know everybody thinks you should take the quarterback no matter what, but if you take the quarterback ahead of the future defensive player of the year, you gave somebody else a really good player that could have been playing for you.
I apologize if I'm pivoting here, Jeff, but as I wrap up my questions, the Jets have given up 34, 30, 29, 27, 37. This is a time to get fat. The Broncos are catching these guys at the right time. I don't see any letdowns or anything like that. This is a pro team. They have everything going for them, and they've got an opportunity to take a great position inside this division. Do you see any threat of that whatsoever? Or does it look same old to you? Like, hey, this is all about business and let's go.
Yeah, to me, it's turnovers in the NFL can turn anybody into a good team for a day, and to me, that's where the Broncos' day will unfold. If they have a day where they lose a fumble early and Bo Nix throws an interception in the first quarter, and suddenly you're looking at 2 short fields and a couple easy scores, then you've taken a game you should have handled and turned it into something it shouldn't be. But and that's what I'll be looking for sure. Because again, you got a struggling team, and I don't have all the information in front of me, but traditionally the London games have not been high-scoring affairs, and I don't know if it's the travel or if it's the week away or that teams vary the approach here so much. But it should be a game, especially if the weather's good, where if the Broncos just stick to the way they've played, the last couple weeks, especially against the Eagles, that it should be a pretty good day, and they go home at 4-2.
Jeff, I look at you as a man of wisdom. You're wise.
Yeah.
And I look to you for help sometimes. I need you to help me. I have a problem, okay? I can't stop consuming Bill Belichick news out of North Carolina. And I need you to tell me first of all, do you have any inside scoops on what you've heard? And secondly, is this the most bizarre personality flip that you've ever seen from a coach?
Late in the game, a lot of guys, I don't know if it's like a second midlife crisis, like a 3-quarter life crisis. But sometimes you just see the odd switch go on, and there's certainly some of that happening. I'm not sure anybody. I'm not sure anybody at North Carolina, especially the people who made the decisions in all of this, expected this. And I've had people, just football people, just from a scouting perspective, and say, just tell me that the talent level of his roster is, back in a few decades ago, we would have called it 1AA, and that's kind of what you're looking at, and that's the real issue. They don't have any players, and I don't care how good a coach you are, you're not going to magically, especially in an NIL era, you're not going to magically turn that into a bowl championship team, and then if you're weird off the field too, that's just the full boat.
Yeah, exactly. Jeff, before I let you go, what's the most London thing you've done so far?
Ride the tube mostly. I've just been going to and from practice, but hopefully I'll get out and about.
Hey, man, there's a place. I got to send you the address. I need a jacket.
Yeah, it's called McDonald's. Have you checked that out yet?
No, man, I need a jacket.
Oh.
It's by where I stayed. I'll try to find it, man. That's Venmo you. I need a jacket, man, from this place.
I'm not going to a clothier for you. You handle your own business.
Yeah, but I can't get it over here in the States. I can only get it there.
Well, they got airplanes. Get on one.
Jeff, say hi to the Queen for me. We'll talk to you next week.
Queen's dead, dude.
Guy. He's always worried about his wardrobe.
Yeah, he is.
The Queen is dead, dude. It's the king.
Well, then go to her.
Oh my God.
Go to her burial site. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com.
How do you know like who's in charge of royalty? Like, how do you have?
Dude, I told you this. Moshe's super into this stuff. It's the weirdest. I swear to God, you have a whole bunch of quirks and weird things. You are so knowledgeable about the royal family that it freaks me out.
Can you give me all the branches of their royal government?
And yes, I know that the Queen died. It's just whatever.
I don't get it. With all due respect, I don't understand why.
Me neither.
Why do they have them? What do you do? What do you do exactly?
I've been all over this great world. Not all over, but a lot of places. One of my favorite things of all time was the Tower of London. All of the kings and queens.
What do you do?
I look at it and I go,
no, them. What do you
what
do
is their
for
purpose?
me?
What is their purpose?
What purpose do you serve in my life, in your people's lives? What are you doing?
Like, I was under the impression we've evolved as a human species to where bloodlines don't matter anymore.
We do. This is not a feudal system.
Well, clearly, if you ask Vic, they don't. They're all intertwined. But other than that, I don't know, man.
This isn't Game of Thrones. It seems to me like we've evolved, and England is still playing Game of Thrones.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. Oh, why does this guy matter? Because he was the son of somebody else that mattered.
I don't follow that crap. I just
ago.
know stuff.
What purpose does it serve?
By the way,
don't ask me.
We fought a whole war to tell those guys up yours.
And we still do.
No, but now we have people who are obsessed over Princess.
I don't care about that crap.
Catherine or whatever her name is.
Well, did you not hear Chad Brown earlier on the show? He's so excited to go see Sir Paul McCartney. I almost called him Bill McCartney. Sir Paul McCartney. I ain't doing it. I'm gonna tell you right now. And this is not a disrespectful thing. I ain't doing your Sir thing. Because some glorified king called you Sir. What? I don't get it.
Texture says,
I thought this was America.
The Queen dying was kind of international news, fellas. Yeah, you know what's international news? Ben Powers is out this week.
That's international news.
That's international news. You know what's international news? Nikola Jokic looks good.
Yes.
You know what's international news? Landeskog's back on the ice.
I'm going to tell you right now, when I go down my algorithm, I don't have royalty news.
I don't even know the king's name.
I don't know any of their names. Moser happens to know all of them. Freak.
You don't have to add that at the end.
Yeah, you dweeb. Yeah, back after this.
I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
This is the only queen I like. I like this queen.
Yeah, that's the only queen of England right there. That is the true queen of England.
Freddie. Freddie's the only one that we need to concern ourselves with. I love Freddie Mercury. So, game tonight. Want to remind you guys, you can tune in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. for a high school football game of the week. Connor Cape and Justin Adams will have the call in a top 4A clash between number 1 ranked Dakota Ridge and number 7 Heritage. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sport Clips, proud supporters of Chassa. Game tonight, Moj. 7 o'clock right here, Altitude Sports Radio, Avs and Utah. And I don't like the Utah thing still. I still don't like it.
Utah, give me 2.
I don't like the team that just relocated and then like rebranded. And I understand it's ironic because the Avs kind of did that. But like the Sonics to the Thunder thing, it's going to take me a while to get used to Utah.
You mean like the Nordiques to the Avalanche thing?
Well, I said that, yeah. But no, I wasn't around for that, though, so that doesn't bother me.
Well, look, I mean, I dig what you're saying. I mean, I dig. It's not that they relocated or anything like that or changed the name. It's just that they chose a name that we have here in town.
That, too.
It's part of our family.
Do you think Phoenix will ever get NHL hockey back?
I think they want it really badly, Vic. Yeah. They want it to work down there. It's a huge, as you know, having lived there, and it's even bigger now than when you lived there. They can support all 4 teams. They just got to put the joint in the correct place.
Isn't that amazing how...
And their ownership has just been crud.
How placement of an arena or stadium can impact the livelihood and the life of that sport.
Well, yeah, and when they were good, they got people there. I mean, imagine if Ball Arena was, let's say, how do I even describe it? In relation to Phoenix, let's say it was in Erie or Dacono or even Thornton, right? Mm-hmm. And the teams weren't that good. How many people are driving from, let's say, Parker up to Thornton to, you see what I mean? It's an hour drive. They would. No, if the teams weren't any good?
Well, if the teams aren't good, they're not driving anyway.
If Coors Field was located out by the airport, how many people are going?
Well, you still get Cubs fans. It's closer.
Okay. You get what I'm saying. Anyway. But Utah's, listen, it's a pretty good club. They're not junk by any means. They've got some good players. They missed the postseason by 7 points last year. If these guys continue to project the way they have, guys like Logan Cooley, guys like Dylan Gunther, these are young draft picks who are on the up, guys in their really early 20s who can score 30 goals in a season. This could be a playoff team. It really could. But if you're the Avalanche, it's your home opener. The crowd's going to be insane. This is for the Mammoth, this is their first game. Hey, man, let's get it. Let's go get it on.
Yep. Again, it's a game in which, if you guys missed it earlier, Erik Johnson is going to be doing the color commentary on the radio side tonight with Connor, so tune in for that. If you're out on the road, Moj, it's your first game. You're going to be back in the booth. You got the jitters?
No, not at all. Totally ready to go. Excited.
Okay. Do you ever get nervous?
Not really. Not really anymore. There's just more excitement, and exciting energy to get back. We had a good meeting yesterday. See everybody again. Mm-hmm. See Riker, Johnny Lyles, Kyle, Rachel, whole crew, Connor, the whole crew.
Were you nervous when Rycroft took a gulp of your spit?
Not at all. I thought he was having a medical emergency.
And you weren't nervous about it?
Yeah, I was nervous about that. But
yeah,
I didn't know what he had done. So I thought it was. I'm not kidding. I thought he was having a medical emergency. And what am I going to do here? Yeah,
hey,
we got to call the game. Game ain't going to call itself.
Just a quick update if you guys are still interested in the MLB postseason. So the Yankees lose yesterday, and they are officially eliminated. I don't know what they do from here. They probably fire Cashman or something like that. I mean, it's the Yankees, so if they lose, somebody's got to pay. Did you guys see Vlad Guerrero Jr. when he was in the post game and they're spraying champagne in the locker room and all that? What he did with the boys on Fox? Jeter and A-Rod?
No.
Dale, the Yankee lose.
Oh, that's funny.
The Yankee lose.
That's funny.
They started yelling, "Start spreading the news," like all that different stuff.
What,
Of course.
But of course. And that's a famous Sterling call. That's what he does. Yeah. Hey, man, but...
Well, they also play New York after every win.
What's insane is that why do they do the champagne every round?
That's baseball, bro. It's always been that way.
It has not always been that way. When did that start? You haven't won Jack yet, Jack. Why are you spraying and wasting all this champagne? You haven't won anything.
I mean, think about it.
I swear to God, dude, if a team beats another team in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs and they start spraying champagne, it would be the most embarrassing thing on the planet.
But baseball does it differently. Think about all...
What do you mean they do it differently? They're not embarrassed?
I'm just telling you, think of all the stages of champagne. If you go in as a wild card team, or let's say it comes down to this. You have to win a playoff at the end of your season to become a wild card. Think about this. You win the playoff, you pop champagne.
Because they do it when they win the division title, too.
Yes. So you win the playoff, you pop champagne. You win the wild card, you pop champagne. You win the divisional series, you pop champagne. Now you're playing in the for the pennant, you pop champagne.
Yep.
And then the that is 5 champagne pops.
Well, maybe you just motivate them by getting a party going. You guys want to party again? Rack up some wins.
Did you see the Jays in that win last night?
What do you celebrate? You haven't won anything yet.
But Mose, I know.
So back in the day when you won the National League, you won the pennant. Okay,
it's
there were just 2 teams playing.
It's just the enormity, the length of the season. It's a lot of games.
Well, it's dumb.
Mose, did you see the Jays in that game last night in the game clincher? They used 8 pitchers to win that game. 8 different pitchers. Do you guys think there should be a rule about how many pitchers you can use in a game that doesn't go extras? No. You're averaging a pitcher per inning, basically.
No.
You're good with it?
They don't do this in the regular season. It was the playoffs.
I know.
But they kind of put a rule in, Vic, that if you're in the middle of an inning, you have to face a minimum of 3 batters. I mean, they have that rule in there. They were making a lot of changes after innings and stuff like that. They had a few at the end of a game. But let me tell you something. The reason they were doing that is because late in that game, it had sort of the feel of Game 3 where the Blue Jays had a big lead and then some base runners got on. Like the Yankees were a dinger away from that game being, tied again.
Did you see how far Schwarber hit that ball in L.A.?
Got hit on top of the roof.
That thing is still flying, bro.
He hit it on top of the roof in right field.
Yeah, Schwarber also had 50 home runs this year. Just another guy who did. Philly needed that one, though, because that place was about to revolt. They lost that game. It was after the... What's your problem? What's going on right now?
I've got no problem. Baseball's dumb. Baseball is dumb. It's really dumb. Dumb, baseball, dumb.
I don't think it's... You know what? You just gave the baseball announcer who said I won't be watching hockey because he thought it was dumb a whole bunch of crap saying that's not professional. And now look at you.
I don't have baseball on my network, Jack. And I say that with tongue in cheek because I've watched baseball.
I don't like your attitude at all.
I watched the Brewers and the Cubs yesterday. The Brewers uniforms. Listen, uniforms. The Brewers unis. I want to say uniforms.
Uniforms.
The uniforms are. It's the old school. They look so good to me. I love that. I love it's the MB with it's a baseball. I just think
look closely and you see the glove in there.
Yeah, it's super cool, man. Anyway, I like that. I didn't watch any of the Yankees at all. I watched a tiny bit of the Dodgers and the Phillies, a tiny bit, but not a lot.
Hey, you know what I saw last night? This is a sports show. This is sports related. I watched on Hulu that Chad Powers series. That, Eli Manning came up with that guy, Chad Powers?
No.
Listen.
No.
I know. I had this. Listen.
No.
Brett.
It looks incredibly stupid.
Brett, stop. I had the same feeling going in. I said, I'm going to give this a try because I heard DMac talking about it. He said it was good. I said, I'm going to give this a try. It's funny, bro. It's not what you think. It's funny. Like, there's humor. I know your humor. We have the same humor. Righteous Gemstones.
No way.
Dude,
no way that would make you laugh.
I'm telling you right now, watch the first 2 seasons, or episodes, I'm saying. Watch the first 2. There are moments in there where I'm like laughing out loud.
Give me one.
I can't, it's hard for me to explain without giving it away. Watch it. I don't advocate.
I ain't asking for the world here.
It's a funny show when he puts on this role as Chad Powers, and he has to. It's just funny. Give it a shot.
I'll tell you what, Vic.
Give it a shot for me.
With how awesome you described that, I'll run right to it.
Well, they have a dude. He's competing for the quarterback position against this number 15. That's a try-hard guy, and they make him out in a whole like Tim Tebow personality, and just the exchange between the two of them. It's hilarious.
So the premise is he's a former pro quarterback.
It's a ridiculous premise.
He's a former pro quarterback who decides he wants to play college football again.
You have to ignore the premise because, like, you're righteous. Hey, don't laugh. Brett, you're a righteous Gemstones fan, right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous premise, right? Ridiculous premise.
Well, super churches exist.
But the family itself, a ridiculous premise, that family. This is just as ridiculous. Funny lines. Funny.
I don't think they're saying the same things that Baby Billy's saying in this show.
There's no Baby Billy, but I'm telling you right now, the dude who plays Chad Powers is funny.
I'm just asking for an 8-ball and $2 million.
Okay. I'll give you a maybe, and that's the best you're going to get. By the way, the Rockies' assistant GM, Zach Rosenthal, also resigned yesterday, so that's a brand new front office.
But you knew that was coming.
I'm telling you.
You knew that was coming. The writing was on the wall.
I am going to reserve a small amount of hope, because I think you're allowed to, with things I've heard about Walker Monfort in these first couple of moves that he's made. I think this is smart. Well, they said we're going outside the organization. I think that's smart.
Absolutely.
Doesn't mean they're going to make a great move afterwards, but these are good first steps.
100%. Listen, I'm going to watch baseball more. I mean, now we're getting to the good stuff. I just think it's ridiculous when I see the Blue Jays completely soaked in champagne and goggles on, and you got 2 series to go. Why am I the only person who thinks that's dumb?
The only part I can't handle with Chad Powers is when he throws the ball. It doesn't look right.
Now I'm really out on it. You guys know this is my biggest beef. It's why I don't think sports movies are generally good.
It doesn't look right. And he had some coaching. But it still doesn't look right. Like when Kevin Costner played the Tin Cup character, he looked right. He looked like a golfer.
And when he played all the baseball characters,
he looked right.
He looks correct.
If you don't look normal doing it,
During halftime of tomorrow night's game between Dakota Ridge and Heritage on 92.5, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Schenker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. Fact checker next.
Hey, Brett. Got a lot of texters and twitchers agreeing that you got to give Chad Powers a shot, and this is probably the best reason why. I can't pronounce this guy's name. Some guy on the text line, Max, says, Chad Powers is a raunchy comedy with some borderline offensive humor. Exactly.
Right.
That's why. There's offensive humor.
Great.
I can tell you what.
Cool, Carl.
I told you I'm giving you a maybe.
No. If you like Eastbound and Down and
there is no chance this is like Kenny Powers, okay? There's no chance.
Okay. Now I'm getting mad.
If you want me
now
to sit
now
here
I feel like I'm proselytizing, and I don't mean to be.
Stevie Janowski told George Washington Yeah. I guarantee that ain't happening in a Manning production.
There are some jokes in this, and you would think it's going to be like really, Puritan because the Mannings and Omaha's behind this. Mm-hmm. There are some jokes in here where you're like, whoa.
Wow, I'm sure it's great.
No, I'm serious. There's some jokes you're like, I can't believe they said that. Because, you can't say anything. You can't joke about anything anymore because you'll get canceled. Not in this show.
Moser wants to cancel celebrations after divisional wins.
Listen, Vic, I'm sure I'll probably watch an episode when I get time.
Oh,
when I actually get some
time.
free time.
Nobody cares about your time.
Sitting around with my teeth in my mouth with nothing to do.
You're going to be on a lot of flights soon.
Yeah, that's true. So I'll probably get around to watching it a little bit. Okay, great. I'll do that for sure. And by the way, Max or anybody else, Vic, if you want me to be borderline offensive every day, if that gets you off, then I can absolutely accomplish that. Okay? I may do it on occasion anyway. But if that's what really gets you off, bro, if that's what
okay,
well, you know what I mean. It gets you happy. Then I'll do it. I'll take over that role. How's that sound?
Get you happy?
Number 3, people are calling me an old fart because guys winning the wild card are spraying each other with champagne in the nether regions. I don't get it, man. I don't
see you pointing at the nether regions.
Whatever. You know what I mean? That's not old fuddy-duddy stuff. You haven't won jack squat yet.
Yeah, but I also think it's just kind of a tradition that's taken over in baseball, and that if hockey did it, you wouldn't say the same thing. You'd be like, you'd be telling me I don't get it.
You're so right. See, Moser is so protective of hockey. Like, he'll never say anything bad about the traditions of hockey. Ever.
Because they're all awesome. Because that's real. That's real life. Not this fake, hey, we won a wild card play and let's spray each other.
Brett, is there anything about the traditions of hockey you don't agree with or you don't like?
It's just them celebrating. It doesn't affect my life at all. I just think it's silly because you haven't won anything.
You can't touch the why am I blanking? What's the
cup?
Not the cup.
They touch
the logo?
The Campbell or
yes, those.
People touch it. They touch it. The Avs touched it.
Yeah, but there's a whole thing behind them. Like,
well, how about in the Avs locker room where you couldn't touch the A on the floor?
That's super. That's silly.
Hey Vic,
dumb.
when the Nuggets beat and swept the Lakers on their way to the finals, were they partying a little bit?
I was on the team plane. I would say
their party.
I'll leave it in my book.
Yeah. You got a problem with that one?
Yeah, it wasn't broadcast on national television.
Nobody's in the locker room spraying each other down.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Moj. I'm gonna tell you right now.
I'll tell you what.
It was more partying on that plane than
I'm skipping morning. I'm skipping morning skate. I'm bringing over a bottle of champagne. I'm gonna spray you down.
In the nether regions?
Yeah, anywhere you want. See how you like it.
Well, you can head to number 38 in Rhino if you don't want to go to Vic's house and spray him with champagne. Number 38 in Rhino tonight for the Eagles and the Giants, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew. Keep an eye on the Avs game and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. See you at number 38 at 6.
Aaron writes in, Vic, how pissed off would you have been had the Nuggets decided to have a champagne celebration after the Lakers series? Well, let me clue you in on something, Aaron. It wasn't broadcast. Oh, but they celebrated.
Yeah.
As I just told Kaner. They celebrated. In fact, I've told this on the air before. They knew after winning that series. They knew, although they didn't say it. They knew they were going to win the NBA Finals. They knew it was done. It was over. That was the championship.
Same thing, Moshe, you tell the story about once the Avs won Game 6. They knew it was over.
Once they beat St. Louis, man, that they were just a juggernaut. They weren't going to be denied. Period. End of story.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's the same story this year, man. Look, there's a lot on the start of this season. I'm looking forward to tonight, not only from my personal selfish point of view, because I'm excited about getting back to doing games again, but I think if you really string some things together here, man, you put yourself in a great position.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead.
Get through October in a really good position.
Moj, I want you to know that when me and my cousin Joe Carmesino won the three-legged race at Field Day for the third straight year at 6th grade,
Champagne.
we popped champagne.
Good. You should have.
I'm going to defend baseball for 30 seconds.
Sure.
Just 30. 162 games is a lot. And then you get to the postseason, and the amount of times that a team that wins 100 games through 162 gets beat in the first round in the postseason happens quite a bit. Basketball doesn't. Hockey, it does. Happens in hockey, too. I think it's fine to celebrate. There you go. So, a few things here. Again, you can hear the game tonight, 7 o'clock, Avs and Mammoth. Erik Johnson is going to be on the call with Connor McGahee tonight. So if you're out on the road, you can tune in for that. I do want to talk about one thing real quick because the Broncos have not decided what they're going to do with the absence of Ben Powers. And we talked a little bit about that with Leggy today. Sounds like it might be Peart.
I guess he likes Peart.
It's one thing that the Broncos have not had to deal with for a couple years, which is offensive linemen banged up, and they've been remarkably healthy on the O-line. Ben Powers is a big part of your running game, and if the Broncos have established a sort of offensive identity, it feels the last couple of weeks at least, with being able to run the football effectively and doing play action off that, if you can't run the football as well without Ben Powers, then that's a little bit of a concern. Maybe not this week, Moj, against the Jets, but it will be moving forward without Ben Powers, for sure. So I want to see how they deal with that. You know, I said earlier, some guy got after me because he said, Brett, aren't you the one that said that the Chargers had a stranglehold on the division after 3 weeks? Well, they did, and then everybody went on IR. And I was trying to figure this out. What do you guys think the Broncos would be if I just took the Chargers injuries and put them together on the Broncos team? So if the Broncos were without Bowles, McGlinchey, Benito, Harvey, and Dobbins, what does that team look like? Because that's pretty tough to overcome.
That's when you put it in those terms, you're thinking to yourself, "Oh my God!" Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
They're without their starting tackles, their top two running backs, and Khalil Mack,
number one pass rusher. One thing the Jets do really, really well. Actually, they say really well. What they do pretty dang well is they run the football pretty well. 145 a game. But the Broncos
Justin Fields is a big part of that.
Yeah, he is. The Broncos run defense, though, is so stingy. Very, very stingy. And the Jets give up a lot of yards in the ground. So the Broncos have really every single number going their way.
I think I have one, if there is a concern with this game, I have a concern. Who's usually the one keeping a running quarterback in check? It's your linebackers. Mm-hmm. And if there's been a weak point on the Broncos defense this year, it's been linebackers getting lost sometimes. Justin Fields, if he finds open space, is really hard to bring down.
You know what, though? They did a good job with Jalen Hurts in that area last week.
They did, yes.
They did a great job. Hey, I got to get this going before we're off the air. LeBron James, the decision to, he's being sued by a Lakers fan who bought 2 tickets, spent $865. He's being sued in small claims court, claiming the fan he was duped by LeBron's ad.
Worth a shot.
And then he claims because of that, he bought those tickets for the Cavs game, and the tickets have lost almost all of their value after the unveiling.
Well, I would love for LeBron to show up on Judge Judy and settle that with this guy.
That would be awesome.
That would be fantastic.
By the way, we're talking about Ben Powers. All injury reports are powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. So, game tonight, 7 o'clock, right here, Altitude Sports Radio. Avs and Mammoth will have Eagles-Giants on AM 950. Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Couple things. First of all, Moser came in a little bit late today. Now, Moj, to your credit, you did warn us that you were going to show up late.
Hit a weird situation. We don't got to talk about it on the air. It's a weird
I don't want
thing
to talk
this
about it
morning.
on the air, but it was I had something really bizarre happen to me.
And so then you came in about 5 minutes late and immediately started causing a ruckus.
There's guys on your teams that you can recognize their value better than people nationally. And I'll give you an example.
Yeah, that was my water bottle.
And by the way, I did not boost the volume on that. That is exactly how it sounded.
It's very clanky.
I'll give you an example.
It's very clanky. It's very clanky, yeah. It's my bad.
Wait, that kind of sounds like this.
Late in the year between the
yeah, because there's that extra little bounce.
The baseball smash.
Yeah, right here. And then second thing.
That is so loud.
I know.
I shout out our listeners who helped dig into the interwebs and find this. We were talking with Chad Brown earlier, and we asked him when he knew it was time to retire, and he said this moment was a pretty crystal clear message.
Here's the thing, is offensively,
there was no foul on the play. It was not a hold. The defender was just overpowered.
The defender was overpowered so much it looked like a hold.
You might get banned from the league for doing it, but if I'm Chad Brown, I'm like, oh yeah, Hockey, you want to see somebody get overpowered? Come on over here. You can't say that about somebody. Moj, they go to review off of a hit in tonight's game. No, I'm sorry. There is no penalty. Arturi Lekkonen's just really weak. You can't do that to somebody.
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Moj, I can't wait to watch you back doing your business tonight.
I'm excited. And I don't have to say, you're not making me say anything tonight, which is really good.
Well, you should, if somebody scores from...
Say he was overpowered. Come on.
Say he was overpowered, or maybe say, oh my God, he just popped champagne into the nether region.
Actually, I like the way that Chad said it better. Give me he was simply overwhelmed. Like McKinnon off a one-timer. Oh, I'm sorry. It was just simply overwhelmed. Tune in tonight, 7 o'clock. Avs in Mammoth. Have a great Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
There was no foul on the play. It was not a hold. The defender was just overpowered.
high knees. That's a deep cut, man. That's a deep cut. I forgot about the Russell Wilson high knees on the airplane. Listen, Broncos go on these road trips. They can't lose.
Excuse me.
What?
This isn't a road trip.
Oh, right. It's a what?
It's a field trip.
It's a field trip. All right.
The Broncos got to go on a field trip, man. Who do you think was the Bronco player that didn't show up to school on the day of the road trip? Excuse me, on the day of the field trip with his parent signed permission slip?
The one Let me see. Who's the one Bronco who's out of pocket?
RJ Harvey. I bet he didn't have his. I bet he didn't have his permission slip signed by his parents.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. See, but that's the problem with the Broncos. I think they need a little more crazy on that team because there's a lot of crazy in the NFL, and the Broncos just have a bunch of nice dudes, right? They're all a bunch of nice dudes. Nick Bonito, who's a monster on the field, that's a nice guy.
Yeah, but Nick Bonito he has a little bit of a screw loose.
You think so?
Yeah,
he's got a leg.
He's the guy that your first stop on the field trip, when the bus pulls over and you say it's a long, long ride, and you stop at, say a big truck stop, the Pilot or Love's truck store.
Yeah,
he's the guy. He's the guy that everybody's reloading the bus. Hey, where's Benito?
Yeah. Is he still? Damn it, where'd Benito go?
And he's off doing something crazy. Hey, Nick, what are you doing, man? Let's go. We gotta go.
I told you, Sean Payton told that story a couple of days ago that when he was with the Saints, Jeremy Shockey tried to hijack their field trip one time.
Yep.
And as a team leader, he was like, hey, everybody. And so people just assumed that you were supposed to do what Jeremy Shockey told you. And Peyton was like, no, we had to stop that real quick because Shockey was like, hey, everybody, come on. We're going to get on some buses and go party. And they were like, no, Shockey.
Didn't he try to take him to Amsterdam?
Yeah, he tried to take, he was like,
the
everybody.
Red Light District? That would have gone great.
Everybody bring me your passports because we are going to Amsterdam. The Saints are like,
Could you imagine?
Yeah. No, man, you set an NFL football team loose led by Jeremy Shockey in Amsterdam.
Woo!
Although, you know what? I bet you Sean Payton would have had fun. I mean, he was focused on winning at the time. But the reason we opened with those cuts is that because the Broncos under Sean Payton, they don't lose these field trip games for some reason. Like, Payton's got it down. He knows exactly what's going on in these field trips. So I want to ask you.
Speaking of little kids on field trips.
Yeah.
I don't know, KJ, I sent it to him, I think it was 2 days ago. Did you see, so the Giants played, it was my guy is it DeMario Davis from the Saints? The Giants played the Saints, and DeMario was interviewed afterwards, or maybe it was NFL Films was catching him talk on the sideline, talking about Cam Scatteraboo. Cam Scatteraboo, he plays football like he's a bad little kid.
Yeah.
Like he's like a bad, and Scatteraboo's he's the scariest kid maybe ever to bring on a field trip.
Have you seen that video of him on the sidelines going, I need some gloves. Like, ESPN did a whole other article on him about how his teammates are just like, this dude is wild. This dude is a character. He is his own little thing. But yes, Cam Scatteraboo just doing wild.
DeMario comes over on the sideline. He's like, hey, that kid, he really plays like he's a bad little kid. Like he is an awful little kid that just won't.
Yeah, Scatteraboo's got a whole crazy personality. It's wild. I mean, he's huge in New York.
Like a bad little kid.
So, okay, I want to talk about team bonding because Aaron Glenn came out and said that just this week. He's like, I'm glad we're over here. I'm glad we're over here away from everybody. We can finally get together and bond as a team. But how do you feel about team bonding? Does that go either? Because what happens if you have a bunch of chuckleheads on your team who are not into the team bonding thing? Like, how do you, you can't force a team to bond. You just have to get in the middle of nowhere and hope it comes together?
Yeah, I love it. I love myself, even the high school level. I think there's an advantage from an experience standpoint. There's an advantage from a team growth standpoint to go on an out-of-state trip. We have basically we had one true out-of-state trip. We went to Vegas, but we stayed away from the Strip.
That's a good idea.
For the most part, everything was good. But I saw a different level of connection, a different level of it's a lot of time as a player. It's not even like the big moments or like seeing really cool things. It's just sometimes just the downtime hanging out in the hotel with the dudes, playing video games. Guys I don't know if you know this, but guys bring their systems. They got big old Xboxes that they travel with. And I'll go do bed check, and there's like a huge Call of Duty war breaking out, and they're yelling at each other, and there's somebody in the room that's 2 floors away from them, and they're just like, "Hey, man," and they're all getting it, and it's fun to watch just how they interact. Or they're playing cards together, or they're whatever it may be. I love that. I love that bonding
That was what I loved so much in college football back in the day before COVID. Those bowl games were like 7-8 day trips together. And you just felt like those are the memories I really remember. I mean, you want to talk about, I went to a Liberty Bowl in Memphis with the boys my senior year.
Yeah, that was a good time.
Memphis, man. With the boys, that was wild. Beale Street.
Yeah, having a good time. Yeah.
I'm just glad we all made it out alive.
Right,
man.
that's what I'm saying, man. Glad you're still with us. To
Glad all my teammates made it. That wasn't me. I was actually looking out for them.
Is there a downside to the long, field trip with the team? Because I only bring it up because it always seems to be, the coaches always stress it's a positive. Like Jared Bednar talks about it all the time in hockey, where he likes those long road trips that the Avs take, where everybody gets to gel. Because in the NFL, in the NHL, in the NBA, you're dealing with grown-ass men. Like, these guys have wives and kids. Like, it's not like they're in high school or college where you just want to hang out with your homies and have a good time and stuff like that. So I don't know how you balance that. Like, hey, these are grown adults, but for now, we gotta act like we did when we were in high school and college. We gotta bond. We gotta get together. Like, and because both coaches in this game are saying the same thing, how much they like this time just to get together and know the team.
It's really good. It's also good for coaches to get to know their players maybe sometimes a little bit better than just the clock in, clock out, go home and be with your families, right? On both sides. Players leave. I like it that it feeds right into the New York Giants trip too, right? So it is that kind of extended trip that I thought it made last season.
Yeah,
when they had that with the Greenbrier trip, and me and DMac joke about it all the time that even Sean Payton's kind of creating his own little Le Greenbrier, or ye old Greenbrier in the rural aspects of where he's got this trip going. It's good. It's good for him. And Sean is a professional head coach. He's got a professional team that he has helped perpetuate and build and grow. And I don't worry about the Broncos in these spots. And even for the Jets, hey, maybe they'll bond a little bit better. Maybe they'll be a closer knit team. They still have a lot of issues right now as a football team.
I got some news for you. Matter of fact, well, you know what? I'll save it for next segment because we're gonna talk a little Justin Fields and we're gonna talk a little New York Jets. But you said something yesterday that I found out this morning. You were I think you were just spitballing, Coach, but you were exactly right. You were exactly right, and I cannot believe it. And now,
no, you can believe it.
I cannot believe
I've been exactly right a few times
exactly
before.
Right, because you just threw something out there yesterday, and then this morning there was a report from Fox Sports, and I was like, "Damn it, Coach was right. Coach was exactly right." And it's simply that. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what it is.
Can you please tell me? I'm dying here.
I'll tell you, and then we'll take a break and we'll come back and talk about it. And so it's this: Fox Sports is reporting that the New York Jets, with their brand new GM and their brand new head coach, got together and was like, "These aren't our players. These aren't our guys. That's why we're 0-5, and we need to make some changes now." And not only that, the reports. You know the players so the Jets are going to make some players available, and those are their best. If you want Quinnen Williams, you want Breece Hall. That's crazy. That's crazy to me if they start trading players like that. Like those are the best players on that team. But those are the names that are getting thrown around this morning in New York with the Jets. That Aaron Glenn. I didn't realize that they had they replaced their GM too this season. So a brand new GM and a brand new head coach, and those two dudes have gotten together after this 0-5 season and have gone to Woody Johnson and been like, you know what? These aren't our guys. These aren't our guys. These aren't our guys. We want our guys. And so now if you want, call the New York Jets, and you could ask them for their best players, and they might trade it. I mean, you have to throw a first. If you want Williams, or am I crazy? You're going to have to give them a first-round pick. I don't know who's going to do that. I mean, Breece is amazing. What do you have to give to get him? But it's absolutely wild. Like, man, you're going to blow up this whole thing. And it sounded like the Fox report sounded like, hey, you want anybody, call us. We're going to turn over this entire roster. And now, the players have to see that report too. The players have to see that report. So they're sitting there over there in London being like, I wonder if I'm going to be a New York Jet at the end of this week or next week. The NFL trade deadline is quick. It's the beginning of November. Like, it's November 4th. So you got to get going now. Like, I bet you, man, you could probably call him about Justin Fields. They'll be like, fine, we'll throw Tyrod out there or whatever.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Brees
I mean,
Hall,
Justin Fields will be on his 11th
anybody,
team
man.
soon.
That is wild to me. But you said it yesterday. You were like, you know what? Aaron Glenn probably looks at this roster and thinks these aren't my guys, and that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did.
Sounds like a great time for a field trip and some team bonding, doesn't it? Hey, let's all hang out and we're going to sing Kumbaya, even though Aaron Glenn in his very heavy attack-minded man coverage scheme doesn't fit my defensive players. And guess what? It's not my fault. It's not Aaron Glenn's fault. It's your fault.
Man.
But hey, let's go to a pub together and let's drink a beer in an old British telephone booth. Does that sound fun?
I mean, that can't be. I mean, I'm sure there's rumors swirling around the New York Jets constantly, but not a report that's like, hey, man, we're going to trade everybody. Head to number 38 in Rhino to watch tonight's Thursday night football game with Philadelphia, New York, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew. Keep an eye on the Avs game and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autograph Terrell Davis football. See you at number 38 at 6 o'clock this evening. We'll roll on with the morning sprint next. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One, including Thursday Night Football. Don't miss the Eagles and Giants starting at 6 o'clock tonight on AM 950. We'll have the Avs and the Mammoth as the Avalanche play their home opener tonight right here on 92.5. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson, and Alex Ryanemi. Coming live from the Backers and Shakers studios. Their passion is justice.
Love justice.
Yeah, I love justice too. I feel like the one Bronco player right now dealing out justice is probably Nick Bonito, and that means Justin Fields is going to have a long day. Long day. Although there's a reason that man is still playing NFL football at the quarterback position. That is a mobile man. But last week, the Cowboys got to him 5 times. How many?
That's a bad Cowboys defense, too.
How many? If the Cowboys got him 5 times.
That's a Micah Parsons-less
Bonito
Cowboys
might get him
defense.
5 times just by himself.
Could you imagine if Nick Bonito's at 12 sacks after 6 games? He's got 2/3 of the season just about remaining.
The Broncos, he's having just a stupid, ridiculous monster season. We haven't seen something like this since Prime Vaughn, right?
Yeah, I mean, look at these numbers. So obviously we just said Justin Fields sacked 5 times, took 14 hits doled out by the Cowboys defensive front.
Broncos are going to kill that guy this week.
Well, I mean, you got to think that Aaron Glenn, which now it sounds like there's some speculation that he's just going to harpoon the season and play for, I guess, statistics and whatnot.
Yeah, the quote was, "We'll trade anybody. Call us about anybody."
Yeah. So right now, of the teams in the National Football League, it's wild when you look at this. So the teams that have been sacked the most in the NFL, number 1 is the Vikings. They have a bunch of quarterback, turmoil. If you're not playing with your guy, but the teams that the Broncos have played are all in the top 10.
Yeah.
Titans, number 2.
Chargers,
number 4.
Jets just out of the top 5.
Eagles, number 9. Bengals, number 10. I mean, and then the Jets are number 6, man. And the Jets have a chance to get back up to and they could be in the lead. They could be the leader in the clubhouse. Man, look at these numbers, though. Nick Bonito, 7. Wow.
That's a lot of sacks. That's a lot of sacks through 5 games.
And leading the NFL in pressures. Leading the NFL in just about everything. Jonathan Cooper, 2.5 sacks. That's a great start to a season. Mm-hmm. Zach Allen, a very slow 1.5 sacks.
He's ready to break out, though. I feel like he's ready to
for
break
a couple
out
himself. John Franklin Myers has 2. And then Jonah Ellis, who did indeed practice, which is great to hear.
Nice.
Sack as well. It's a really, really, really good defensive front. And I hear that Malcolm Roach, certified run stuffer, is also trending towards being back.
Ooh, that'd be nice if he could come off. But yeah, look, here's where Joe Flacco now lives. Right there. That's a death sentence. Good luck. If you're an edge rusher and you're playing Cincy nowadays, you just must be licking your chops like, oh, I'm going to hit this old man so hard in this game and knock him right out. But when it comes to the Broncos and the Jets, listen, how about this? If you could if the Broncos could trade for one of those Jets players, any of the players that the Jets are like, yeah, go ahead, man. We got to change this whole roster. Our coach and GM doesn't like things. Who would you target? If the Jets are like, have anybody, take anybody.
Garrett Wilson.
Ooh, really?
I love me some Garrett Wilson.
Ooh. Yeah, well, that would be an impressive addition to the wide receiving core.
You betcha.
Ooh. See, I hadn't thought about Garrett. Like, I was going with Sauce. Or maybe Brees, but JK is you don't need Brees Hall. You don't need Brees Hall.
Could you use a Garrett Wilson though?
Ooh, I see. You got me on that one because I hadn't thought about the wide receivers. Yeah, Garrett Wilson would be a great addition. That would be a nice addition on this. Because if you don't need a Quinnen Williams, even though that's probably the best player.
Garrett Wilson's only 25 years old. Man.
Ooh, yep.
He's tied for 5th in the National Football League with 4 touchdown receptions. He's tied for 6th with 33 catches. He's 7th in the NFL right now in 382 receiving yards.
It is also weird how it feels like Jets fans have turned on Sauce because it feels
Jet fans are angry at Sauce Gardner because he keeps pushing the blame on these bad games off on his teammates, basically. Although
his teammates and the scheme.
Yeah, he keeps throwing. Yes,
which if I'm Aaron Glenn,
you're having a
I'm
conversation.
Like, wait a minute. So, aren't all great cover corners good man coverage players? So you just want to be a zone guy? Okay, all right. So let's call up Coach Prime. Let's call up Deion Sanders and say, hey, did you like being a zone corner or a man corner better? What's the measure of a real man at that position?
It's man to man. It's man on man. But yeah, Sauce just signed that massive new deal, and he's 25 years old. So once again, you probably have to give something big to get him. But
dude, how about when you look at Garrett Wilson? I know I'm kind of on this right now.
No. That would be. He's a bad man.
That man is only 25 years old, so he's Bo Nix's age, even though this is his 4th year in the National Football League. He has played every single qualifying game.
Has he really?
In the regular season.
He hasn't missed a game?
17 games, 83 catches as a rookie, 1,100 yards, 4 touchdowns. 17 games, his second year, 1,042 yards, 3 touchdowns. 2024, his junior year, if you will, his 3rd year in the National Football League. 17 games, 101 receptions, 1,104 with 7 touchdowns. And here he is already. 5 games played, 33 catches already.
Wow.
Like he has a chance to, more than triple those numbers. He has been the model of consistency in a franchise that has truly no consistency.
What do you think New York wants for him? First off, is this how you go about building a team, coach, in the NFL? Like, just blow the whole thing up? Can you imagine the Denver Broncos when they were, just come out and say, listen, we don't like the direction things are heading. We will trade you anybody. Give us a call.
Now,
the phones are open.
Is it Garrett Wilson's not listed on any of these rumors as being open for?
No. But once again, when you say anybody, I'm going to take you at your word at anybody that they did. I think they are trying to push Josh Reynolds. Like, hey man, if you want Josh, come and trade for Josh. They would probably prefer to hold on to Garrett Wilson.
Our Josh Reynolds.
Yeah.
Shotgun Willies.
Old school. Yeah. Running. Right. The guy from Texas A&M. He was running from. On I-25, they were throwing shots at him or whatever.
Yeah, and I heard he wasn't even. They mistook him. It was the wrong guy.
Right.
Talking about a bad night.
That's a worst case scenario. You just walk in the streets and somebody thinks you're somebody else and starts shooting at you, man. That's not ideal at all.
Makes me wonder. Should I get rid of my beard, maybe?
But yeah, you ain't calling New York about Josh Reynolds. If you're calling for a wide receiver, you're gonna ask about Garrett Wilson. Imagine if you're Justin Fields and the Jets trade away Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall and Josh Reynolds, and you're just looking around going, what am I doing?
Jeez, Josh Reynolds has 5 catches for 47 yards, no touchdowns on the season. And I know he's probably just, as per usual, has been a little bit banged up, it's been his modus operandi.
What do you think about a play? Because listen, playing corner in football is not an easy job, man. That is a tough position. As a coach, though, if a player won't take responsibility for his own mistakes, how do you handle that? If somebody is as good as a player as Sauce, but he also keeps pushing off responsibility of his bad plays on his teammates and scheme, I don't even know, you have to have a conversation with him, you're just like, that's just Sauce. That's how his brain works. He's never going to say it's his fault.
Yeah, it's a lot of those elite prima donna skill players, right?
Yeah. They almost have to have that mentality, but it's also... You don't think so? You think that that's just a crutch that some of them use?
Do you think Pat Surtain has it at all?
No.
Does it seem like Courtland Sutton has it?
No.
Are they good players?
Yeah.
One of them's the best in the league right now.
Yeah. Sauce wishes he was like Patrick now.
Have you heard Nick Bonito ever? If he goes through a drought, has he ever come out and said,
no.
Yeah, I just don't really like what we're running, or, yeah, man, I'll tell you this, Zach Allen's not doing a good job eating up double teams and freeing me up.
You're right. Can you imagine?
Doesn't happen, does it?
No.
It's not happening in Denver.
No, or if it does, it doesn't happen in the media like Sauce.
It brings up a really interesting question. This is a bit of a chicken before the egg conversation, or egg before chicken. Is the fact that there is, for all intents and purposes, zero drama with this team.
Yeah.
Zero infighting, zero public, salvos being thrown. Is that a Sean Payton, I addressed that from the very jump?
No, I think he just got lucky.
Or do you think it's also the build of George Payton, Greg Penner, and the type of character that they're consistently bringing in? Or do you think it's all of the above? It's all together?
I think it is intentional because that's how Sean Payton does things. Is, you know what I mean? Like, he's got a little plan in his brain for every little thing, it feels like. So I'm sure a lot of this is intentional. Just like how the Denver Nuggets for years and years and years now are like, we're not just going to go and sign anybody. We're going to sign somebody who wants to be here and wants to fit and know, you know what I mean? Like Cam Johnson fits so well with that team. So that's the kind of guy that you target. I think the Broncos probably did this intentionally, but they had to get lucky in as well, right? Because you're not going to pass on a great player just because he's a malcontent or somebody who's going to be loud in the locker room, whether you want him to or not. You know what I mean? Like, I think they just got lucky. They did it intentionally with Bo, because that's you know what Bo is, like he talks like a head coach. He kind of acts like a head coach. It looks, you know what I mean? It feels like he's been doing this for a lot longer than, a second-year player should be. But all these, you do not have somebody on this roster who's just going to be loud and rowdy and out of pocket and calling out teammates in the media and stuff like that. It has to be intentional. But you have to get a little bit lucky, right? Because you're not going to pass on, there's no way you're going to pass on a Sauce Gardner for some chucklehead who doesn't have that kind of talent, but he's a great teammate. Or does it just depend on the coach? Like, you want talent, right, coach? You want talent.
You want talent. But if you look at the contrasting franchises that are going to be on display at 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time in London,
that's early.
It's going to be great. I mean, you always talk about your plans on Sunday.
Yeah.
What's your line?
I don't need an excuse to start drinking at 7 a.m., but I will use the excuse to start drinking at 7 a.m. I will absolutely do that. I mean, by the time we get to that Sunday night, I don't even know who's playing Sunday Night Football. Who's playing Sunday Night Football, people? Do you go, no? I have no idea. You can hear it right here on the station.
I'm going to be watching the back of my dang eyelids. I'll tell you that.
It'll be, it's Lions and Chiefs. I did not know
And Bears, oh my.
It's Detroit in Kansas City. Yeah, Lions and Chiefs, oh my. And in Monday Night Football, it's Bills, Falcons, Bears, Commanders. We got another one of those
Back to this, though.
Doubles.
The contrast in the Broncos' historical franchise and current setup versus the Jets' historical context. Think about some of the personalities the Jets franchise has had over the years.
Oh, all the personalities, right?
And it's been a hot mess. It's been a drizzling dumpster fire of garbage and everything that you don't love.
Culture.
Keyshawn Johnson, problematic.
Yeah, but once again, I take Keyshawn on my team. But you need another loud voice.
Herm Edwards was a bit like he himself he was an inflammatory head coach. All you got to look at see what happened
to win the game.
Yeah,
and then Arizona State, he was just chilling, right? And
think about Rex Ryan.
Yeah.
Personality. I mean, I know he's a great player, but like Darrell Revis and now Sauce Gardner.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like over the years, man, like I know he was a great player and probably the only legitimately great player is Broadway Joe himself, man. Like Broadway Joe is bigger than life. Joe Namath. They have had so many problems with the franchise.
Matter of fact, Joe Namath was probably the first swaggy QB ever. Well, I mean, I'm sure there were swaggy QBs, but he was popping off. Remember, he's guaranteeing wins and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, the New York Jets do have a history of that. But, well, you know what?
And a media market that just loves to find a Jets player and make him all kinds of a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And then Aaron Rodgers. Like, think about it. How bizarre was Aaron Rodgers and how he acquitted himself?
Yeah, that was a bad fit.
It was bad.
Yeah, it was a bad fit.
And it's like this franchise just keeps taking on these types of personalities.
Like when you discuss the culture of the New York Jets, that culture is, I mean, I think the word you can put up top, number one with a bullet and an exclamation mark, is dysfunctional. Because it doesn't work. Whatever you're doing doesn't work. I mean, Woody, you're a billionaire. Hire somebody to do your job and go to a beach, man, because the way you're handling things right now makes it dysfunctional. One of the criticisms is they never have strong leaders, and when they do, it's constant leadership turnover. You know what I mean? And, and once again, bringing up Sauce Gardner, there is a lack of accountability from some players. But at the same time, I mean, how do you turn around an 0-5 football team?
Think about
Here's how you trade everybody.
Think about the history of Broadway Joe. And this is going to be great for some of our awesome old timers out there. But Broadway Joe wins Super Bowl III.
That's such a wild.
And early in his career, he nearly retires to pursue his own business interests. It was unbelievable. He announced his retirement rather than submit to Commissioner Pete Rozell's ultimatum to sell an interest in the Manhattan bar Bachelors III.
What? That's crazy talk.
Yeah, Joe Namath eventually capitulated, but the psychological hero of Super Bowl III was late for training camp.
Wow.
I mean, it's been baked into this franchise since dang near its inception.
Yeah, since the beginning.
Is drama.
They love it.
And they can't get out of their own. And yet they hire Aaron Glenn, who, okay, good. I want to make this thing about my confidence, my belief in how good my defensive system is.
Mm-hmm.
But in the process of doing it, they're going to blow up an entire organization. And they're going to leak that while they're 0-5. And you know why?
Yeah.
It's because Aaron Glenn himself wants everybody to know it's not me that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's all you idiots, all you terrible players in this locker room.
I guess that's, I mean,
and
I can't believe this is how they're going about it.
Even if that's not fully true and it's just a rumor, guess who is reading all that stuff on their phones, their devices?
Yeah. All these
His
Jets
locker
players.
room.
Yeah.
And so, you know what? All that is to say, hammer the over. Because that's a bad defense that just got worse.
That's Denver -6.5 right now in that game. So, yeah, it's should be a fun one. We'll see. I mean, the Jets have to talk. They're going to get those questions before the week is out about, hey, you going to be here in a couple of weeks or you going to get traded? All right, we got to talk about grass versus turf, but we will do that next as we roll on with a morning sprint right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Can you sing, Coach? Like, what's your singing voice like? Could you, like, instead of coaching, could you be the lead singer of a rock band?
Yes.
Could you? Because you got, I mean.
I got to look for it too, don't I?
Yeah. Do you have any musical talent whatsoever?
I can sing okay.
Interesting.
When I'm in church.
Like, you sing pretty good?
Here's the problem.
Oh, at least you're not like a dad, because my dad can't sing, but he loves to sing loud in church.
Yeah, see, I like to sing loud in church, and I'll actually have people every once in a while say to me, "You got a pretty good voice." So that's good, right?
You should. I mean, I'm just saying.
You know what's funny though, man, is during football season.
Yeah.
Just because I use my voice a lot.
It gets rougher and rougher.
Yeah, I get to church and I'm hitting notes, but nothing's coming out.
Right. Well, famously, a whole bunch of singers want to be professional athletes, and a whole bunch of professional athletes want to be singers.
Yeah.
And it hardly ever works out that way. But either way, welcome back to the Morning Sprint. If you want to be part of the program, the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Text in and say, what's up? Also, during halftime of tomorrow night's game between Dakota Ridge and Heritage on 92.5, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus & Schenker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. All right, Coach.
It's a big-time 4A battle right there now.
That's going to be a big matchup right there, Dakota Ridge and Heritage.
Dakota Ridge is a good ball squad, and I'll tell you, Heritage, man, that's my new that's my new local school that
you live by Heritage now?
Right next to it.
Can you spy on practice? Like, you get that kind of information? Can you just, look from your backyard?
Dude, Dakota Ridge, 6-0.
Are they really?
Heritage 4-2.
Yeah, that's going to be a showdown. Let's go. Let's get to it. Is it Dakota or is it Heritage? I don't know. I do not know who the home team is on that one.
It is a, man, can't tell.
So, grass versus turf. These London games that the NFL are hosting at Tottenham.
No, it's Tottenham.
They listen. They have grass fields. But those are immaculate, and those are for the soccer clubs. Those are not for the football teams. So there are some NFL teams like, hey man, how come we can't play on the grass? But I mean, listen. The NFL is the biggest sport in America. Soccer is the biggest sport in the world. And when you roll over to these billion-dollar buildings, you don't get to have free reign in them like you do over here. But what do you think, Coach, with the grass versus turf argument? Do you care is turf? I mean, do you get players more injured when you playing on turf compared to grass?
Gosh, if the grass is a consistent surface, which in the United States, NFL stadiums, NFL facilities with grass are very consistently good.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them that are a little funky, that might be like in a weird water situation, like above the water table, below the water table, whatever it might be. But I would always prefer to play on grass if there's consistency.
Yeah.
It's more forgiving.
Yeah.
But when you start going into inconsistent pitches that are built for, frankly, grown and have different hybrids of surface that are made more for soccer, I get concerned about injury. I get concerned about slipping. I get concerned, like, even what happens in the state of Colorado, like 90% of the fields that everybody plays in are turf. And then all of a sudden you go play at a stadium like the NAC, which is the North Athletic Athletic Complex.
There you go.
And it's like the grass looks like a jungle, and you're like slipping around, and you're like worried about the ability to tackle because we're slipping, and that stuff sucks too as a coach. So I mean, turf is more consistent.
How come the NFL? Because listen, if you want your sport to be the best, you want these playing surfaces to be the best. How come the NFL doesn't legislate like the exact surface that every team has to play on? You don't get to use turf. Matter of fact, you only get to use this specific type of grass in this specific. You know what? How come they don't legislate that all teams have to have the same playing surface in every single spot? Why is it? I mean, is it a money issue? Or I mean, what? I mean, or just the NFL's just like, you know what? Whatever, man. Each one of these fields is unique to where you play it, so whatever. We don't care. Why don't they make that a rule?
I don't know that it's.
Or do you think it's that big of a deal?
I don't think it's that big.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No.
I'm sure maybe they don't either.
When you get into these developing nations, I don't necessarily know if you would call Brazil a true third world country.
No, right.
But standard of playing surface, I think that's a problem. And I don't even understand why the NFL continues to try to bring their brand to Brazil. Like, what is that? What does that do for anybody?
Well, because now that here's what the NFL is doing. The NFL is slow. Like, you don't realize what's happening, but out of nowhere, all of a sudden, this is just going to become the thing that NFL teams do. Guess what? Every team, one time a year, you got to go overseas and play. And they're just kind of they're getting teams used to it little by little, and then they're going to hit it with you. And then a few years later, they're going to add teams overseas, and it's going to, you know what I mean? Like, they're just leading you down the path with little breadcrumbs as NFL fans and NFL, but more from the fans. I think it's for the teams. I think they're showing teams how to deal with this trip overseas one time a year. They're like, get used to it, suckers, because we're going to do it all the time. We're going to grow this, because I just mentioned, the NFL is the single biggest sport in this country. It is not the biggest sport in the world. So, I mean, if the NFL wants to get to where soccer is, you're gonna have to put teams overseas. You have to go international.
Do you think it's going to happen?
I don't know, man.
I don't think. I thought it was going to forever.
You think they're going to embrace football? Because, like, we keep showing them football, and they're like, that's great. Your little sport is fun, man. Back to soccer. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't.
It's the world sport.
So, I don't know how. Like, if the NFL's goal is to be the most popular sport in the world, I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't even know how you do it, unless they think this is the plan. We're going to start sending teams overseas once a year, all year long. And this is just, you're going to have to deal with it. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure if Sean Payton, like, dude, we talked about how it's team bonding. You never get these moments with these, because everybody goes everywhere. They all live different places. But when you're together, you can build something if you're together for an extended amount of time. But I bet you, if you ask Sean Payton to give you the truth, none of these coaches want to make this trip over to London, right? You'd much rather stay here. And I mean, travel time in general is always a topic when it comes to these teams. But I mean, this is the reality we live in, right? Right? I mean, do you want to take your team overseas one time a year, coach, just constantly? Or do you have to, this is the world you live in, where you're going to have to get used to it? Now that you might have to go coach a head team over there. You might, the Londoners, or whatever they're going to call that team.
I almost got hired as the head coach of an ELF team.
Yeah.
European League of Football, the ELF. You ever been in the ELF, man?
No, what's that like?
So they, it's what the NFL Europe turned into.
Oh,
so
okay.
A lot of the teams, Amsterdam Admirals, the Barcelona Dragons, the Rhine Fire. So there's a Raiders team that's actually kind of like a sister team to the Las Vegas Raiders, called the Raiders Tyrol, whatever it is, in Innsbruck, Austria. And I got contacted about it, and I did a Zoom interview with the guy from Austria about the job.
Wild job. That was a wild one.
It was like seasonal employment, and then what do you do the rest of the 9 months?
Is that the league that Sean Payton was playing? I can't believe the Broncos had did you see the picture of Sean Payton in a uniform? Man, he looks like he's 12 years old in that picture, man.
Just a little guy.
Just a tiny.
He was coaching ball and playing ball.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I can't believe that we don't do that more in the NBA, because there's a bunch of NBA players that I would trust to run a team while they were also playing. But I also like a little havoc in there too. All right. The Broncos and Jets. Oh, what do we got? See, look at that dude, man. Look at that man. He looks like somebody, but I don't know who. Like that.
Raj? Is there a little
damn
Raj
it, Carl?
right there?
Oh, damn it, Coach. You are right. You are right.
Is there a little Raj?
Sean Payton looks just like a young Raj.
Little Sean Ryan-Emy?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
The hair's similar.
Man. We hope Raj doesn't grow up to be like Sean, right? I feel like I love Sean as a head coach, but I don't want to be around him all the time. That seems like it wouldn't be fun. As a player, as a member of the media, it wouldn't be fun.
We'll see how Raj ages.
right.
We'll find out quickly here with his new baby.
He's going to show up with gray in his hair, and he's just like red under, just like tired, hasn't slept in 2 months. But you're right. I was like, he looks exactly like somebody I know. It's Raj.
That was it.
Young Sean Payton looks just like Raj.
Oh, man. Young Sean Payton and Alex Ryan-Emy. He's still a little bit bigger than Raj.
Yeah,
Sean Payton's he's like a 6'2", 6'3" guy, isn't he?
I don't know how big
He's
Sean
not
Payton
short.
is. He? Well, I don't know what was his playing weight at? Because he looks pretty scrawny there. He looks like he was in.
Wasn't he an Eastern Illinois guy?
Is that where he went?
I think
Eastern
he played,
Illinois.
Yeah. Let's see. I got to look this sucker up. Let's see what his Eastern Illinois.
Yeah, all these great coaches always come
All
from
right.
these random
All
small
right, here we
colleges.
go. You ready for this right here before we take a break?
Yeah.
So Sean Payton at Eastern Illinois. Oh, never mind. He's not tall at all.
What is he?
He's 5'11", 200 pounds. Apologies to all you 5'11" people.
He does loom over Raj.
Oh, he's
4 or 5 inches.
he is eating peanuts off the top of Raj's head. But yeah, God, this is amazing. You want to hear Sean Payton's career stat line?
Yeah, hit me
at
with it.
Eastern Illinois.
Yeah, what was it?
Played in 3 games his entire career there.
Woo!
He had a 34.8% completion percentage. Threw for 79 yards, 3 yards per attempt, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Do you think there's an NFL player who breaks those stats at him when he's yelling at him when he's like, "Yo, Courtland, man, how'd you drop that ball?" And you're like, "Brother, you completed 34% of your passes as or whatever." You know, like, is there a Bronco player who knows those stats and can hit Sean with his own stats?
That's on ProReference.com. So sounds like me and Sean Payton were pretty comparable in terms of our stat lines.
You had a better completion percentage than that, man.
Yeah, I had a 52% completion percentage, but I was kind of rolling my junior year.
What was it then? Your junior year, you were cooking?
I had a 53-yard touchdown pass.
Woo!
Yeah, on the blue. At
Sean
Boise.
Payton wishes in his darkest, deepest dreams he had an arm like Coach Sanford. Maybe we do something else right now.
Wow, they gave me somewhere on AI. They gave me a lot of credit here that was real.
Artificial intelligence.
AI right now has got me 346 of 593 for 4,014 yards.
Here's the problem.
Not the case.
I was about to say, I don't even know if that's true or not. But you're like, nah, artificial intelligence, they making stuff up on this one?
Yeah.
Chat GPT, you're way off.
Very inaccurate right there. All right. My 2013 season. Or sorry, 2003 season, not bad. So I had 38 career attempts. So I was a 21 of 38 guy, 346 yards, 1 touchdown.
Hey.
I mean, Sean Payton's numbers, not great.
Nah, not compared to that. That's excellent. That's Heisman Trophy stuff right there compared to Sean. All right, let's take time out here at the top of the hour. When we come back, we'll update you on. We're going to get a new injury report out to you, so we'll update you on exactly who will and will not play in this game this weekend, and we'll do it all next right here on the Morning Sprint. Welcome back to the morning sprint on this Thursday, October the 9th. The Avs home openers tonight. You can hear that right here on the station. You can hear some NFL action on 9:50 tonight. Starting at 6, the Eagles and the Giants will get it on in New York City. The Eagles are heavily favored in that game, but the New York Giants are just in love with Cam Scatterboot. Not so much Jackson Dart, but they love them some Cam Scatterboot.
Jackson Dart a little up and down, a little wild. I have a public apology that I need to make to Sean Payton. I was reading a stat from sportsproreference.com that said that he had basically a 31% completion percentage. I went back to the archives here, and I found from October 27th of 1986.
86?
For immediate release back in 86. Sean Payton's senior season. How about this? A Hollywood screenwriter couldn't have penned a better script for Sean Payton's senior season. Eastern Illinois University's quarterback is rolling up the passing yards.
Did Sean Payton write this article?
Was it not meant to be that he would have a movie actually produced by Hollywood?
Because it was a Hollywood story.
He had 10,000 yards in his career, and the Panthers are rolling up victories en route to a probable NCAA 1AA playoff berth. He had 14 Eastern Illinois passing records.
Ooh, okay.
2,436 yards, 304 per game back in 86.
He was slinging it, man.
17 teeters, a little low there. But he holds 14 EIU records, the NCAA record for most yardage in a half. Sean Payton slung that pill for 373 and a half on his way to a 509 spot.
All right.
Johnny,
middle fingers.
Johnny, you were out there spinning that ball, man.
Had some game.
You know what's weird is I don't know if I've ever at practice even seen Sean attempt to throw a football.
I don't think I have either.
Which is wild.
Yeah.
I mean, I throw warm-ups. Like, I love just spinning that.
Yeah.
42, 43 years old.
I wonder if he still got any, or if he just messed up his arm one time playing golf or something. It's like,
Probably.
well, never again, not doing it. Let's take a look at the injury report sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. The good news is Malcolm Roach was full. So it looks like he might actually play in this game. Jonah Ellis, though, KJ, he attempted to practice but couldn't. Is that right? Is that the report from London?
He tried to stretch, but unfortunately he couldn't make it out to the practice field to actually give it a real go today.
So we'll see with Jonah. And, of course, Ben Powers is here in the city. And I think, according to Legwald, he's already had surgery on that
He's
biceps.
in, he is, you said in the city? Like he's in downtown?
Yeah, unless he
hanging
had
out
that
at Colfax, just kicking it?
Maybe, man. I don't know. What do you do?
Santa Fe on?
What do you do? Like, if you're Jarrett Stidham, who obviously stayed here because his wife is expecting a baby. But if you're Stidham, I mean, how do you even feel watching that game? Like, I mean, it's got to be a little nerve-wracking just sitting at home watching the game when you're usually there on the sidelines holding a clipboard with the squad. But the Jets injury report looks just about the same, other than Quentin Williams was limited today. But other than that, I think he's probably going to go, even though he's listed as limited because he's Williams. Alan Lazard did not practice. Michael Carter did not practice. He's still dealing with that concussion, but it doesn't look like, well, other than Williams. Justin Fields is on the injury list with that knee, but he was full all week at practice. So Justin's going to give it a go. Matter of fact, I don't even know who the Jets' backup quarterback is, but you might see him this weekend.
Isn't it Tyrod?
Because you're right, it is Tyrod. Because I just mentioned it was Tyrod. You're right, it's Tyrod Taylor. Yeah. I'm hanging in there. So
you on some of that Mike McDaniel? Is your micro dosing turning into macro dosing? What's going on, man?
I'm usually asleep at this point of the day, people. This is sleepy time for you.
Is that true? Is Stiddy already in London?
No, he's here. It's right. They took Ellinger because although I don't know when Stidham's wife is expecting, but I think it's any day now. They're going to have that kid. So congratulations to Stidham.
He was back, man. So Jarrett Stidham, he was at Broncos practice yesterday in London.
In London?
Yeah, he's there.
I thought they let. Oh, so did he have the baby?
Yeah, he rejoined the team in London before Wednesday's practice. So
so they had
the baby
kid.
after Monday, Tuesday.
Man, so he just hopped on a flight.
Let me ask
first class flight over to London for Stiddy?
Yeah, let me ask you this: who had a longer paternity leave, Alex Ryan-Emi or Jarrett Stidham?
Oh gosh.
It's not over.
Stidham Stiddy's paternity leave was 24 hours. It was 24 hours.
Wait, so how much?
It was a day.
How much longer is Alex Ryan-Emmy's paternity leave?
It's like 2 more months.
Alex, there's some bangers.
Baby.
I haven't really heard a banger in a while.
Man, I didn't think about that, but you're right. Stiddy, man, dedicated to the team. That's a good teammate.
Alex, take every bit of that
If they
paternity
give you
leave, man.
if they give you vacation, you got to take that vacation.
I'll tell you where
it's not over because they're not going to give it back when it's gone.
When is it over though?
It's not over. It's
not
Christmas, right? Is that what it is?
Christmas of 26.
Right, Christmas of next season.
So when
when
I call up Raj in Christmas of 2026, and I say, "Hey, how much longer are you out of paternity leave?" What's he gonna say?
It's not over.
Hey, man, Kaner's about to do it too, man. Kaner's about to peace out too. Although this will be his, like he's a pro, man. He has a kid already. Raj is seeing all this for the first time. He has no idea.
The 213 on the Shop Mazda text line says, "That's where he's been? I thought he was in a coma or something." No, my man's fine, okay?
No, man.
Yeah,
my God. Not in a coma.
I would love to hear about it, man, because
Although
it's almost kind of like when the cat's away, the mice will play, and you and I have been playing. So I'd love to hear on the 303-504-0925. How are me and Berto? You know, how are we playing a little too much with the mice, the cat that's away, man? Or when mom's not in town, the kids go wild.
A little unhinged is the morning sprint nowadays. Because listen, the blitz is full unhinged. Embrace the insanity, people.
No, I love it here from Chris on the Shop Mazda text line. I guess Raj was on 9 News this morning.
No, what?
He's apparently too good for us.
Right, he's too.
Stop
what?
it.
What?
But I like this from Chris. Speaking from experience, having paternity leave is awesome.
Yeah.
And I agree. I just don't understand what it is because I never got it. My paternity leave was like 62 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And then because all 3 of my kids were born in season.
Oh, see,
it was it was like, there it is. wipe them down. Get all the, hey, give them a little kiss on the forehead. Take a little quick picture. And
right. I got a game plan to put together. I'll see y'all later.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, I mean, is he going to come back addicted to like soap operas? Is soap operas still a thing? Is that what Raj is doing in the middle of the day, just watching soap operas? I have no idea. No clue. But either way, we got ourselves a football game on Sunday morning. And a game that over the course of the week, I have been nervous about, and you have convinced me not to be nervous about at all. But I do want to ask you this question. If you had to pick, I'm going to give you instead of 3 keys, give me 1 key. If the Broncos do this, there's no way the 0-5 Jets can pull off a victory unless it's some stupid, weird, massive turnover event or something like that where, Bo's throwing a bunch of picks or JK's dropping a ball or whatever. Give me 1 key for the Broncos-Jets game.
Justin Fields, make him a passer.
Okay.
Just like you did with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
That went well for you. How
many points did the Eagles score?
Score any points.
17. And it stayed there for, it felt like 2.5 quarters.
Yeah, because they got nothing after that. I think, Justin Fields is not a good quarterback. I don't like him as a quarterback, but that doesn't mean he can't win you some games. I wonder what his career record is overall. And what year is this for Justin Fields? He was drafted in 2021. So he's been around a while. I once again, I wonder when the Jets say anybody is available, does that mean at the quarterback position too? Would they trade Justin Fields? Do you think Aaron Glenn would trade Justin Fields? Because it sounds like New York's open for business. Call them about anybody. But you can't go about trading your starting quarterback unless you have somebody like, do you really believe Tyrod is any better than Justin? Or if you gave Tyrod Taylor, that man is almost 40. Like he's going to turn 39 this season, right? Something like that. I don't know. If you're the head coach of the New York Jets, do you find a way to win with Justin Fields?
Yeah, you try. Problem is there's a lot of proof out there.
Yeah,
that's he's good enough and athletic enough and talented enough. And I've heard Vance Joseph even say in the last 24 hours when he was interviewed. Did you hear that interview?
No, I haven't heard it.
Yeah,
was he talking? He was like, I like Justin Fields.
He said that he's a scarier threat in the run game than even Jalen Hurts, which I found interesting.
Yeah.
So he can have moments, man, that are like, that wasn't what I signed up for. I thought. Do you remember his performance in the first half against the Russell Wilson-led Denver Broncos?
He was cooking, right? He was cooking when he was with Chicago. Yeah.
He was unconscionable.
Yeah. I mean, the Broncos were bad back there, bad. But, he was.
That same year, they beat the Chiefs at Kansas City, and they beat Josh Allen and the Bills in Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't, they also got a 70 burger hung up there by the guy that says, I don't know how to talk.
Oh man, that's my man. That's my man.
He is your man. Yeah, you guys are the micro and macro dosing. Yeah, that was a wild game, man. And I guess Justin Fields last year played for the Steelers against the Broncos, and it wasn't great. How wild is that? 3 seasons.
Yeah.
3 seasons in a row, Justin Fields is starting against the Denver Broncos with 3 different teams.
Yeah. It's like with
he's
Joe.
going to take that third loss, man.
It's like Joe Flacco facing the Packers again. He just faced them a couple of weeks with a different team.
So this was the game that was crazy.
Yeah. What were those numbers like?
October 1st, 2023. So it's nearly just beyond a two-year anniversary of this wild game. Justin Fields was 28 of 35 for 80% completion for 335 yards, 4 touchdowns. And then remember he had an interception late and a sack fumble late in that game that ended up costing his team. But they looked like they were on fire. Hot fire.
Man, Broncos over the Bears 31-28. That's that crazy fourth quarter comeback. Russell Wilson 223 yards and 3 touchdowns in that game. Jaleel McLaughlin leading you in rushing with 72 yards, baby. That's old school right there. That's old school. And now the Chicago Bears, like this I'm looking at the roster for the Chicago Bears for that game. Man, there's been a massive amount of turnover. This is what the Jets are going to look like
last year. Do you want to talk about Justin Fields last year against the Denver Broncos?
Yeah, what did he do?
I was at the game. It was just bad football, man, to be honest. He won the game. Okay, he won the game. Justin Fields had 117 passing yards, 1 pass touchdown, 0 interceptions in game 2 of the season for the Steelers, where Bo Nix, man, he threw for 246, but 0 teeters, and he had those 2 interceptions. One was a really boneheaded red zone interception that doesn't happen much from Bo these days. But the crazy thing about Justin Fields, you're afraid of all the ability as a rusher. In that game against Vance Joseph's defense, Justin Fields had 8 carries for 27 yards.
Oh, I take that all day, right?
I love that.
All day?
I love that.
Take it all day. All right, let's do this. It's time, after this quick timeout, to hear from KJ as we take a look around the NFL with some news and notes as we roll on right here on the Morning Spread. It is probably the most popular segment on the station.
Not just the station.
In the country?
The world.
The world?
Yeah, like the AM. I don't even know if they have AM radio in London. They're
still living in
Arsenal radio. Can't touch KJ Granderson's NFL notes, baby.
All right, KJ, let's get to it. What do you got to say?
Let's get riggedy wrecked, son.
Let's get wrecked. We opened up the show talking about just the fact the Broncos, they love field trips and they love just being able to get out of their monotonous nature and routine. Bo Nix, he even talked yesterday about the struggles that sometimes can come with trying to find or stay within a routine when you're in long field trip like trips like this.
Well, you try to keep it the exact same, but it's hard when they uproot you. But you don't have quite the same resources, I guess. Resources have changed and locations have changed, so you try to make do with what you got. But it's definitely not going to be a normal week, so good thing I'm not superstitious or anything.
Yep.
He's not superstitious.
Bo's going to be ready to play.
I don't know which one is bothering you more. Bo Nix going the full, coach route, or when Russell Wilson used to do his Russell Wilson cliche thing, where it was just nothing but cliche. But with, seriously, I could picture Sean Payton saying exactly what Bo just said.
My guy, Bo, is much less cringe
than Russ.
Russ.
You're right.
Now,
the cringe factor
the YouTube channel that kind of launched and then didn't go anywhere from Bo Nix,
right?
That had a little cringe to it.
Yeah, there's some of those
felt
commercials.
Like we were on our way towards.
Yeah, there's that medical commercial where Peyton's in it too, and Peyton is a pretty good actor, and then Bo does his line, and you're like, oh, that kid is stiff. I don't think he's going to be making his way as an actor in Hollywood anytime soon, man.
He does have some stiffness to him, doesn't he? Yeah, robots don't have the ability to be superstitious.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah, robots can't be superstitious.
From the 939 right there, and I agree wholeheartedly. I think Bo Nix is licking his chops to have a chance to play against this Jets defense.
Yeah.
And it's a dysfunctional Jets defense. He's going to have an opportunity to spin that football down the field a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to. What I'm looking for this game is, while I thought Bo played tremendous and looked anchored in the pocket, he looked like his feet were set. He looked clean as a rotational athlete, did he not?
Yeah,
Against the Eagles,
but
especially in that fourth quarter.
He's back with happy feet again, like he was in the first 3 games of the season?
I don't think he will be.
Okay.
But you know where I think he's looking to, I guess, make good on something that wasn't so good is there's going to be some opportunities down the field in this game.
Okay.
Troy Franklin, Courtland Sutton,
over
Marvin Mims.
Under 350 yards passing
he'll be under 350.
Okay.
Because I think this game has a chance to actually see some steady reps.
Yeah,
the new daddy.
I cannot believe he flew. I thought he was just going to kick it here in town.
Nah, man.
We're
wired kind of wild.
I get it.
We ain't wired normal.
No, I know. I'm sure Stidham was like.
Players are wired even a little bit less insanely than the coaches are.
Right.
Coaches are stupid.
There's
in fact,
no reason for Stidham to be overseas.
The coaches are pissed. They're all like, these people are the worst people ever, man.
There's no reason for Stidham to be over there right now. He could be hanging out with a new kid right now.
Jared here from the Shop Mazda text line 303-504-0925 has a great point. Is that Bo's coach talk is authentic. He's been around his dad his entire life.
Yeah.
Therefore, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I totally
You're right.
agree.
So he doesn't sound like coach. He sounds like his coach.
Let me ask you this. I grew up the son of a coach, a higher level coach than Bo's dad. My dad was the head coach at UNLV, head coach at Indiana State University, coached the wide receivers at the Chargers, at USC, at Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Do I talk in coach speak very often, man?
Not very often.
I mean,
but
I'm pretty
again,
unhinged.
you're not in front of the media with them asking you.
I was.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. There's not a whole lot of head coaches who are going to just sit there and be blatantly honest, right? A lot of them are just going to tell you what they want you to do.
We've already discussed this. That was part of my problem is that I was too honest. I just told people exactly what.
I'm trying. There was a couple of who's the old KJ? Who was the GM of the Nuggets before Tim Conley? He went to Toronto. What was his name? They won
Masai
Ujiri. There you go. Masai had that same problem. Every time you talked to Masai, he would be blatant just way too honest with you. You were like, you might want to curb that just a little bit. But it was something I enjoyed about it. It was just stupid, blatant honesty. But you don't get that a lot. There is in professional sports, in high school, college sports. There's not a lot of that. You got to massage the media just a little bit. All right, KJ, what's next?
We don't have any clowns.
Despite the Jets being 0-5, they've actually been in 3 one-score games thus far this season. Justin Fields, he stepped up to the podium earlier this afternoon because it's afternoon technically there in London, and he talked about, well, what do you got to do to actually start closing out some of these games?
What do you guys have to do to change that, to finish off these drives?
Finish.
Just that simple.
Just that simple. There's no overthinking
What's
it.
preventing you from finishing?
That's not finishing. I mean, there's a lot of things. There's different situations or different drives. There's not one main thing. Every drive is different. So, I think to kind of summarize it is to make it as simple as possible, is just finishing drives and, having that 4-point differential rather than, just taking 3. So.
What do you think? Listen, this once again, that's been the culture problem in New York. This is what you guys don't do. This is what you don't do. You haven't done it. You never do it. You never close games out, right? You just don't. You don't.
Are we really talking about the Jets not finishing games? I mean, because that might have been a narrative earlier.
But they've had several close games, right?
I mean, kind of
so far. But when you're looking at 5 straight L's,
they got beat by 15 against the Cowboys. And they got beat by 20 against the Bills, I guess. And then, you lost to Tampa 39-30. That was 29-27. That game was wild.
Mm-hmm.
Game was unhinged.
Mm-hmm. That was the game where Aaron Glenn was dancing, right? That basically, the Tampa Bay game had the one highlight of the Jets' entire season so far, and that was that block punt or block kick for the.
That was Tampa, right?
For the Tampa game, right? And they took it for a touchdown, and Glenn is like dancing on the sidelines, but then Baker and Tampa was like, okay, check this out. And they had that game-winning drive for the winning field goal, right?
Which is just kind of what that man does, right?
Yeah, yeah. And now Baker, do you see Baker's been getting these questions like, hey, you're changing the narrative around your career. And he's like, I'm the same idiot I was at the beginning of my career. But back then, I was cocky, and now I'm confident, or whatever. He's like, it's just different names or different tags on me, and I haven't really changed. But, yes, you have, Baker. Yes, you have. You're a better quarterback. Your personality might have changed, but your play certainly has. But either way. All right, KJ, what's next?
We don't have any clowns.
Goodness gracious, it's like you got the notes right there in front of you because that's exactly where we're walking. We're walking right down Baker Mayfield Street. This morning, there was an updated list of the 25-26 NFL MVP odds, and leading the way is quarterback Josh Allen for the Bills.
Josh Allen.
Patrick Mahomes is number 2.
What? Mahomes is number 2 with those numbers and that record?
Mahomes, he's coming back a little bit.
No way, man. But you can't put him at number 2 right now. Hell, I put Puka Nacua before I put him, man. Right? Like, what is going on?
Stop it.
Nah. My man Puka's leading the NFL in receiving.
Right now, right now, Patrick Mahomes is 6th in the NFL with just shy of 1,300 yards passing. He's got 8 touchdowns, the 2 interceptions, 4-1. His QBR is 4th in the National Football League right now.
Man, I just want him to be.
There's a little bit of a hangover from last year because his stats were awful last year.
Maybe that's what it is. But
you know what he got?
They're game under 500, right?
But you know what he got though? He got a chance to play against the Ravens.
Yeah,
that's the get right now versus for everybody. Seriously, statistically, if you want to get right, play the Ravens.
And you
want to get wrong?
They're giving up 35 a game, man.
Hey, you want to get wrong?
That's so many points.
Play the Broncos.
Yeah, that's true. Because your numbers tank with that.
The sacks,
there's nothing you can do.
Go up.
Look at it. We'll get to it later.
We'll continue with the list here. 3rd is Justin Herbert, which is a little surprising. Right behind him is our man Baker Mayfield, and then 5th is Coach's other guy, Jordan Love.
Ooh.
And then 6th, they have Matthew Stafford. 7th, Jared Goff. And then 8th is the quarterback that unfortunately he lost his team the game with how they played in the 4th quarter, and that is Jalen Hurts.
Ooh, Jalen's on that list, huh? Well, it's better than Mahomes because at least Jalen's got a winning record. You number 2 on the MVP list, and you're 2 and 3. Maybe it's just my Denver Bronco bias, but hell no. You don't get to make the top 5 with that record unless your numbers are just the most stupid. Well, I guess he's got almost 1,300 yards, but 8 touches and 2 interceptions. Nah, man. That's recency. Well, not even recency bias. You're right, because he wasn't like he was putting up massive numbers last year. I don't know, Coach. Would you vote for Patrick Mahomes as MVP? Is Patrick Mahomes the most valuable player in the NFL this season?
Right now, it's Josh Allen. It is.
Josh Allen?
Yeah.
But you could be... How? Like, I put Baker Mayfield ahead of Patrick Mahomes in the MVP list because it's about what you're doing on the field this season, right?
Correct. Here's who I have. After the 5 sacks that he records in London, I've got the leader in the clubhouse en route to a 25-sack season. Nick Bonito, MVP of the National Football League.
You're right. Because I bet you they're with
you. Scared of that, man?
No,
you scared of that?
I'm not scared.
You ready? You think Denver's ready for that?
Oh yeah, I'm ready for
a real MVP season from a pass rusher that only plays 63% of his snaps.
Racks up 25 sacks.
25 sackaroonies.
Something absolutely incredible. All right, KJ, what's next?
We don't have any clowns.
You know, while we were all kind of winding down last night, the Cleveland Browns, they were at it again as they made another trade. The Jags and the Browns, they swapped cornerbacks Tyson Campbell and Greg Newsome in Wednesday night / Wednesday evening. The Jags sent Campbell in a 26th, 7th round pick to the from the Eagles to the Browns for Newsome in a 26th, 6th round selection. Obviously, that means the Jags believe that they kind of want to shake it up with the cornerbacks. We get that. They have the right to do that. They're winning. As for the Browns, what are they doing? They have no direction. I can't even make sense of where they're going with all of the trades they've made here in the last couple of weeks. What is the sense of direction for the Browns?
Straight into the garbage, right?
Trash. Yeah, I mean, The Athletic right now, which is also basically the New York Times.
Yeah.
The headline this morning, Shedeur Sanders saga needs to end for the Browns to move ahead. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Because move on from them.
Because, I mean, come Sunday, QB number 1 is going to be Dylan Gabriel, and QB number 2 is going to be Bailey Zappi, and Shedeur's just going to be sitting there doing nothing again.
Yeah.
So that's such weird. The Browns are inviting this drama on themselves. They
sure
did it to themselves, right?
Yep.
That's crazy to me.
And to piggyback off what Coach said, I was watching a First Take clip earlier this morning. Ryan Clark says the same thing the Athletic said. You have to make a decision this week or you have to move off Shedeur because the circus is only going to get wilder. And the media, they're only going to continue to focus more on Shedeur until you make a decision to start him.
Unless Dylan Gabriel looks like the next coming of John Elway this weekend in Pittsburgh against the Steelers or whatever, the fan base is going to be calling for QB2 again already because that will be 2 straight games where Gabriel didn't look right. And they're going to be like, let's see Shedeur. And Stefanski's going to be like, no, you get Bailey.
I got a little bit of a tip here.
Ooh, okay. What you got?
The Cleveland Browns, their offense under Dylan Gabriel in Pittsburgh is not going to look good. And if you're Kevin Stefanski, why not just give the people what they want?
Yes, just be like, and especially if you believe he can't play, and you're like, all right, well, no, see, then you're sabotaging your own team. Yeah, you can't do that. But, yeah, if you, like, eventually Shedeur's going to have to play because you're not going to win. You're going to have to give him a chance. Like, how much rope does Dylan Gabriel actually get? I don't know, man. You're a 1-4 football team. It all feels like it's going sideways. I feel like Cleveland should do what the New York Jets are contemplating, and that's blow the whole damn thing up. But if you do that, then Stefanski's fired immediately. Aaron Glenn has some grace, right? He's got some time to get it done.
Well, he's already made his move to let them know that the system that he runs doesn't fit these players.
Yeah, he's not going to change his system for these players. He's going to change players to fit his system. So if you want a Jets player, call them right now. But I feel like that's what Cleveland should do. Just light the fuse and blow that whole thing up, man. All right, KJ, what you got?
We don't have any clowns.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. Last story here, ESPN, they put together a division ranking this morning, and the premise is they took the Football Power Index, which is the totality of what makes a team, and they combined that with the rankings based on a division's likeliness to get each team into the playoffs. Number 1 is the NFC North. Number 2 is the NFC West. Number 3 is the AFC West. Number 4 is the NFC East. Number 5 is the AFC North. Number 6 is the AFC South. Number 7, the AFC East. And number 8 is the NFC South. So let's go back to 1, 2, and 3. NFC North, NFC West, AFC West. Do you guys agree with that?
I mean, those are the 3 best divisions, but I don't know if that order is correct.
If the Chargers were healthy,
and if the Raiders didn't look like trash,
and maybe the Chiefs hadn't had the tough start to the year, it appears the Chiefs are, unfortunately, arrow looks like it's headed up, right? Does it not?
This is what Kansas City does. This is what Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes do.
Yeah,
it's what they do.
I think I still stand by the fact I think the AFC West is the best division in football.
How about the 2? So
because the Vikings, as good as they are defensively, they're pretty flawed offensively right now, and who knows with JJ McCarthy, when he's going to be back, what he's going to look like. The Packers looked unbeatable, untouchable in the first week or 2 of the season. I don't really know. Like, the Lions look good, but I don't know if I can trust them in big spots yet with the new coordinators on both sides of the ball.
What about the NFC West? Niners, Seahawks,
It just
Rams,
seems like
Cards.
it seems like a consistent meh to me. Like it's like who's elite,
right?
Who scares the heck out of you,
right?
Nobody.
Like, I don't think you want to play the Niners or the Rams on any given Sunday, but at the same time, if you have to, you're not like, oh man, those are world beaters right there.
When the Chargers are right, Herbert is terrifying.
Yeah,
Amari Hampton has proved to be a good back.
Mm-hmm.
Although
he's
when the
banged
Chiefs,
up now, right?
when the Chiefs are, he's hurt. Yeah, that's why he's on the IR. And then their arrow looks like it's pointing down. Offensive tackles are both out. When the Chiefs are right, we all know we don't need to glaze them.
Yeah, well,
Just
here
get out of here with
here
that.
4 or 5
and then the
more
dang
games
Broncos,
and-
man.
Yeah, class of the division.
Got an opportunity, man. I just learned that I said the New York State Championship, you can win it in back-to-back weeks. I meant the New York City Championship because Buffalo.
Right, is part of that state.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks that, though. Actually, Buffalo's almost Canada to me, man. Didn't the Buffalo Bill? Well, no, I don't want to get into it. Let's move on. Hold on. I'm sure there's something I have to read here. Give me a second. I'll find it. No, wait. No, that's not the right one. Here it is. Hold on. Tune in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. for our high school football game of the week. Connor Cape and Justin Adams will have the call in a top 4A clash between number 1 ranked Dakota Ridge and number 7 Heritage High School. Football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHASA. We'll be right back.
So I think for me, the biggest thing is it's crazy how the script can flip so quickly. For the longest time, the Avs and the teams I was on, we were considered a young, up-and-coming team, and now it's one of the older rosters in the league, and that window gets smaller and smaller every year to win. So that pressure, I feel like, increases every year when, Nate gets into his 30s, Gabe's getting into his 30s, and for me, the team's window is still wide open, but every year you don't win, that pressure to win another one builds. So it's great to have one in the back pocket, but it kind of adds to that, it's great, but you really want to get that other one in the prime years of Kale and Nate.
That's the Condor. That's EJ. Spread your wings and fly, as Erik Johnson recently retired, joined the morning show this morning, and he will be on the broadcast with Connor McGahey tonight as the Avs take on the Mammoth in their first home game of the season. Matter of fact, coverage of tonight's Avalanche home opener will begin at 6:30 with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. I love the home opener is always great. It's always great. You got a team that you should smash. Utah hasn't made the playoffs in 6 seasons, and they're not going to make the playoffs this year unless they go nuts. And I don't see that happening. They do have a nice young roster, although one of their players, Logan Cooley, who's a top-line player for them, was offered I think the report is he was offered a $77 million contract, and he told him to kick rocks. So who knows if he's going to stay there in Utah. But the Avs are hot, and they got a game tonight. Coach, you can be locked into a little – you know what? We got football tonight, too. It's Conference USA, right? And Eagles and Giants and Avs and Mammoth. This is one of those good sports tonight. We got college football. We got NFL football. We got Avalanche hockey. And we got Major League Baseball playoffs as well. Those are the 4. We got NBA preseason, but I don't know if anybody cares about that. But we do have Phillies, Dodgers, Brewers, Cubs. My love of the Colorado Avalanche knows no bounds. So I'm going to be locked in tonight to this contest. But, Coach, what are you going to be doing this evening?
I am going to be watching NFL football.
Yeah, you can watch a little.
With the Avs on also.
Yeah, you're going to double screen it in the new house?
Yeah, not quite ready for it.
But I was about to say, a lot of the TVs are still in the old house.
But the good thing is, there's the old house. Yeah. I have, it's gonna be a great night of watching sports. Yeah. Eagles, Giants, man.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that.
It's going to be a little bit more. There's a little bit more turmoil around the Eagles right
but
now.
It almost feels like, is Philly going to get right tonight, or the Giants going to find something? I don't know, because the Giants they look bad, but that doesn't mean that you can't beat Philadelphia. I have no idea. Give me a prediction tonight, Eagles-Giants.
Boy.
Eagles-Giants. I'm sure the Eagles are favored.
I think the Eagles have a get right. I think the Eagles have a nice get right here.
It's Philadelphia minus 7.5 in New York, so they're not giving the Giants much hope of winning that thing.
I got the Eagles on a nice little get right. This isn't as a Broncos rooting interests. You root for Jackson Dart to look like absolutely buns, and you want the Eagles to assault him.
Okay.
Because the team, you want them to be like, the Eagles.
Just completely out of pocket when they come and face you.
Yeah.
When they come here in the very next week. So you want them just to have the worst possible, just bad things happen left and right. Who rushes for more yards tonight, Saquon or Cam? Can't believe I'm asking that question.
They got to get back to feeding him the rock, man.
6 rushes last week. Although they only rushed the ball 11 times, something like that. It wasn't a whole lot of rush. It's not like he did get most of the but yeah, they just were like, all right, Jalen, sorry, you have to throw the ball, and it didn't work out for him. But yeah, a little 1-4 Giants and the 4-1 Eagles, and it feels like the Eagles are the team that's 1-4. The way they're talking about that team in Philadelphia. But you know what? Philadelphia sports is in a bad way right now, especially if the Phillies lose to the Dodgers tonight. Right? The Phillies Dodgers play today. Right? Am I right or am I wrong? I've been checked out on Major League Baseball. Shout out to the Colorado Rockies. But it's going to be bad news all the way around for Philadelphia. Matter of fact, that's an early game. They play that thing at 4 p.m. All right, Major League Baseball, I guess you don't want viewers. Why are you playing a playoff game at 4 p.m, man?
Because in Philadelphia, it's 6:08.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
For the TV market, I'm saying.
Oh, no, wait, this game is in L.A.
So it's 3:08. That's a weird time for L.A. traffic, man. That is crazy.
I mean, I'm sure.
Chavez Ravine, like the hardest place on planet Earth to get in and out of.
Yeah, and you're just like right at rush hour in LA. Good luck.
Oh, my word. Like, when the game's over, it's going to be like, it's going to be the ultimate dumping ground of humanity right into, Interstate 5 and the 405 and the 10 and the 210 and the 110 and the 410, all of the 10s.
I mean, these TV executives know what they're doing, I think. But
they understand money.
Yeah, so they get it. There's probably a reason why you're putting the Dodgers on at 4 PM Mountain Time, but that's weird to me.
You said earlier, Berto, it's never too early to start drinking.
That's true. That's true. So I guess maybe Major League Baseball is like, congratulations. Listen, I heard there's some people who dislike these teams winning these series and then celebrating the fact they won these series. You know what I mean? And I'm like, once again, you don't need to give me an excuse to get lit with a bunch of champagne with my homies in the clubhouse. Like, yeah, just have a good time. Have a good time. You won something. I don't care. It wasn't that you won the whole thing. Go ahead and celebrate. These are the moments I mean, season's way too long.
Go Phillies. Go Eagles.
All right.
Rooting interest for all Colorado sports fans.
Yeah, we need the Eagles to house the Giants.
I think we were told by Vic Lombardi how to root for Denver sports teams. It was the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, but he was going full pot calls the kettle black, because you know how that conversation started. I heard it started because he was complaining about LeBron James using his second decision to sell liquor and make money. And then he went to break and did and then he, you know what I mean? I'm like, you're using your platform to make money too, brother. Why are you complaining about LeBron doing the same thing? And then he was like, and then he came up with the 10 Commandments. I'm down with those first two. I'm down with it.
Gotta hate the Lakers, hate the Chiefs, despise the Raiders.
I'm down with that.
Hate the costume-laden Raiders fans, especially those who inexplicably call themselves Denver natives. Thou must not tolerate East Coast bias. Big fan. Remember the Sabbath, Broncos Sunday. Honor your father, John Elway or Nikola Jokic. Thou shalt not covet the stupid Cubs or the Stars or the Wild for that matter.
Can't do that. That's half the city. Half the city didn't grow up here. They all, I mean, you know how many Cubs fans live in this city, man? You know how many Cubs fans?
Maybe it's because of my San Francisco Giants rooting interest and shared interest. There's nothing in here about despising the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that should be part of it.
The only thing I really agree with is the first two and the this whole the last one with the late tip-offs. I'm down with that. I don't agree with
the 8:30 tip-off / face-off serves as our penance for committing sin.
Yeah, that's what you get when you break one of those commandments. They make us start a game at 9 o'clock at night.
Is it weird to you that I love an 8:30 tip or an 8:30?
Really?
You know why?
Why?
Because I actually can watch the games.
See, I don't
because
like
I
waiting around.
work
I don't mind when the game actually shows up. It's just waiting around for it. I'm like, come on, man.
I work until I'm coaching ball until about then, and then it, kids go down about 8:30, 8:45, 9. Especially this 8-year-old and the 10-year-old, 11-year-old now. I kind of like to sit down and be like, okay, I can see the actual beginning of a game.
Yeah, no, I don't like getting home at midnight, 1 a.m. Let's start. I love afternoon games. Let's start more of these in the afternoon, brother. I love them. But either way, that right there was the morning spread. I guess I should tell you that. Head to number 38 in Rhino to watch tonight's Thursday night football game with Philadelphia and New York, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew. Keep an eye on the Avs game and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. See you at number 38 with DMac at 6. But for the coach, Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, for Alex Ryan Emmy, I'm Mark Bernoulli saying thanks a lot for listening. PhD is next. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, another day of preparation for the Broncos with the Jets. The Shedeur stuff is, Tyler, reaching new levels.
Fever pitch.
It's just, well, I mean, what did they think? What were they expecting? What was Stefanski thinking? And it's, been talked about all over the place. It doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. It's been fun, I got to admit, following the local sports talk boys there in Cleveland. They're melting down about it every freaking 5 seconds.
What's the latest?
Well, it's so much like the Tebow stuff. Like, during the Tebow era in talk radio here, there wasn't any shades of gray with Tebow. It was like, I love him, I hate him, that's it, the end. And if you're in the I love him crowd, you were like, play him, he's a winner, that's all he does, who cares about the stats?
Right.
And if you were with the hate him crowd, you're just like, he was you can't play quarterback, you can't throw the ball.
And if you also happen to think that Tim Tebow was bad at quarterback, you apparently hate God also.
It was, you got a whole chunk of that too. You got some weird other stuff there. So, to me, it feels like it's kind of exactly the same. So, yeah, that's going on. Dan, let me know when we got some of that stuff kind of ready to roll. And VJ was talking about Justin Fields. I heard the Morning Sprint talk about Justin Fields today. And he's I don't know how many years, Tyler, he's got left in the NFL.
Well, you can play a long time as a backup. I think you'd be an incredible backup quarterback. I'd love to have a guy like Justin Fields as my backup.
Does he just run around?
Spark plug guy. He's a guy that you can limit the playbook with, and he's going to make some plays with his feet. Obviously he's got good talent. I mean, he can play another 10 years if he wants to be a backup.
Yeah, it's just, is it ever really going to work for Justin Fields?
He's not a good quarterback. So I don't know if we figured that out by now, but Justin Fields is not a good quarterback. His stats are going to always look okay. Like they look like if you just look at the stat line, you're like, oh, he's okay. Like it looks fine. No, Justin Fields ain't a good quarterback.
He is a combo meal of just bad things happening to him, can't get things done, mistakes happen at inopportune times. It's just,
and not being a good quarterback.
It's funny though, because he can run.
Sure he can.
He's got a good arm.
He'd probably be a hell of a running back. I'm being serious. Like you want to have fun with a guy like a Taysom Hill type of situation. Use Justin Fields as just a weird utility knife.
Well, that being said, they got so many problems there with the Jets. What do you see when you look at them these days? Like, the Jets.
Oh, listen,
who they are.
I mean, we could break down this game in detail, but it's not fun. There's really not a huge point to it. They're a bad football team across the board except for one category, and they're actually not just okay at running the football. They're like top of the league running the football. They're really, really good. They've got a really legitimate rushing attack. Breece Hall is legit.
Mm-hmm.
You combine that with a quarterback that has got some feet, and if you allow them to run the football on you, well, they might have a chance of hanging in there for a little bit. But force them to be one-dimensional on offense. Go ahead and load up that box. Take away the running game. I wish we had Drake Greenlaw in this game because he'd make a huge impact in the running game as a rush defender. But you don't, and so take away the one thing that they're good at and force them to beat you at something else. Offensively, they've had a couple of games where they put up some points, but they are just they're a train wreck. They're a train wreck. They don't have an identity even with the running game. They don't know how to take advantage of their running game with their play action, which is what's missing from their football team. But overall, just a bad team that the Broncos need to take control from the first quarter.
Here is VJ from earlier today. Everything's already wrapped up there, and we'll get the injury report here in just a little bit. In terms of who's doing what. But here's VJ about Fields.
He's so talented. He's dangerous. Obviously with his legs, he's a better runner than Jalen, in my opinion. He has a great arm. He's obviously, bounced around the teams, but, not his fault. I mean, he's competed everywhere he's gone, but he's capable of making big plays, and that's scary for a coach. It only takes one play on defense to give up a big play, and they've got guys who can do those things. The backs playing well, the receivers a top 10 pick, and the quarterback's a special talent. So, we've got to play our best ball to win. It's the NFL. It's no trap games or, easy games on the schedule. Playing our best is our goal each week, and we have to do that.
You're hitting the lowest of your opponents when the coaches are like explaining to people they get paid to. There's no trap games.
Yeah, that's how I define this week. Is it a trap game? Probably. It actually has got all the writings on the wall of a trap game from the outside looking in. But inside, how do you talk about it? It's a they get paid to game.
Yeah. It's funny. You didn't hear that last week against the Eagles, did you? You didn't hear the Broncos like, I don't know.
They get paid.
Yeah, they get paid too. It's a trap game. I mean, any given Sunday against the Eagles, no.
Not tough to get up for the Philadelphia Eagles. A little bit tough when you've traveled across the world. You got an 8-hour time zone change. How's the weather out there? I'm assuming it's gloomy and rainy. That's just what I'm assuming.
It looks gloomy and rainy, yes.
No clue, but I'm just assuming you traveled halfway across the world. You haven't seen the sun. You're sleepy. You're tired.
Yeah.
You're having a pint or two of Guinness at night.
Well, you're not supposed to.
The King's Guard might be standing outside your room. You don't know.
Yeah, it was like, hey, we're not going to go sightseeing. We're staying in the middle of nowhere. Pat Sertan. Yeah, I went into London. I want to see the sights. Hey, if you've never been to London before, don't you want to zip around? You got the day off. What else are you doing? Just going to sit in your hotel room?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe most guys did that. Maybe most guys don't care. Who knows?
I don't know. I probably would have done the sightseeing if it was convenient, but if I had to drive like 45 minutes to get to it, I don't know. I might have actually just stayed at the hotel.
It'd have been easier to just
I might have found a Netflix show to just binge on all day. Maybe Amazon Prime.
Oh, man.
Dad, you didn't even catch that.
I heard it. I just didn't know.
Hey, these shows.
No, you didn't catch it.
These shows aren't going to catch up on themselves. Are you caught up, by the way?
On what?
Caught up on your shows?
I did finish Black Rabbit last night.
What'd you think?
Oh, it's like haunting me. The ending, like I've been thinking about it all day, Yeah, I'm not going to ruin it for everybody. It was a great show. Jason Bateman's such a great actor, dude.
Yeah.
Such a great actor. For such a funny guy, he plays some dark roles.
Dark, man. Yeah, I won't ruin it either.
Still behind on task, though. You know what, though? This is like the season of new shows coming out. I feel like I was like, I had nothing to watch, and all of a sudden I'm going through all my streaming stuff last night.
Got some stuff.
And I've got like 5 shows that I've seen previous seasons of, and I'm like, I got to watch that. I got to watch that. I got to watch that.
It's good. It's a good feeling.
I got one, though, that you probably have not seen because it's a little bit of a deep dive. Did you ever watch Squid Games?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you like Squid Games, you'll like the show called Alice in Borderland.
Alice in Borderland.
Alice in Borderland.
All right.
It's another like Japanese show that's dubbed in English.
Okay.
It's kind of similar concept. They got to go through different challenges or else you get killed.
All right.
Right. But it's better. It's better than Squid Games.
Okay.
3rd season just came out. I'm diving into that tonight.
Where do you see that at? What network? What streaming service?
It's on Netflix.
Netflix?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is there some illegal way to get it that Dan is participating in?
No.
What's that smile, Dan?
Dare you?
All right. Well, there you go. With we got the talk show guys there, Dan, or are they coming up? The Cleveland guys. Oh, they are? Okay. They are freaking out. Oh, let me see. Hold on. Oh, I got it. All right, here's a little Cleveland Raider. You guys are going to love this. This boy, Tyler, the Tebow time. Does this sound familiar? We're thriving off other people's controversy.
It's like, you think he's done with the Browns? And I go, you know what? If I were Coach Prime and he was my son, yeah. Now, you could say, well, this is what you wanted. You wanted a chance to play. Yeah, he'll get a chance to play soon. But you had your 2 guys that you signed first. They're gone. You spent training camp having my son throw to guys who were ball boys, and then he's getting extra reps and God knows what. And it's not about, like, again, I do believe that they will put Bailey Zappi in as backup quarterback, and that's going to get everybody upset. It's not something I like saying. It's something I believe they're going to do. But if you don't do that, you're now going to put him in a position where he's got to run an offense that he's not accustomed to, and now he hasn't had the practice of doing so. So your preseason, your training camp was a mess. or it's become a mess because of what you've done now during the year. And now you're putting my son at a disadvantage. That's what I would believe if I were Deion Sanders, because I'm not Shedeur Sanders' dad. I'm an observer. Do you believe that they put Shedeur Sanders in a place to succeed so far? No. So obviously, if I were Deion and he was my son, I'd be pretty upset. Yeah, because you want to go to a place that, yes, you can play early. Okay. But you still want to be able to trust the people that were there. And in April, hey, I know what Browns fans thought of Kevin Stefanski, but a lot of people around the league and a lot of people around the game of football trusted Kevin Stefanski. Now, that's changing, and we'll have some audio coming up from Bruce Arians later on in the show. But at that time, you wanted to trust it, and here you are. All the things that you hear about the Cleveland Browns, if you're Deion Sanders, all the things you may have known about the Cleveland Browns if you're Deion Sanders back when you were on NFL Network, are coming to fruition.
You know what's so confusing about this whole thing? I mean, seriously, who selected him? Who did?
Who did?
I mean, my
No
gut,
idea.
my gut tells me it's the owner, but it definitely was not Kevin Stefanski. That's
Definitely
for damn
not.
sure.
Well-
Kevin Stefanski wants nothing to do with Shedeur Sanders, which is, you know what? Like, I feel conflicted on the whole subject because it's like, what right do you feel like you have as a 5th round selection that you've got to be the game plan, that the coach has got to have some game plan for you to get you evolved and prepared and ready to play?
Nothing.
Like, you're a 5th rounder, right?
Right.
So, like, I do feel conflicted on the conversation, but it also is true. Okay, Kevin Stefanski wants nothing to do with him. The owner claims, and I don't believe him, but he claims that it was not his selection. He had nothing to do with it. The GM is like, yeah, you know, it was just a guy that was on the board. We had him ranked, you know, so we picked the dude that was on the board. He was on the board, so we just like picked the board.
Yeah.
Who picked this guy?
I don't know. It feels like Andrew Berry is going to be hung out to dry, the GM.
Yeah, but
for the selection.
The only thing that makes sense is that it's an owner pick. And after the fact, the owner is distancing himself from it because he doesn't want to look like he's an over-controlling owner.
Well, I got a crazy call from somebody, unusual birdie, but a birdie nonetheless. And he was like, the NFL put pressure on the Browns to draft him because it was clear that he wasn't going to get drafted and the NFL was going to feel heat because of blah, 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 blah. And I was like, wow, that is a crazy conspiracy
Well,
theory.
that was the Eric Dickerson one, right?
I don't know. Did Dickerson say that same thing?
I think so.
Okay.
It was Dickerson or some famous running back. I forget which one it was, but they came out and said the NFL basically told the Browns you need to pick him.
That's what I was told.
That's the dumbest theory of them all. Can I just throw that out there? That's the dumbest theory of them all. So you're telling me that I'm the Browns. I get a call from Roger Goodell in the NFL office. Hey, we need you to do me a solid and pick Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Call someone else. You got 31 other teams. Why do you think that I'm going to make a selection for you? That's the dumbest one. Just toss that one out. That one, no freaking way does that make sense.
To me, the only way that makes sense is if there's some other quid pro quo coming down. I don't
give me
know.
an example.
I have no
make
idea.
up one. Make up one.
You get the draft again? I don't know. You get a Super Bowl? Do you get a Super Bowl in Cleveland?
Hell no.
Okay. Listen, trust me. I got called on this, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. It never made sense to me either. So I have no idea what Jimmy Haslam owes or wants from Roger Goodell. Just none of it makes sense. So here we go, and everybody's talking about it. And it feels like, how dumb are you, Cleveland, to not understand? Like Tebow, by the way. It's too good and too juicy to not talk about. We're going to grind it up. We'll get back to it again because who knows what news will break about this afternoon. Plus, John Michael Lyles will join us coming up in about 14 minutes. Avs open against the Utah Mammoth. Nice name. So we have opening day there. We have the injury report coming up as well. PhD underway. 92.5. Celebrating the Broncos in England. Nothing but British bands all this week for music. What do you guys, Dan, what do you know about, Tyler, what do you know about Black Sabbath?
Can I ask you an early no-dumb question?
Sure, of course.
Are there any British bands that you can tell they're British when they're singing?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
Why do they all sing in an American accent?
Right. Like, you can't, like, they sound American.
Yeah, they do.
So
I'm with Dan on that.
It gets confusing. Oh,
That's why I thought Led Zeppelin was American.
Oasis sounds American?
I mean, kinda, yeah.
Really? I think if you slow it down, I don't know, maybe that's just singing. Can you tell that ABBA is from Sweden?
Not really.
Good band, though.
Can you tell the Bee Gees are from Australia?
Are they seriously?
So what we're learning here is everybody just wants to be American.
Well, I mean, maybe when you just sing it, that's the way it turns out. I don't know.
Like America.
I mean, unless you sing it like in a foreign language.
Oh, I'm on an Irish punk band right now that they do sing in Irish Gaelic.
Is that in Irish Gaelic?
Yeah.
Wow, like
with
with
a few words of English mixed in.
Oh man, who's
They're
that?
called Kneecap. Check them out.
Kneecap.
They made a movie about them.
Like we're busting kneecaps.
Nah, yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah.
Something
I think that's exactly where it came from. Yeah.
Well, that sounds good, man. I like that kind of music. Wow, they sing in Gaelic.
Yeah.
That is a messed up language.
Well, their whole thing is they're trying to bring the Gaelic language back because it was like a dead language.
Too funny. It's time for the injury report, sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Broncos. Not much to report for the Broncos side of things. Jonah Ellis, Tyler, is out again. So looking iffy for Sunday for Jonah Ellis. And, of course, the Broncos are going out without Ben Powers. There was actually quite a bit of reaction to that. Like, hey, this is going to be tough for us. This is he's really, really important. This is Quinn Miners was talking about how bonded these guys are together and what a blow that actually is to them.
Yeah, well, the Broncos have been fortunate to have their starting five together and available and healthy for at least a few years now. Luke Wattenberg's young, but I mean, the rest of these guys are all veterans on that offensive line. And losing a guy like Ben Powers, I do think it's going to hurt. Ben got a lot of shade last year that I thought was not necessarily fair to him. Mm-hmm. He's a dang good player, man. So we'll see. I like Matt Pert. Matt Pert did a good job filling in at right tackle last year. Guard is a different position.
Quinnen Williams for the Jets is limited. And Lazard won't participate, and Michael Carter is still recovering from a concussion. They got a couple guys who are limited, but they'll probably go. And the rest of the Broncos everybody's good. So, they're pretty healthy overall. No Jonah Ellis, so no big deal there. We're going to get John Michael Lyles on here in just a couple of minutes, talking about the Avs home opener. I get it with baseball. Totally understand it. Don't expect you to watch any significant things. But did you see post-game last night with Big Papi with Vlad Jr.?
No.
Oh, my God. So Big Papi, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., he's been they're Dominican, so is, David Ortiz. There is this awesome picture of, like, David Ortiz, like, in a home run derby or an all-star game, something like that. And there's Vlad Jr., who's, like, 10 years old. Just hanging out with him. So they've known each other for a long, long time. And of course, David Ortiz, Red Sox, as we all know. And he's doing this post-game show with Alex Rodriguez, who I guess he's a Yankee. I suppose he's a Yankee enough. And then there's Mr. Yankee, Derek Jeter there. And they do these celebrations, man. Like they're popping champagne. And the Blue Jays handled the Yankees relatively easily. And it was just hysterical. Hearing Ortiz with Vladdy.
Yankee lose.
This is Ortiz with Vladdy, and Jeter and Rodriguez are right there. They're all right there.
Yankee lose. Yankee lose. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
What is he saying?
Hey,
the
let's
Yankees.
do it again.
All right.
I mean, maybe if I could understand him, it would be funny.
The play-by-play call for the iconic play-by-play call for the Yankees is the Yankees win. The Yankees win.
Okay.
That is like the call. That
So
is
he's saying the Yankees lose?
I think it's John Sterling. So saying the Yankees lose is a put on of the Yankees win.
Yankee lose.
The Yankees.
The Yankees lose. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, let's
Yankee
do
lose.
it again. The Yankees lose. The Yankees lose. Yankees lose. Let's go, baby.
But you don't take it personal. I get it.
One more. The Yankees lose.
I like Ortiz.
I don't think there's anything else left to be said. Vlad, you were awesome. We'll see you in the next round. Go enjoy it, all right?
Llámame. Dale, te llamo de una vez. Gracias. Gusto en verlo. Gracias.
Go spray some champagne.
Yeah, well, he's getting doused. He's got all the, it's all that he's doing is the Yankees lose. And then they're trying on baseball. You know how they do in basketball where they go fishing? And like, here you go, we're going fishing. The Nuggets are out. There's Scott Hastings on the boat with Charles Barkley, the whole thing. So on the postgame show, David Ortiz has a sombrero. Like we're going to Cancun. And he breaks out the Cancun, the sombreros for Alex Rodriguez and for Derek Jeter.
Nice.
And that's it for it's over quick, man. It's so crazy like how fast it's over in baseball. Like, because they get the whole postseason in a month. So we're just playing these games, boom, 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 boom. We're not wasting any time. We're not dragging it out like the NBA and the NHL.
Yeah, they're so desperate to get it done that they play in the middle of the day on a weekday.
They do. They had 4 games yesterday.
Which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. We're playing playoff baseball in the middle of the day. What are we doing?
You're getting it done before it gets to be November.
Or maybe we play the games when people can watch, and maybe we just take a little longer.
But then what are we playing on Thanksgiving for baseball?
Sure.
I mean, what are we doing here?
We can find an indoor place to play.
At the end of the day, frankly, baseball is a regional sport. If your team's in it, you care. If your team's not in it, you're probably not paying attention all that much anyway. So, but yeah, so the Yankees, that's the end of them. John Michael Lyles comes up here.
Well, that's good.
Comes up here in a second. Here's Erik Johnson. Did you hear the announcement, EJ? Going to be doing some games with Connor?
I did. Are you announcing it for the 5th time that now you're really only announcing it for the first time?
Well, now I can actually say it out loud, I suppose, instead of just insinuate it. So there you go. He's on with Connor. He's on tonight and going to be doing a bunch of games. Yeah. Here's EJ from this morning with the boys. We'll get John Michael Lyles in a second.
So I think for me, the biggest thing is it's crazy how the script can flip so quickly. For the longest time, the Avs and the teams I was on, we were considered a young up-and-coming team, and now it's one of the older rosters in the league, and that window gets smaller and smaller every year to win. So that pressure, I feel like, increases every year when, Nate gets into his 30s, Gabe's getting into his 30s. And for me, the team's window is still wide open, but every year you don't win, that pressure to win another one builds. So it's great to have one in the back pocket, but it kind of adds to that, it's great, but you really want to get that other one in the prime years of Kale and Nate.
Coverage of tonight's Avalanche home opener begins at 6:30 tonight with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, visit ramoslaw.com. On Altitude TV, John Michael Lyles is back. We're thrilled that you're here today with us, John, and opening day. Here we go. Fun, right?
It's fun. Coming into the home opener 1-0 makes it a lot more fun, a little bit more enjoyable, stepping out when your name is called. And yeah, just excited to be back at Ball Arena and hear the fans. And
yep.
I think it's going to be a blast. It's going to be a great year. Like just looking up and down this lineup, there's so much to love about this Avs team.
John, this team is, Bednar said it's the deepest team he's ever had, right? Yeah. And so obviously there's depth all across the board. Which one of these newcomers excites you the most?
I think there's definitely some intriguing players. To me, I was chatting with one of the TV guys for Utah this morning. The Brock Nelson one for me right now is a big one, and I know he came in at the deadline, and to me, he's leaving behind a different system in New York, just a very, methodical, slower system. He comes to the Avs. It's fast-paced. You're all the way across the country from your wife and 4 kids. So to me, him re-signing and trusting that this was the right place for him, playing behind Nathan McKinnon, but also playing on that top unit on the power play, I just think he's primed for a really big year and something that the Avs haven't had since Nazem Kadri left. But, there's some other, some intriguing ones as well. Brent Burns, I just think is, playing 20 minutes, opening night in LA at 40 years old. And he was so good and so steady. And he's just going to be such a fun player to watch on the back end. And Gavin Brindley, I don't know that many people had him slotted for a spot opening night, but he essentially forced himself into the conversation. I thought he was really good in LA the other night as well.
There's a bunch of fun things with Brindley and Burns being on the same team. Brindley is 21, and this is Burns' 21st season. So Brent Burns' first season in the NHL is when one of his teammates was born. Dude.
Yeah, it is an intriguing storyline and kind of funny little segue there. I believe, played against Gavin Brindley's father in college hockey when he was at the University of Miami and I was at Michigan State. So not to date myself, but Brent Burns and I are not very far apart. I just haven't played 21 years in the NHL. I've been retired for 8.
The other great one is Brindley's dad. Gavin Brindley's dad was teammates with Jared Bednar in the ECHL.
Yes.
Amazing. And and Brindley, first his dad's a pro player, so okay, fine. Yeah. But he's from Florida. You became a hockey player, John, from Florida.
Yeah. Well, listen, I can't say much. I'm from Indiana. It's not like it's the hockey hotbed of the United States. But, yeah, he's from Florida. Danny Heinold was from Florida.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great players from Florida, I feel like, and we're just, we're scratching the surface at this point.
Do you think hockey? I guess this is a bigger picture thing, and we're seeing success with the Arizona State hockey team. And we've had warm weather teams. Of course, the Panthers are doing what they're doing. Do you think what the Panthers are doing right now and what some more warm weather teams have done will increase the talent pool of American players in southern states, because it tends to follow with championships comes more interest in the sport?
Yes, absolutely. You look at Southern California and what hockey is there, and I don't think people realize just how good hockey can be in Southern California. And part of that is the Ducks winning in I believe it was 2007, and the Kings winning a couple times as well. And what happens is these young kids that oftentimes are drawn to soccer or baseball or football or whatever, now have a team that's local, and you've got such a huge pool of kids that they're drawn to hockey. And in these maybe non-traditional areas, Florida now has Tampa with 2 and Florida with 2. And so, yeah, it is pretty cool to see the growth in some of maybe these non-traditional hockey areas where kids see these local teams winning championships and they're drawn to the sport of hockey. And, part of that is, I think, the teams winning, but also part of that is the NHL and the NHLPA realizing, some of these opportunities and the grassroots campaigns that they've put into not just these areas, but all over the United States and Canada as well.
John, there's so many expectations for this team this year. Bednar says it's the deepest team he's ever had. ESPN predicted yesterday that they'll win the Cup. Is that a weight for the team to carry, or is it nothing but positivity to have all the affirmations from outside the building?
Well, what I'll say is I don't know that many of those guys necessarily look at that. I think there's an expectation within the room that they understand that, hey, you've got Gabe Landeskog back. They've done a great job of navigating the cap. And now, you have McKinnon and Makar in their prime. Your goaltending has essentially been solved from where we were last year, where, looking at the stats, the Avs weren't above 500 team until November 13th last year. And so just looking at that and what this roster looks like compared to last year's opening night, I think the players understand that management and ownership has gone out and said, hey, this is we're not going to be mediocre. We have these guys in the prime of their career, and we're going to add pieces around them and do it in the correct way and the proper way so that hopefully it's a, 5-year window from right now and not a 2-year window. And I think with the cap going up and some of the pieces that they've been able to add, I think that's a very distinct possibility.
All right, last one for you, John Michael Lyles on Altitude TV tonight. You guys starting at 6 o'clock, I assume? I assume you're going an hour and then change?
Yes.
The Nature's contract situation will be what this year?
Oh, man. Well, I mean, I think everybody was kind of blown away by the Kaprizov contract situation. Now, all of a sudden, there's a guy out there at $17 million. But then everybody was brought back down to earth by the Connor McDavid contract situation, as well as the Kyle Connor contract situation and the Jack Eichel contract situation. So I think there's been a little bit of stability back to contracts, the last few days. I'm going to say Natchez at 8 years. I'm going to say $10.5 million.
Okay. That gets it done? And he's happy?
Listen,
he's a happy camper?
There's a reason why I'm on TV and not in the front office.
Okay.
But that's my prediction.
All right, well, that'd be good. I mean, everybody wants Marty to be happy. We all want, I felt like we spent the entire summer saying, see, he does like it here. Look at this. He smiled. We got a picture of it. He's happy here. But we all want that, and then we see Mikko come in on Saturday again.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean, listen, it was for any other word, but devastating. I think that situation in Game 7. I don't think you could have written a worse script, unfortunately. But in the end, it's a it's an evil that you have to deal with. And I'm not saying Mikko's evil. I'm just saying that dealing with the Dallas Stars and Mikko Rantanen is something it's just inevitable. They're a Central Division opponent. Seems like we match up against them every year. And so, listen, you got to deal with him. He's a tremendous player. But the Avs got a really, really good piece in Marty Natchez, a really good piece in Jack Drury out of that trade. And yes, they got some cap flexibility that has allowed them to add some other pieces. And you could make some arguments that there may not be a Brock Nelson here if Mikko was still here or, any other, Brent Burns, guys like that. So I think pieces fall where they're meant to fall. And it's unfortunate to lose a player like Mikko, but you still see plenty of him, unfortunately, when he's playing for the Dallas Stars.
All right, John, you're the best straight out of the Vail Wine Cave. We'll see you on TV tonight, my friend. Thanks, John.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks.
All right. Hockey tonight. You can hear that game, Altitude TV at 6, pregame here at 6:30, and the broadcast with Connor McGahey and Erik Johnson coming up tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. ED, stress, pressure, you probably just give up on it. Well, listen, if you remember when you failed to perform in the bedroom and you want to get back to your good old self, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. They have served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and that spiffy location in Castle Rock is worth checking out. 4 other locations, though, up and down I-25. There's one close to you. That initial visit, it's only $99. You get a consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. Call today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Oh, wow. Iron Maiden?
Iron Maiden's from Britain?
Well, Bruce Dickinson is for sure. Yeah, I think they are. I think they're primarily. Bruce Dickinson just sang the national anthem. Did you catch that over the weekend at the game in England?
I did not.
I was like, Bruce Dickinson, how old are you, bro? Belted out the national anthem for the Browns and the who? Who was the
Vikings?
Vikings, right? I love that
they sound very American. I'm just gonna say.
I love we gave Dan the task of it's British music, and every British band he's found is at least 40 to 50 years old. Like
isn't that every British band?
Well, I mean, you could play Adele. She's British. I don't know. You could play
Coldplay.
Coldplay. Yeah, I mean, there's Ed Sheeran's British. But Dan's just going right for like his dad's Stacks of Wax. Well, I like Iron Maiden. It's fine by me. I don't care. It's good
Sounds
by
like
me.
you're offended by it.
No. I'm enjoying it. I just the concept of British music though for Dan, you're very much so in the like really old music sort of vein, which is fine by me. Is that just what you think of when you think of British music? You think of that? Yes.
I think of the Beatles. That's it.
Like the Beatles.
You can play Amy Winehouse.
You can play Amy
Is she
Winehouse?
British too?
Yes.
I thought
Are
she
you
was
kidding?
American.
Oh yeah.
She's like,
no, she's very British.
Yes. She's like ultra British.
It is pathetic how horrible I am at knowing who's a British band versus American.
Well, I mean, you could just Google
Pathetic.
British bands.
Oh, I am.
Oh, all right.
Oh, I am.
All right. No, nothing against Iron Maiden.
All
I love
right.
Iron Maiden.
From here on out, I want to hear modern British bands, just because I want to see how many of them I even know.
Get ready for some Jonas Brothers.
Hell yeah!
Are they British?
Sure,
No.
they should be.
I'm trying to think if there's any
But one of the brothers moved there.
He did?
Yeah.
Well, one of them was married to Sophie Turner. She's
Correct.
British.
Yeah.
Little Game of Thrones. I'm trying to think if there are any pop boy band, like British boy bands.
Yeah, they're called the Beatles.
All right, a little bit more modern than that. Did you catch the Bill Belichick stuff going on?
Oh my gosh,
dude!
The rebuttal from UNC
Lord.
is just freaking hilarious. So yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Go ahead. You got it. You're on this story.
Well, I mean, the latest coming out of Chapel Hill is that Bill Belichick and UNC are actually so far down the road about talking about a buyout that Belichick would allegedly be willing to accept a $1 million buyout. $1 million, been there for half a season, and he would take a $1 million buyout. And it got picked up. I mean, this was not like Joe Schmo who was reporting this. I mean, it got picked up all over the place. Pro Football Talk was talking about it. I know there's a bunch of different accounts that you and I both follow that was talking about it. So this thing really picked up, and it caught some wildfire last night. And then UNC, they put out – it's like, is that not the dumbest looking release that you've ever seen? Where can I find it? Dang it. It was Adam Schefter retweeted it, but basically the gist of it, they put out one line from Belichick and they put out one line from UNC, and this is not verbatim, but the gist of it from Belichick was, "I'm fully committed to UNC." The line that they put out from the athletic department was, "The athletic department and everybody at UNC is fully behind Bill Belichick." Usually the biggest sign ever that a coach is about to get fired when somebody puts their public support behind someone.
Do you think he'll make it through? He'll make it through the season. He's got to make it through the season.
I do think he makes it through the season.
Yeah.
But I will say this, Bill Belichick has been everything that everybody wanted Coach Prime to be. He's been an epic disaster.
I'm fully committed to the UNC football program.
I'm fully committed to being here.
Fully committed. I love it.
Today's Friday. 20-year-olds that when Jordan's mean to me, I get to see the other sisters of the sorority.
The Tri-Delt House had a great banger party last Thursday.
Boy, went to Pi-Fi though. They were.
Pi-Fi put them to shame.
Yeah. I'm on to Pi-Fi.
I'm on to Pi-Fi.
When we work on football, we work on football.
I was doing a cake stand at the Delta House, and some of the Pi-Fis are there.
Thetas, not
all the coaches coached and players played.
I mean, look at that statement, though. They put out like a screen. It's like a screenshot.
Yeah. I'm fully committed to UNC football and the program we're building here.
And then from Bubba Cunningham, solid name, the director of athletics, also known as the athletic director.
Well, you got to do it in an accent if your name is Bubba.
Well, you're better at accents.
Coach Belichick has the full support of the Department of Athletics and University. Yeehaw!
Like I said, football's my thing.
Thank you, Bubba. Have you seen the Tri-Delts? Jordan won't let me go to the Kappa house.
Have I ever?
Have I ever? They're amazing. Did you see their TikTok dance? Oh, my God. My Lord, they're fantastic.
I mean, what did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? Did you think that grumpy old Bill, the dude that had lost touch with NFL players, was going to walk into college athletics with absolutely no connections?
No connections.
With no idea how to recruit high school kids.
Just a friendship with Nick Saban.
Was going to walk into UNC and be like, hey, all you high school kids, I'm cool. You should come here.
Won't you love playing for me? Your grandfather thinks I'm amazing. By the way, Beta, great beer.
I do enjoy it.
The Meltdown, it's just nobody would ever had this on the. I mean, I didn't think it was going to work out necessarily great, but I thought it would be interesting. It's not, Tyler. It's not even interesting.
No, you can't even watch the games.
Yeah, they listen, man. The first year with Prime, of course, they went into an 8-game death spiral and just lost every game there at the end. But there were some interesting moments, right? Especially at the very beginning. You've had none of that with Belichick. None of it. So I don't know, man. But it's almost a sad story too, because what is Bill Belichick without coaching football? I mean, he already gave the media a run, and everybody had to pretend that he was good at media, which he wasn't, by the way. He was just kind of boring and obnoxious on TV like he was in person.
So check this out. Albert Breer put this out. He said, I've long felt that Belichick was the GOAT, but now, and he puts out the stats of Andy Reid without Patrick Mahomes and Bill Belichick without Tom Brady. Andy Reid without Patrick Mahomes. 184, 123-1, 13 playoff berths, 8 division titles, 1 Super Bowl, 11 playoff wins, 8 top 10 offenses. Okay, pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Like that's just a legitimately good career, even if it ended right then and there and you never had your career with Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Belichick without Brady. 83-101. 2 playoff berths.
Wow.
0 division titles.
Wow.
0 Super Bowls.
Wow.
1 playoff win. 0 top 10 offenses.
Yeah. And to throw in, Brady won a Super Bowl without him when he went to Tampa.
That's a pretty damn good case for Andy Reid being the greatest coach of all time.
I'd like to see Andy Reid.
Now, Andy Reid, to be fair, Andy Reid did have some good quarterbacks.
Yeah, no doubt. But every coach that you stay around has a good quarterback eventually. I'd like to see Andy Reid at Kappa Kappa Gamma. All right, well, we'll see how it goes, but it's embarrassing right now, that's for sure. And one and done. Is your guess one and done with like UNC will just not want this foolishness anymore? They'll want to move on from Bill.
I think it's got to be embarrassing, man.
I think UNC will want out.
Yeah,
they won't. It's not like Prime. We don't need. It's UNC. You know what I'm saying? Like we're gonna recruit kids. We're good on that. We're UNC. We don't even care anyways. We're a basketball school. We're a basketball school anyway. So if football is good, fine. CU needed football. I mean, listen, I'm not trying to put down CU's basketball program and what Tad's done, the whole thing, but like, come on now. The heritage of CU is rooted in football.
For sure.
UNC's not like that at all. We'll just get rid of him and Jordan.
But this is the failure that they thought Prime was going to walk into in year one. Belichick's doing it.
Yeah, there we go. All right, we've got a project. We got a project that we're going to try to pull off with the Broncos in England. Details of that coming up. Oh, here you go. What a Super Bowl it was. Tyler, while you guys were resting up in the locker room at Super Bowl 50, there was Coldplay banging it out with Bruno Mars and Miss Carter out there on the field in the daylight. By the way, Super Bowl halftime shows in the daylight are weird.
No Fortune 500 fairs exposed at the Super Bowl?
You couldn't hear any. Could you hear anything in the locker room?
No.
During all that stuff?
No.
Well, I called her Miss Carter. What am I thinking of? Beyonce. Duh. I'm a moron. Boy, am I a moron. I got some moron. So Bruce Dickinson, talk about being a mile long and 3 inches deep. He did sing a national anthem before a sporting event. It wasn't in England for a football game. It was before the Avs and the Kings, as Connor McGahee and several others are pointing out.
That wasn't even close.
Quite a difference.
I just took your word for it.
I know, man. I'm sorry about that. And thank you, Connor. And thank you to the correction, please. Deservedly so on that one. That's a big difference.
You did recently see it, though.
I did see it. Like in the plethora of viewing sports, I saw it. And it stood out to me primarily because it was bad. You know, you can always tell when an anthem is bad. When a hockey player, especially at a hockey arena, maybe in football a little bit too, when they lean their head into their stick because they don't either want to laugh or it's painful actually to sit through.
Yeah, that's mainly when they go on for 5 minutes and 26 seconds.
Yeah, when Bruce Dickinson started, and he's like 80 years old, it was just like, we are in for a minute 40 of who knows where this is going. And it's not like the guy didn't have a good voice at some point, but oof. It's so rare at Ball Arena. Ball Arena has like banger. Well, Amanda just does all the Avs games. And then the Nuggets just have one incredible performer after another to do the anthem. But hearing a bad anthem, could you even, how many anthems do you think you have sat through or been part of throughout your playing career? I mean, endless.
Well, 16 times 8 years plus another 4 preseason games.
You're going to exactly break
so
it down.
20 times 8 years, 5 years of college, 12
plus
games
the playoffs.
per
Don't forget the playoffs. High school?
Someone do the math on that.
You doing any Cherry Creek? They throwing the anthem out there?
Yeah, but those are easy. Those are over the speaker. Those
right?
are smooth. You get in, you get out.
Yeah. Tonight at number 38, we have Thursday Night Football with the Eagles and the Giants. Presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew. Keep an eye on the Avs, too. And you get entered to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed TD football. See ya at number 38, starting around 6 o'clock or so tonight, where the drinks flow for free all the time. We had a project we were thinking about trying to pull off. You know, it was suggested, Tyler, that...
All hail the Queen.
Remember when we tried to get Leggy to be in a bar?
Yeah.
Which, failed. And this is probably going to fail too. I'll just set it up this way. But the concept is there must be people listening right now that know somebody in England right now. Now, not one of our, media friends that we could just, that's too easy. The challenge is just to find somebody, a Broncos fan, who's out at a pub right now.
Okay.
Because we're, 7 hours?
It's 9 o'clock right now.
Right?
Oh, I thought it was 8 hours.
Oh, I don't know. You could
We're
be
7.
right.
We're 7.
7? Okay,
Yep.
so it's 8 o'clock.
So it's 8 o'clock. We're Thursday night. We're drinking, right? I mean, we're out. So the
Thursday night's big pub night out in England.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, just a side note. I'm talking to my kid at CU today. Do you know what today is at CU? The next 2 days? You know
National Get Drunk Day?
Nah. It's a reading day.
Reading?
They don't have fall break at CU, so they give them 2 days called Reading Day in the fall.
Really?
No classes today and tomorrow.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so guess what he was doing last night?
At a bar.
Yeah. I talked to him at 11:40.
What are the cool kid bars in Boulder right now?
Got me. He goes to Pearl Street as much as he goes anywhere.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I think he goes to some house, which,
Party house?
I think he's having a party.
Okay.
Anyways, I don't know. I don't know where they're going. I don't know what they're doing. I just think it's stupid that this is God Save the Queen. Should be more respectful here. Anyways, the concept here is you get a hold of us, and the text line, Dan, how's the best way for this to work? Text line would be fine, I suppose, or...
Yeah, text in, or you can give me a call, 303-504-0925. If you have people over there that we can get on for a London report, we'd love to hear from them.
The concept is we FaceTime with somebody in a pub.
That'd be fun.
That's the well...
I'm going along with this. This is clearly Dan's idea, right?
It was actually, here's the genesis. Wouldn't it be great to talk to...
We just want to talk to a person that's in a pub?
Correct. And it's like, well, how exactly do we do that? And I think it's one of these ideas that sounds good on paper, and then...
So whose idea was it?
It was an amalgamation of a lot of hopeless thoughts. Here's the issue, too. There's a deeper reason for this. I'm open. Tell me what's interesting about the Jets, Tyler. Give it to me. What's interesting about this game? Help me out here.
Is Fireman Ed still around? Did he make it to England?
That's a good question.
Yeah, they fired him. I know they fired him, but you can't fire him.
They fired him?
Yeah, because he was actually on the payroll a little bit.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Why would they fire Fireman Ed?
They fired him, but you can't fire him from showing up to the games.
Okay. Wow, they fired Fireman Ed?
Did I just make this whole thing up? I swear they fired him.
Well, first of all, I didn't know he was an employee of the team. I thought he was just a idiot fan they put up on the Jumbotron.
Well, I think that's what he was, and then eventually he became something bigger.
Oh, really? It became, he is fired. It was his identity.
Yeah,
it's like every team has 3 or 4 just nut jobs.
So in 2024, okay. All right. Maybe I got a small technicality right. Jet superfan Fireman Ed says the team is phasing him out at MetLife. They no longer are featuring Fireman Ed the way that they once did.
Okay. So they're just not putting him on the Jumbotron because he was becoming like I'm Fireman Ed. He is, I do work for the team, but I don't.
Right.
Yeah, we had this guy in Syracuse. He was Dome Eddie. He just dressed up like a clown, and we all made fun of him, and they're like, hey, this is just a homeless guy who dressed up like a moron.
But we got someone on the text line that says his brother's in a pub in London and he's going to the game.
You're kidding me. This could work this quickly right now? Dan, do you see that text?
I got it.
All right, see if you can... all right, Dan, can you work the magic? That would be ridiculous if this worked that quickly. I didn't think this was going to work at all. I didn't even know how we were going to lay it out. This would be an absurd amount of success. Should we just get that person on the phone first, Dan, or do you want to sort of scout this out? How do you want to handle this?
We can try and get this guy on to see if his brother can zoom in.
Why don't you call him up and we can talk to him
if they just call in, they could be lying.
No, we're going to do
Zoom.
We got to Zoom it. We got to figure it out. But we could get the guy on the line. He could tell us what the hell his friend's all about. Seriously, I don't know, man. Justin Fields goes crazy with Garrett Wilson. Breece Hall runs for 300 yards. Quinnen Williams is not hurt. And somehow they get sacks on a team that doesn't give up sacks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what are we talking about here for this game? I'm open for conversation. I just don't know where to go here. It's been a long time since I've seen.
What I'd rather do is get the what was the Sean Payton Lancaster?
Lester.
Lester.
Yeah.
But it's really pronounced Leicester.
It's Leicester. Who knows?
Okay.
But it's pronounced Lester.
Lester. I would love to get the head coach of Leicester on the phone.
The Leicester Panthers. Dude, I saw their website. They go back 40 freaking years.
Really?
Sean is inviting his ex-teammates to join them at practice over the next couple days. It's still going on. Is he on? We got a name here, Dan?
Okay, we got Ron on the phone. Ron texted in saying his brother was in a pub in London. So we're going to get some details here from Ron to see if we can get his brother on.
Can I put Ron on the air?
Yeah. Yep.
Ron, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Just listening to you guys.
Well, I really appreciate it, Ron. So your brother's in England. Is he there for the game?
He is. He went over. His wife, it was for his birthday back in June. His wife bought him the trip. They're about there. They got there this morning, and he just sent me a text about 30 minutes ago.
Dude.
From a pub, having a butter beer at WB's at Harry Potter's studio in London with his Denver Broncos shirt on.
Oh, so he's going straight tourist, going to Harry Potter's. Yeah.
I think it's his first time there, so yeah.
Yeah, he decided not to go to a little pub around the corner. Where's Disney World of London?
I want to go to the pub where they're chanting some soccer chant, and then there's going to be a backyard brawl because the other team's fan showed up.
Well, maybe he can start a fighting in Harry Potter land. But there's got to be pubs nearby, right? It's got to be. We're talking London. There's got to be pubs all over the place.
I would think on every street corner.
All right, brother. Dude, you're awesome, by the way. Thank you for listening, and this is incredible. I can't believe this is actually working. I'm going to put you on hold so Dan can get the info and see if we can't get your brother on FaceTime or Zoom or whatever from a pub here in the next few minutes, okay?
Sweet.
All right, hang on.
There you go. You ask, you shall receive.
Serious? Really? I didn't think that was going to work at all.
Well, it's the only one that we've gotten, to be clear. I don't see any others that say that they're in a pub in London at this very moment.
Just like getting picked in the NFL, Tyler.
You only need one.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right. Well, hey, just a reminder, during halftime of tomorrow night's game between Dakota Ridge and Heritage right here on 92.5, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Schenker. Their passion is justice. Called 222-2222. Okay, Dan, what is the update here with our quest?
So I'm talking with our guy, Ron. He just said he talked to his brother, who's over in London right now for the game. He said, I just talked to him and send him our Zoom link. He will give you guys a call.
Well, look at the text line, too, here from 2910. My buddy Steve from Virginia is actually in a pub in London. He flies out for every Broncos game. He's willing to talk.
Wow, we got another one. What if, no dumb question, they're in the same pub?
Dude, that would be ridiculous. I do think there is
what if he's just like listening to our guy calling in and he runs over. He's like, hey, I'm a Broncos fan.
That would be amazing. I don't know if he has the same sense of adventure by going to Harry Potter World in London.
Right. Is that like a theme park?
It's got to be, right? Like,
I got questions for this guy.
It's got to be a Planet Hollywood. Like, of all the bars to go to, like, really? Whatever. All right, no dumb question. I'm looking at how did Crawshaw go from looking so bad in preseason to now one of the top punters in the league from Joel, our punter, our 6th-round draft pick? It's a pretty good question, actually. What happened to this guy? I mean, it's awesome, but, like, how does that happen?
Well, he stepped up to the tee box. He got his first 3 shanks out of the way like his coach told him, and then, he's going to be good, just like the average American golfer. I don't know. That was a hell of a turnaround. I mean, it wasn't just me. It was you. It was Scott. It was every show on the station. It was every analyst in town. Everybody was sitting here telling you, we've got a punter problem. Why are we not bringing in someone just to challenge Crawshaw? Anybody, somebody, anybody. And lo and behold, dude, I guess these guys do what they were talking about. When you spend a 6th-rounder on a punter, this is what you get.
Tyler, here is somebody saying, my buddy's at an English soccer game right now and sending a photo to prove it. Oh, my God, we got him. What's his name?
Lynn.
He just went away.
Can you hear me?
Lynn, how are you? Lynn, can you hear me?
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, Harry Potter needs to work on that Wi-Fi.
Lynn, are you there?
I am here.
Tell us what's going on right there in Harry Potter land in London.
This is going great.
I told you this was going to be a disaster.
This has been utter success.
Well, we've had quite a few people that actually know people in London.
Lynn, you need to step out the wizard zone. Step out the wizard zone. Go outside. Use the cell phone.
All right. Should we? Darn it. He's there. I saw him, Dan. I saw him briefly.
I think his connection's bad.
Yeah.
Lynn, are you there with us? Try and turn your camera on if you're able to.
No. Lynn's toast.
All right, this is forget. We're killing people.
Now I actually want to try to decipher that. If I could get a run back on that, Dan, if you could, if you could just play that back for me real quick, that'd be fantastic.
We do see Lynn, but frankly, Lynn, we cannot tell you're in anything.
Very dark in here.
It's dark. You can't tell that you're in a pub. You can't see anything. We don't know that you're really in England.
Oh, okay. Oh, right.
Oh, that's better. There you go.
Light.
There you go, Lynn. All right. Now,
there you go, Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
I was in a dark place.
All right, Lynn, you're the best. We love you. We'll try somebody else, Dan. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you. You're the best. Go Broncos. Go Broncos.
Yeah, go Broncos.
Right, golly. It worked well with Jeff Legwald.
Can we move on to the next guy?
There's Dan. We got like 4 or 5 different people. All right, so how about this?
I wouldn't mind seeing the dude that's at the England soccer game.
That would be cool. Dan, this is
I thought the Premier League was on a break right now.
Yeah, well, Tyler, there's like 12 different levels
No,
of
but
soccer.
look at the stadium he's at.
I mean,
that's like a Premier League stadium.
Well, all right. Did they not have like Thursday night soccer? Like Thursday night football?
I don't know.
No dumb question.
I mean, it's a full house.
Yeah, I think they only play soccer games 2 days a week. What are the 2 days?
I don't know. I was told yesterday they were on a break.
Oh, I have no idea. But listen, I think when Schefter comes on
Who
with
goes
us,
to London to go to the Harry Potter bar?
did you see our guy? I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but I mean,
yes, you are.
Okay, I mean, you know.
I mean, you can always go to Orlando.
Yeah, I think he probably is missing Orlando right about now. All right, Dan, there really are about 5 or 6 different people that have friends in England right now.
Here's my only conundrum, okay?
Yeah.
We have Schefter on Zoom in 14 minutes.
14 minutes?
I don't want random people popping on during Schefter's
I know.
interview.
It's about setting up for the 2 o'clock hour. It's all about setting up
Oh,
for
now
the
we got to
2
make
o'clock.
sure that they stay in the pub. They should be nice and lubricated by
Right.
2 o'clock.
It's about reaching out to these fools and seeing how many we can get during the 2 o'clock hours. Because, yes, with Schefter on, we don't want to interrupt
Should
him.
we like buy these people a pint of Guinness or something? Like send them a Venmo?
Absolutely. I'm happy to do that.
I will send like if somebody could just get a decent Wi-Fi connection outside of the Wizard Zone.
Venmo is on us.
I will Venmo you a pint of Guinness.
Perfect. Love it. Tyler said he would do that. All right, so we're going to, let's take a break here. We're going to get Adam on.
I can't drink anymore, so I'm going to just pay for other people to drink.
Tyler's like DMac judging people's appearances. I get it, Tyler. I understand. But I wouldn't be going to the Harry Potter bar in England.
No, you would subscribe to a T-shirt company that is going to send you obscure pubs that you've never been to.
That's right. That's more my style.
What's the name of that again?
What is that?
Are you wearing one right now?
I am. Voodoo
Yeah, I know.
Lounge. Yes, I'm wearing one right now.
DMac is such a poser. He literally buys T-shirts of pubs that he's never been to.
Yeah, what is that? That's the what is it? The low rent bar. The gosh darn it, I forget the name of it. I did that for a while.
You got like the
dive bar, like divebar.com.
T-shirts.com.
Yeah. I got like 30 T-shirts from bars that I've never been to before in my life.
Yeah.
Because I just wanted some cool
It's like
T-shirts.
buying concert T-shirts from concerts.
Yes, I was thinking about doing that. They got to have that too. If they got these dive bars, they got to have that too. I'm a total poser hippie.
Oh, it's England versus Wales national team match.
Even better, right? You can maybe start a fight. All right, so that's going on.
Well, watch out for the hooligans.
Well, we'll send Kneecap to entertain everybody.
They're Irish. They do not like England. I'm just telling you.
Perfect.
Northern Ireland does not like England.
We'll take a quick break. Dan, hopefully we can set some... It looks like we have plenty of people to actually choose from to try to reach out to somebody in England after 2 o'clock, and we'll have Adam Schefter coming up next year on PhD. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, low T. Perhaps your appearance ain't what you want it to be. Maybe the gym just not great for you. Who knows? Got me. Maybe the sex drive just isn't the same. Maybe it's just all low T, frankly. Just losing some of that testosterone. Guys do that when they get into their early to mid-30s and like, oh, man, the way I used to be. Let's go. We'll get to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. It just takes a couple minutes, and then you find out where you're at. They'll draw your blood, have your result within 30 minutes. You'll get with the Colorado licensed medical provider and go over things. It's only $99. You get the medical consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. The location in Castle Rock is fantastic. And they're also located up and down I-25. They're easy to find. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and the Springs. So call today. Get that testosterone looked at. Get back to feeling the way you should be feeling. 720-440-7900, or just visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yeah, there you go. British music for the Broncos in England. Schefter is talking about being a backup in Cleveland, by the way. We'll get to that in a little bit. And Adam
Which
Schefter,
backup?
Well, right. What a mess. And Schefter will join us here relatively shortly. We have actually quite a few people that know people, apparently, Tyler, in England. And, like, wow, okay. And we have an embedded muggle that we've kind of forgot about. But Tyler, that soccer match, England versus Wales in a friendly at Wembley Stadium.
Yeah, I told you that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
You got it.
Yeah, those. I appreciate you informing me of what I informed you of.
Just wanted to clear you up.
I was really I was unclear of that, and I am grateful.
So just so it's straight.
I know you were really just telling the people out there, but the way you emphasized the Tyler before that made me feel like, this guy just doesn't listen to me.
We actually have several people that are connected to this game, which is...
There are a bunch of people on the text line saying they're at that.
Crazy. But I guess that's it. That's the hot spot.
What are they doing? They're listening to PhD as they're at a soccer game in England?
I guess so. Let me get to that. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. And you can listen to us anywhere in the world on the damn app. It's incredible. Never mind what we got going on Altitude Plus these days. So we got you covered top to bottom. All right, where do you think this Shedeur stuff is? And we'll talk to Adam about the Jets and how miserable they are in New York. But where do you think this Shedeur stuff going to go? Really, seriously, if you had to take a guess, is he 2 or 3? Adam's. Look at Adam signing on. Let's just get to Adam, right? Adam Schefter's brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. We have an official intro. Let's get to it for Adam Schefter. Adam, one of the more simple things in the world would simply, for Kevin Stefanski, would have been to say, Shedeur's, yes, number 2, and we're moving on.
Yeah.
But no, we're not going to do that, are we? We're going to come up with some sort of convoluted statement about development, and I want to do what's right for guys, and which has led basically to 24 hours of everybody just pointing out how idiotic the Browns organization looks right now. That's my perspective from Denver, Colorado. What are you seeing there?
I don't know if they look idiotic. I mean, it's just that he's putting off the decision. He's not giving us one. The fact that he hasn't given us one leads me to believe that it's very much in the conversation that they're at least considering making Bailey Zappi, who's on the practice squad, the number 2 quarterback. Like, if Shedeur was going to be the guy, why wouldn't you just come out and say it?
Why wouldn't you? Why aren't they?
I don't have the answer. Again, we can all just speculate. My speculation, I want to be clear and underline the word speculation, is that if you're not naming him on Wednesday, then maybe he's not the guy that you're going to be naming on Sunday.
It's a wild situation. Here's my question about it, Adam.
And by the way, I had this little debate with Dan Orlovsky on Get Up this morning.
All right.
I'm just, and maybe Tyler can shed some light here too, but maybe they're just not comfortable having a rookie starter and a rookie backup. Maybe they want a rookie starter and a guy who is a little bit of a veteran backup. Is that
well, then possible? Why did they trade Joe?
Because Joe had no future there. And Joe wanted to play, and does it really matter? Like, he wasn't playing for them again.
No, here's what I found funny. This wasn't their plan at all. Cincinnati called them. They weren't thinking about this.
Correct.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, that sounds good. Let's do that now. It's, huh? Like, none of this. All right, listen, Adam, of course, none of this makes. We come from this from the Tim Tebow perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've been through high profile stuff like this. And the naivete of the Browns is charming, that they didn't know or suspect what this would be. Adam, it's a different set of rules when you got a guy like Tebow or Shedeur, in my opinion.
Yeah, listen, it might not have been that way if Shedeur had gone in the second round of the draft or the third. But when he fell the way he did, it was a spectacular fall.
Right.
and it created even more attention. I don't know. Maybe if they had taken him in the first round, which they weren't going to, maybe it would have been just the same. I don't know. But it just seems like, I mean, I remember that night of the draft. I was blown away. The second night when he hadn't been picked.
Yeah.
The texts and emails that I was getting from the people that I was getting them from outside of football were staggering. Okay? Like, who just texted me to ask where Shedor's going and why he hasn't gone? Like, really? What?
Dude.
Well, here's what I don't get, and I guess it'd be my last question personally on Shedeur, but clearly Kevin Stefanski is not a huge fan of Shedeur Sanders. So it makes me feel like Kevin Stefanski didn't pick Shedeur. The owner came out and claims, and I kind of roll my eyes at this personally, but I don't know. He claims that he had nothing to do with it, that, you know, it was Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski. I guess Andrew Berry's the only one that hasn't totally distanced himself from it, to my knowledge. Who picked him?
I think the team picked him. I think he was there, and whether it was the owner that I mean, I just don't think, and maybe I'm being naive, I don't think the owner walks into the room and goes, guys, I want us to take this guy. We're taking this guy. Okay? When you've entrusted your GM and your front office to do months and months of work. Like, you're going to be an owner, and I guess that could have happened. And if it did, that'd be disappointing. I'm just saying, like, an owner should own. That's what he should do. Okay. And the front office should be the front office and pick the players. And if the owner's coming in to do their job, well, then shame on them. And if it did, I don't know that to be the case, but if it were the case, that's not great.
Listen, man,
yeah.
It's one thing when, okay, Joe Flacco, all right. And hey, Dylan Gabriel, we did take in the third round. But Adam, we're talking about promoting Bailey Zappi from the practice squad ahead of Shedeur at this point. What are we doing here, man? It's ridiculous.
Here's my honest opinion. We spend way too much time talking about a third string quarterback as it is
Here
right
we
now.
are. Here we are.
So that's my overall take.
Yeah, but that's all right, fine. But that's not who he is. You realize that, right? Like, he's not just a third string quarterback. That is not who he is. He is a national figure. His father's one of the most famous people in America. And this country, in terms of football fans, has been paying really close attention to this dude for the past 2.5 years. Like, a lot of attention.
I got it. All that is true. All that is true. But he hasn't played a snap yet this year. We don't know when I think he'll play a snap at some point in time, but it hasn't happened yet. And so I don't know, like, it just seems like there's you could have asked me, hey, how's Kellen Moore going to do in Pittsburgh? You could ask me how Joe Flacco. We started with Shedeur. Like,
hey,
okay.
Hey, where was it on the rundown on ESPN today? Did you guys get to it right away?
Yeah, we decided we were going to go elsewhere today.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the Jets, Adam. Are they as bad as they appear?
Oh, by the way,
I'm moving on, but yes, go ahead.
Let me hijack the conversation for a moment.
All right.
The Denver Broncos are just coming off the most meaningful win in their franchise in the last decade, correct?
Yeah, but actually, I want to talk about Bill Belichick now.
I mean, I gotta tell you something. I didn't realize that at 1:40 Thursdays I was doing TMZ radio.
Bailey's at me when I'm moving on, but it's okay. It's all right. We love you.
No, but seriously, what's going on with Bill Belichick?
I mean, it's not working in North Carolina.
Really, what's going on with Bill Belichick?
It's embarrassing down there.
Hey, DMac.
Yes.
As Jerry Jones would say.
Yeah. You're number one.
What was his excuse? I misused the wrong finger. Did he really say something like that? Like, I meant to use a finger, the wrong finger came out? Was that
exactly? Yeah. Sometimes you go to bed at night, you wet the bed. You don't mean to, but that's what happens, right? When you get older.
All right. From how's Greeny doing, by the way? Is he all right? Is he I don't know who you're, Bart Scott. I know you see him all the I don't know if he cares about the Jets anymore. Greeny does, I know.
I actually happened to watch the games with Greeny on Sunday. After Sunday Countdown, me, him, Rex, Randy,
Rex,
Alex Smith. We go into this room, we sit down, and we watch the games. And I got to tell you, it's one of my favorite 4, 5, 6 hour stretches of the week.
Dude, how did they handle the final 2 minutes of the first half
as Jets fans together watching that against the Cowboys. I mean, have you ever seen such an epic fail of effort in your life than the final 2 minutes by the Jets defense?
Oh, what was amazing to me is the Cowboys walk-in touchdowns, like walking in. Nobody,
unbelievable.
I could for them. I could have scored for them, like nobody getting a hand on them. It was amazing.
All right, so what's going on there in New York? I mean, it looks miserable. The reason why we're having fun on some other things, Adam, I swear to God, I have no idea how the Broncos lose this game. Like zero. I mean,
I'll tell you how they lose the game.
Go for it.
I'll tell you.
Go for it.
Very simple. Very simple. Oh, actually, they could lose this game, DMac, and I'm going to give it to you. They're coming off, as I mentioned, their signature win. Yep. They're feeling great. They go to London. Weird things happen. We're in an international game starting at 9:30 Eastern in the morning, 7:30 Colorado time. Mm-hmm. The New York Jets haven't gotten a single turnover all year. They are due for an avalanche of turnovers. So all of a sudden on Sunday, the Broncos, feeling great about themselves, lose 2 fumbles, throw 2 picks. Jets get a punt return for a touchdown, and all of a sudden, the Jets pull the upset. That's how it happens.
Yeah, okay? it really does have a lot of markings of a trap game. Now, I mean, we would call it in the league they get paid 2 game. You know, like when we're watching film, boys, they get paid a lot of money. They got good players over there.
Hey, let me. The Jets have been terrible. They're the only winless team in the league. And I'm just going to tell you, the worm turns with everybody, okay? It turns with everybody at some point. And the Broncos better hope that it's not their turn this week to have that worm turn, and they better be ready. Look, the Jets, if they played this game 10 times, the Broncos will probably win 8 or 9. But this might be the 1 or 2 times that they play it where Denver does fumble the ball, Denver does throw interceptions, and Denver winds up losing the game. It would be terrible to squander the win in Philly that you put together, that you fought for, that you go to London early to prepare and get acclimated, and then lose to the Jets. Could it happen? Yeah, it could. Do I think it will? It shouldn't.
Adam,
the Broncos are the.
Hold on. If the Broncos played the Jets 10 times, Adam, the Broncos would win 11 times. That's how bad the Jets are.
Disagree.
Adam, they have 7 sacks, and we have a guy, Nick Benito, who has 7 sacks. They have 7 sacks as a team. Adam, they don't have a takeaway. 0 takeaways. They're 31st in defensive scoring. They average giving away 31.4 points a game. Breece Hall, nice runner. We've got a runner, J.K. Dobbins, who has more rushing yards than Breece Hall. The one guy they got is Garrett Wilson, and you can't get him the ball.
All right, mark it down. We're losing this game.
All right, I don't know how else to say it. I've never seen anything like this, Adam. And the Jets defense gives up. There's no heart with the Jets defense. And while they had some close games early in the season, Adam, it's gone, man. Who knows what they're doing over in London right now? Sorry. I mean, keeping it real here.
By the way, I mean, I couldn't disagree more. What is the point spread on the game?
You know, I actually heard it closed a little bit.
It's like 6.5.
It was 7.5, and I think it actually closed. All right.
It closed. What? DMac, why would it close?
It did. It went from 7.5 to 6.5.
Oh, what? Why is that?
You tell me, Adam. You tell me. Because I got it like 34-13 Broncos, so you tell me.
Because of the exact reasons we're talking. How about this? We'll make a friendly little wager. I'll take the 7.5 from you. You're so sure all over them, right?
I'll give you 14.
See, this is when you just do stupid stuff. Now, Adam say I accept. Adam say I accept the 14.
Take the 14. Yeah.
But how about this? Let's figure it out. What if the Jets win the game outright? So let's bet $10. Okay.
Yeah.
If the Jets win the game outright, you owe me $50.
Uh-huh.
I probably should be getting better odds than that.
All right. How about this? I win the bet. You somehow have to say my name on ESPN.
That's fine. I can do it on a podcast, and it runs on Twitter, runs on the ESPN podcast. Yeah, that's easy.
That's not what I'm talking about. You got all right, forget it. We won't get into silly bets. It's kind of fun. By the way, did the Broncos break the Eagles, or did that? Are they broken now?
No, they're not broken, but they exposed some of the Eagles' flaws. right? So I just think that the Eagles have been that way all season long. Like they've been waiting to lose, and the Broncos obliged them. They have not played great football, and it was evident. It was evident on Sunday when Denver rallied from a 14-point deficit in games. By the way, the Broncos, in the history of their franchise, with the great John Elway, the most clutch player ever. In games like that, when the Broncos were down by 14 or more points in the fourth quarter, their career record was 1-112. 1-112. They had won one game out of 113 when they were down by 14 or more.
Unbelievable.
On the road. Okay. And they won there. So it was a tall order. And Philly, look, Denver won the game, but Philly lost the game too. So they both deserve credit and criticism. And there we go.
How did you just tweet? How did you pull that off?
What did Adam just tweet in the middle of our conversation?
Oh, Giants have signed linebacker DeVell Hewitt.
I don't know. Did you really send off a tweet while I was yelling at you right there, Adam? Did you seriously fire off a tweet while I was yelling at you?
DMac.
I'm not that.
I'm not very good at anything, but I can multitask.
Yeah.
All right, Adam. We'll let you go. I don't know if you want to. Oh, by the way,
I'm a little bummed Scotty's not here today.
Yeah, Scotty's just he's a little under the weather today. He's a little under the weather. So
I have my NBA fantasy draft Tuesday night. I need him to a couple of guys for me that I need to take this year.
Oh man. Well, you could always just reach out to him. He'd be happy to chat you up,
I'm sure he would love to.
Just text me a cell. I think I have it. I'm pretty sure I have it. Hold on. I don't think I'm is it does it end in a 9?
You know what, Dan, our producer, will take care of you. We got people too here, Adam. What like a secretary for you? What do you need here? Oh, by the way, real quick. When is the ESPN profile?
Yes, it ends in a 9.
Okay. When is the ESPN profile about the Leicester Panthers from 1987 that Sean Payton was a quarterback? Did you know anything about that league at all, Adam, before Sean started talking about it?
No, I did not.
So when he was, do you know about it now, or am I giving you news right now? You might not know. So when he was 23, there's some sort of American football league called the British American Football Association, BAFA. And Sean, when he was 23, played there in Leicester City, England. And he said, you knew you were on your way out when this was your last stop. However, this is 1987 when he was 23. He's inviting former teammates of his to come out to practice over the next couple of days. And he said he has great memories of being one of 4 Americans on a low-level American football league in England in the late 80s when he was moving out of his playing days. How about that? Is that crazy?
It's there are always a lot of wild connections in football, some that you just would have no idea about. There's another example. I'm just telling you, DMac, they better come out and play well.
All right. They will, Adam.
They play well.
They will.
Better come. If you start seeing turnovers early on, you better hold on.
All right, we'll let you go. You're the best. We love you. We'll talk to you later.
Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye. Adam Schefter, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. CCU, helping Coloradans achieve their financial goals. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Are you buying anything about the Jets having some sort of chance here? Or does it just feel like I'm just jinxing them left and right because it's ridiculous overconfidence?
No, I mean, look, you need to win this game, and you need to win it in a dominating fashion. I do strongly disagree with you that they would beat them 10 out of 10 times. I mean, you said 11 out of 10. NFL, that's just not what happens in NFL. I mean, the teams, somebody's going to be the team that turns the ball over. Somebody's going to be the team that has an accidental fumble. Mm-hmm. You just got to hope it's not going to be the Broncos. I mean, teams do not go winless in the NFL. There's only been 2 of them, like, ever in the history of the NFL.
Right.
They're going to beat somebody. I'm sure the Philadelphia didn't think that they were going to lose to Denver last week. Not trying to say that Denver's in the same category as the Jets. They're not. But the point stands. That's a team that won 20 out of 21 games. You really think that they thought they were going to lose to the Broncos?
I feel you. We just pointed out the Jets' next 3 games after the Broncos are the Panthers, Bengals, and Browns.
What does that have to do with anything?
There are probably more winnable games than against the Broncos this week.
Well, sure, but I mean, I don't know how that factors into our game. If we happen to be the team that turns it over, then stuff happens.
Sure. They have no takeaways this year. That is true.
It's not going to stay that way.
Okay. Well, we're really getting into any given Sunday they get paid to sort of analysis.
Well, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's a they get paid to type of game.
All right. So,
I mean, I'm not trying to predict. I agree with you. I think the Broncos should dominate this football game.
So then by that logic, arguably, then if any two teams.
But I'm telling you, it does add up for all the markings of a trap game. You just came off a very emotional win against a really good team. You've got the letdown game that comes after it. You're traveling across the world. You've got an 8-hour time zone change. It's rainy. It's gloomy. You're probably sleepy. You're probably taking naps every day. And then you get a pint of Guinness at night. You know, like this does have the markings of a trap game. It doesn't mean it's going to be a trap game, but that's how it happens.
All right, let's get to Sports Not Sports. We got a great one today for you. Thank you, Adam.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
LeBron is being sued, Tyler. There's a fan out there that said he was duped by Braun's, the decision part 2.
Okay.
He bought 2 tickets to see the Lakers against the Cavs, and now he says the tickets lost almost all their value. He's suing for $856.66.
Well, this is a respectable lawsuit, actually. I mean, if you think about it, this guy's not asking for much.
No.
He just wants his investment back.
Sure.
He's not trying to make millions.
Sure.
He got duped by a commercial, and now he wants his money back.
Yeah.
I think LeBron should do the right thing.
And pay him the $900?
Or maybe Hennessy should do it for him.
Take care of that money.
Yeah.
What is wrong with people, seriously? I mean, what
He deserves it. We should start a class action.
Against LeBron.
Yeah.
For the decision.
Yeah. I'm in. How can I get me some LeBron money?
I don't know, man. He's got plenty of it, but
I'll take $856. I'm not greedy.
Best of luck to that guy. All right, time for the big question of the day. Let's go, Dan. Let's get it cranked up here. Hey, Tyler, I'm up for it, man. If people are out there with reasons why this game is dangerous for the Broncos, you want to bring the argument, let's go. I'm up for the conversation for sure.
Well, this is a game that you want to keep it simple, right? I mean, keep it simple, stupid. Don't come out. Like, I think there's a temptation sometimes when you feel like you are the far superior opponent. You're like, okay, this is a great opportunity for us to put some things on tape. And sometimes it is a good opportunity. You just want to put a BS play out there, come out with some trick play, whatever, just to put it on film so your next opponent has to spend an hour and a half studying it when you have zero intention of ever running it again.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say, at least until the game is in hand, don't play childish games. Keep it simple, stupid, because the one thing that could go wrong is you make a mistake. You ask a running back to throw a football. You ask a wide receiver to throw a football. They throw an interception, and all of a sudden a team that's got 0 takeaways on the season, they get the ball in their own half or and they're in scoring position. So keep it simple offensively and really keep it simple defensively as well. They do one thing really well. They run the football really well.
They do.
So make them beat you in a different way. Make them beat you putting the ball in the air. If you want to bring Talanoa Hufanga down there in the box, whatever you want to do, load that sucker up. Cool. Dare him. I mean, have the Pittsburgh Steelers approach to it. Don't be stupid. Don't be arrogant about it like they were with Tebow. Bait them, beg them to try to beat you in a different way. But if you overcomplicate it, I'm telling you, that's the quickest way for stupid things to happen.
I do think the Jets offense has some quick strike capabilities and talent. What I can't get over looking at the Jets, Tyler, I can't get over how bad the defense is. And Quinnen Williams, I mean, he's practicing, I guess, limited, but I think he'll go, but he's banged up. Sauce Gardner, okay, he's a cool player, for sure. But I cannot get over the fact they only have 7 sacks on the entire year, and Nick Bonito has 7 sacks this season. Broncos have 21 sacks on the season. That's first in the league, and I just don't know how they don't get to the quarterback who is the number 1 guy in the NFL from snap to release of holding on to the ball.
Yeah. Well, that might be a sign that the Jets' offensive line is actually doing an effective job because for Justin Fields to be able to hold on to the football that long, that means they got to be blocking them dudes.
And they got a good running game too. The Jets' offensive line is probably okay. They're probably all right. Sacks allowed, they are 25th in the league, but they do have a guy who's hanging onto the ball forever, who's slow to make quick decisions. He does. It's like the Garrett Wilson show and the band of who else, like a bunch of nobodies, really. So I don't know, man. If there's reasons out there that this is going to be competitive, I'm happy to hear him. I just don't see it. And I'm not saying the Jets can't hang in there for a little bit. Most teams do, right?
Well, look at their scores. They've been hanging in the majority of their games, actually, against relatively decent opponents.
They have.
So,
but they really quit against the Cowboys.
But a bit naive to say they can't even hang.
No, man. I guess I'm influenced so much by their last game when they just collapsed. Collapsed and just didn't show much fight or effort. And all right, where do you find the will to fight if you are 0-5 and you're trailing early in a game?
But what about the game against the Bucs when they lose 29-27? What about, the Jets game, or the Dolphins game, it's 27-21?
Yeah.
You still put up 22 points offensively against the Cowboys. I'm not saying that makes you a juggernaut, but you're 2 points off from feeling like you did enough to win a football game. You scored 24, you feel like you did your job to win a game. What about against the Steelers when they lose 34-32?
Yeah. Opening weekends.
This is a team that has hung with some good football teams. Now, they got buried by the Bills. They did. They got buried 30-10, and they got buried by the Cowboys, 37-22. But they've got 3 other games that they were hanging. They were in it.
Well, we can get to that. Our guy Jesse's. Did you hear England is playing Wales in a friendly at Wembley?
I have not.
Jesse, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got DMac.
Here we go again.
Well, if you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch, you can see that Jesse is at the game. But it's hard to hear Jesse.
Do they not have cell service in England?
Jesse, how are you? How's the game going?
The game is a blowout right now. It's 3-0 England in the 57th minute.
All right. Can you get a...
Have we seen a soccer hooligan fight yet?
You want to see some of them behind me?
Sure. Jesse's turning his phone to some soccer hooligans.
Hey, start a Go Wales chant.
It's hard to hear you, but the hooligans are here.
The hooligans are here.
Why does it seem so quiet?
I don't know, because we
literally can't hear a thing.
Cell phones and the whole thing. All right, Jesse, we'll let you go. That's cool. Thank you for being on with us from England. It does look awesome. I hope you're having a great time over there, brother.
Yeah, no, it's a blast. I was glad I made it out here. It took 2 hours to get here, but it was worth it.
All right, brother. We'll let you go. See you. Thanks. Dan, I'm still up for trying to get... That's great. It's just the technology is... I knew it would catch up with us at some point, but I still would love to get a guy in a bar. Dan, is there any possibility that can happen?
Yes. I'm working on it. So we've got, just for an update here, I have been texting from my cell with one of our listeners, and his buddy is in London right now. His buddy's name is Steve, and he's going to try and jump on our Zoom meeting here just a couple minutes.
Okay.
Live from London. So we'll see if he has a better connection.
All right, we'll make that the last one because
we've learned that you can't have a cell phone in England.
Do they have Wi-Fi in England?
I don't know, bro. I can't believe what we want to do actually worked. It's just that technology is sort of letting us down. I thought the hard part would just be finding anybody anyways. That hasn't been difficult at all. It's just trying to connect with people technically. That is a bit of a mystery. So we'll try to do that the best we can. Big win for the Broncos. I'm sorry if I sound too cocky with it, and I hope that's not spoiling the fun for everybody out there.
Derek in Castle Rock. This conversation sounds like a previous one from another show a few years ago.
Which one was that?
Appreciate you listening. Against the Raiders, when John Gruden got fired and everyone on radio said it was going to be an easy win.
Oh, what was his name? The special teams, Rich
Bisaccia.
Yeah.
We lost back-to-back years to interim Raiders head coaches.
Yeah.
Because then we lost to Antonio Pierce.
Yeah, we were like, if the Broncos can't win this one, they're never going to win a game. Like, this is impossible. And
right.
They rallied around him. Now, he didn't work out long-term for them either. And your emotional rally point is relatively limited. So, okay, fine. What would the Jets be rallying around?
Well, I don't think that that's all that relevant. I mean, they get paid a lot of money because they're good. They're good football players. They're talented at what they do. I mean, what are they rallying around? Getting a win. That's simple as that. Losing is not fun. They want to get that monkey off their back. They want to have a victory Monday. Seriously, sometimes it's as simple as rallying around a victory Monday.
Do players need to lead that charge, or is it just something that's within you as a competitor? Like you collectively just have that?
Well, I do think that you hit a breaking point in the season, and the Jets very well might have already hit the breaking point. As a coach, you would like to think that you got the right guys in the building, that you haven't gotten there after 5 weeks.
You know what's funny? Like watching the Rockies this year, every game, which I did, which is weird. You would hear Warren Schefter say, hey, this team never quit, right? But Tyler, I can't tell you how many games. And yeah, there were times that the Rockies fought. Sometimes they came back, not often, but sometimes. Sometimes they came back and lost and made it close. But you know what happened more times than not with the Rockies this year, Tyler? They would get down, and then they would just quit. I mean, not quit, but like, there wasn't a big charge. There wasn't anything emotional. They didn't have it in their bones to fight back every single game because they were so bad. They were more or less losing every single game. They didn't have it. And this is what this Jets team reminds me of.
How do you think the Broncos looked against the Titans?
Mediocre.
Not great.
Mediocre.
Right? Yeah. I mean, not very good.
Yeah.
You walked away, you got a W, and you're like, hallelujah, we actually beat the Titans. It was not looking great there for a hot second.
Mediocre.
Weren't necessarily worried about losing to them, but you definitely wanted to make a little bit of a better statement.
Yeah.
Are the Titans not a bottom dweller? They've got one win?
Yeah, but don't forget the Broncos were like -3 in that game.
Okay.
And they still won relatively easily.
Well, sort of, I guess. I mean, 20-12 against a one-win football team is not exactly a dominating win.
Yeah, but -3, you usually lose by 20 points.
Well, you're -3 going into the season because they don't know who's who.
Right.
I mean, you play that game today, it's obviously radically different. I mean, my point is, like, we didn't exactly dominate against one of the other bottom dwellers in the NFL.
Okay. That's true. It was week 1. And the Broncos are a much different team, in my opinion.
You did dominate against the Bengals, though, to be fair.
And you should have, and you did. And you fought back unbelievably hard against the Eagles. Listen, I understand what Adam's saying about, hey, you could get distracted and this, that. You could look past him and trap game, the whole thing. But I think Sean Payton's done actually an extraordinary job keeping these guys focused.
Hopefully.
It appears that he has. At least it seems like he has. It's a business trip. They know it. And I just think the Broncos have bigger fish to fry, especially on Fridays.
Someone on the text line says that was 5 weeks ago, Tyler. Is that supposed to be an eternity?
Well, you tell me. I mean, it feels like an eternity in the NFL. I mean, you only get 4 months. That was a quarter of the season ago. So, I mean, in football terms, it was a long ways away. In my opinion, yeah. I think it was just – and listen, look how bad Bo was playing. And I understand he wasn't great until the fourth quarter on Sunday. I mean, I get it.
We had 3 quarters of Bo looking the exact same way against the Eagles.
But here's the thing against the Jets. You can just run the ball against them, man. Javonte Williams killed them. And I think like RJ Harvey could have a this is like what a great opportunity for RJ Harvey, not for a million carries, but the opportunity just to break through and, get one of these big, huge runs. Like, did you expect this sort of season from Javonte Williams?
People are saying the Broncos are -8.5 and -6.5 to the Titans.
What do you mean minus? Well, say again. Like what? Favored this week?
No. When we played them.
When we played them, they were -8.5 and -6.5?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Listen,
I'm not trying to be the pessimist here. I'm really not. I mean, I guess I'm arguing just to argue a little bit on it. But like I firmly believe the Broncos need to dominate this game. I think that they should, and I think that they will dominate this game. I just think it's naive to think that this does not have the potential hallmarks of a trap game.
Well, okay, sure. I mean, any given Sunday, they get paid too. That's where we're at with this one. And you know, I assume the Jets will beat somebody. I'm just pointing out they got the Panthers, Bengals, and Browns after this that are, in my opinion.
But I mean, what does that mean? Does that mean they're not going to try to win against the Broncos because they've got lesser opponents on the horizon?
I think they'll.
Aaron Glenn's going to be like, hey, boys, we're going to London. Let's just have a vacation. You don't need to try against the Broncos.
You tell me when you've been on bad teams that break during a game that they're getting their ass kicked.
I'll tell you this. I'm not looking forward to other weeks. Like when I'm on a bad team, I'm just miserable. So it's not like I'm looking to the future and I'm like, oh, we got the Panthers. Like we can take a deep breath. We're going to get a win then.
How about like during a game? All right, so you're on a bad team.
Yeah, and I've done that.
Okay, you're losing. You're on a bad team and you're losing. Where's your will to fight to come back at that point? I guess there's two things: your personal will and the team, your collective will as a team.
Yeah, I don't know. That's tough because it depends on who you are. Keep in mind that 95% of your team is fighting for their life, for their livelihood, to keep their starting position week in, week out. And you got about 5 players on that team that they could throw up the middle finger and pull it to keep Talib at the end of the season and say, I don't care, I'm not going to play hard, right?
Yeah.
So, like, you're asking me, like, what's my mindset? My mindset is, God, the next coach is going to fire everybody around here. And if I don't ball out, then I'm not going to be a part of this squad next year, and I'm not going to have a job anywhere. So, like, what's my mindset? Honestly, it puts you into panic mode. When you get a new boss at work, what do? You tend to straighten up a little bit, unless you're me and I'm slouched right now. When you get a new boss, everybody gets on guard a little bit, right? Like what's the new boss's opinion going to be? So I just don't necessarily, but then in the back of your mind, you might be trying to perform, but you've got your doubts about your teammates.
Right.
And that's where it starts to seep in because you're no longer playing like a team. You no longer have faith in your teammates. But the reality is 95% of the team is panicked about having a job next year.
I remember those teams. I remember Broncos teams like that. I covered them. I was here for it. It was some dark times around here. And you're absolutely right. And I remember talking to these guys. So here's what would happen, at least on those really, really terrible Broncos teams. You're right. Everybody would try hard, but it was kind of like you weren't all pulling in the same direction, and you got a lot of guys trying to, the classic, do your job, doing other things outside their job, like trying to do extra things to make plays. Like nobody would really like quit, but like you would freelance too much. You just weren't symbiotically working together. It was like the famous story with hey, Coobs gathered the team around, hey, what's going on or something, and Russell Okung started talking, and Aqib Talib told him to shut the hell up. I think that was like in 2016. The Broncos team were actually pretty good then. But there were other dark times around here, Tyler, like before they drafted Tebow, when they got before they got Vaughn, those teams where it was, McDaniels era after you. I mean, it was such a disaster the year after you left and we're gone. The next year, as bad as it was when you were with McDaniels, it was worse. And actually, ironically, it was that England game where McDaniels got caught cheating that ended up to him getting fired during the season. That was the lowest of all the bad Broncos seasons. To me, that was the worst one.
Yeah, because it's one thing to cheat and be good. It's an entirely other thing to cheat and still suck.
Right. Now, I'll tell you this. There's no way Aaron Glenn could be as bad of a head coach as Josh McDaniels. And I'm going to just assume that the guys like Aaron Glenn. But I was listening to Coach Sanford on the morning sprint, and his point was, and I'd be curious what you think of this, Glenn's not having an opportunity to really install the defense he really wants to play because he doesn't have the right personnel for that. Would you agree with that?
I guess I don't know enough about what he's trying to do to answer that.
Okay.
I don't really know. I'm sorry.
Well, it may be like you just don't have the right guys.
I mean, I do think it takes you 2, maybe more realistically, even 3 years to feel like you've got your squad.
Yeah, style points may count a little bit here for the Broncos. I hope they don't get distracted. We haven't heard any stories like that. We just keep hearing that they're out in the middle.
Pat Surtain went sightseeing.
He did. Pat Surtain did go
Sean
sightseeing.
said not to go sightseeing. Pat went sightseeing.
Pat did go sightseeing. All right, Dan. We're trying to line things up. Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, our guy was efforting. He's got a bad connection.
Yeah.
We tried.
Should we just count it as a win? That we had a basic premise and we really did get a hold of somebody in a pub. We just couldn't hear him. I mean, we did it.
We did the thing.
We did the
didn't.
thing.
No, we didn't.
We don't. That doesn't count.
No, we didn't do the thing because Harry Potter Land does not count as an English pub.
No, I actually would side with you on that. All right, but we'll hold out hope that maybe we can. Meanwhile, Shedeur is getting all sorts of attention. The Broncos in England, all sorts of things going on. Dan, Let's Football Goes coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, there's only one dealership you need to go to. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices, the best customer service, the best inventory, and you're going to walk out a customer for life, just like I did after I bought my first vehicle my rookie year at Phil Long Ford. Guys, relationships do matter, and that's why I recommend Phil Long, because you're going to become a customer for life. They're going to treat you with respect. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking new, whether you're looking pre-owned, there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So you're going to find your dream vehicle at your dream price. What more could you ask for? And keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
That's great. Listen, I'm petty I'm a Rockies fan, but next to the Rockies clearly are the Red Sox. And if the Red Sox can't win, the only thing that matters to me is the Yankees losing. That's it. The end. The rest of the baseball playoffs, have fun.
Yankee lose.
Yankee lose. Da Yankee lose. My God, is that great? All right, Dan, Mountain High Appliance, we love you guys. Thank you to mountainhighappliance.com. We have a really funny story, Chad Brown. The end of your career, when do you know it is? We'll get to that after Let's Football Go. But, Dan, Let's Football Go.
All right, let's hear from Vance Joseph. He spoke in London earlier today. Justin Fields, guys, DMac's day one. Justin Fields, his guy.
He'll never turn his back. It's everybody's fault but Justin.
My guy.
Justin's had no chance.
My guy.
This poor guy, if he just had a team.
I don't know. Aaron Rodgers looks pretty good with Pittsburgh right now.
Yeah, well, he was 4-2, but you know why? Keep playing a guy who's 4-2.
Yeah, they decided to opt for Russell Wilson.
By the way, they tried to keep Justin Fields. Fields got a better offer from the Jets. All right, anyways,
So
whatever.
did they really try?
They supposedly did. But Fields was like, I'm moving on.
For the whole 10 mil?
I want to go somewhere that,
Hey, just before I play this VJ sound, quick one. Like for this season, would you rather have Aaron Rodgers or Justin Fields leading your team?
If I'm who?
Anybody.
No, baloney.
Literally pick a team.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
tell
Jets,
me the teams that it
the
makes
Jets
difference.
clearly didn't want Aaron Rodgers, by the way.
Well, they're wrong.
Okay. It was Justin Fields in the same draft class as Aaron Rodgers.
What?
I'm a little confused.
What does that matter?
It's a moot point.
Answer the question.
I never wanted Justin Fields as a free agent.
Answer
I want him
the
as
question. You just said which team.
I'll take
Fine.
Justin Fields because I think Aaron
Oh, my
Rodgers is
God.
a weasel turd.
Oh,
and I
my
want
gosh.
nothing to do with them.
Yeah, because Aaron
Weasel
Rodgers
turd.
has been terrible this year.
All right, do we have? He has the same amount of wins that Justin Fields had last year, and roughly the same amount of games.
All right. It's just, hey, I'm just checking the temperature on where you're at with
Russell Wilson,
with these
who
guys.
is total garbage, got 6 wins with the Steelers. What do you think was going to happen if they just let Fields keep playing? He was going to keep winning.
You are so delusional sometimes.
Prove me wrong.
Like you will literally just say anything.
I kill you with truth. What's our first
What was
story?
going to happen? Oh, Justin was going to go win a Super Bowl, obviously.
Hey, if Russell Wilson could win 6 games, anybody could. And certainly a winning quarterback like Fields could have kept going.
All right, well, speaking of Justin Fields, here's VJ. Hey, VJ thinks Justin Fields
Of
is
course
legit.
he does. It's VJ.
He thinks he's legit, and the
Of
Broncos
course.
have quite the test coming up on Sunday in London.
He is so talented. He's dangerous. Obviously with his legs, he's a better runner than Jalen, in my opinion.
True.
He has a great arm. He's obviously, bouncing around the teams, but, not his fault. I mean, he's competed everywhere he's gone, but he's capable of making big plays, and that's scary for a coach. It only takes one play on defense to give up a big play. And they've got guys who can do those things. The back's playing well, the receiver's a top 10 pick, and the quarterback's a special talent. So, we got to play our best ball to win. It's the NFL. It's no trap games or easy games on the schedule.
Exactly.
Playing our best is our goal each week.
Really?
And we have to do that.
Really?
Got
You're
me.
going to say exactly to all that? You're
Oh.
going to hype up VJ as you're sitting here giving the Jets absolutely 0% chance of winning, and yet
Zero.
Justin Fields is your guy?
Justin Fields,
I mean, this is going to be blowout city. We'll beat them 11 out of 10 times, but when VJ says it, that makes sense.
How many interceptions has Justin Fields thrown this year?
I don't know, one.
How many takeaways do the Jets have? 0. Justin Fields is like, of 50 problems, he's problem number 51 for the Jets.
Maybe 50.
They have so many other issues. But that was the case with Fields in Chicago, too. What's the question, Dan?
You're so stupid. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. That was the problem for Justin Fields in Chicago.
Defense.
Justin Fields didn't contribute, huh?
Do you remember Justin Fields for the Bears when they should have beat the
question?
Broncos?
Yeah, and he was literally perfect. I do
Yes.
remember very
All
well.
right. What is the question, Dan?
Well, I was going to
How
ask.
stupid are you?
Wait.
My question is, what's the best thing the Broncos defense can do to contain Justin Fields? I mean, are you guys worried about Justin Fields passing the ball down the field, or are you just focusing on his legs?
Well, let's go through things. Is he a better runner than Jalen Hurts?
No.
He's not?
No.
Oh, I think he clearly is.
He's a more dangerous runner in space than Justin Fields or than Jalen Hurts. I'll give you that because he's faster, and if you give him a seam, he could be off to the races like that. So that's true, right?
Does he have
so he's got potential for a more yak type of guy.
Yeah.
But he is not a better runner than Jalen Hurts.
Does he have a
Jalen
better?
Hurts is phenomenal in short yardage. He's phenomenal in knowing that he creates his plays, whereas Justin Fields, I would compare him to like a Michael Porter Jr. of runners.
Okay.
Like he needs everybody else to do their job for him to take off.
Then why did VJ get it so wrong there? Why are you calling VJ a liar?
He is being a very typical coach and hyping up his opponent.
Okay. So that's just a bunch of gobbledygook.
Coach speak.
That's coach speak. He didn't really mean it.
You think Justin Fields is better than Jalen Hurts?
I think he's a better runner than Jalen Hurts, and I think he has a stronger arm than Jalen Hurts, but that's not all it takes to be a quarterback. And Hurts is definitely a better quarterback, much better than Justin Fields. But there's elements of being a quarterback, physical elements that Justin Fields is better than Hurts at. But he's not.
I don't know what element I would pick. What element would you pick?
He's got a stronger arm and he's a better runner.
But it doesn't matter if his arm is stronger if he's not better delivering the rock.
You are correct, and that's more than one thing that goes.
So
into
I would take Jalen Hurts' arm over Justin Fields.
Fine, but it's not like Hurts or Fields cannot get that ball down the field. He certainly can, and if Garrett Wilson gets behind people and Fields does have time, then yeah, you have a lot of quick strike ability. And yes, Breece Hall, if he can get an opening, has shown explosion that's above average, and that can hurt you too. The problem, and Fields talked about it today, by the way, they can't finish. They can't finish anything. Like they've been close. You're right. They have been close in a bunch of games, but they can't figure it out. And it's not getting better for them. It's getting worse for them because injuries are catching up. You're a little dispirited because you're losing games, yada, yada, yada. I think the Jets would have been a much tougher opponent a month ago than they are going to be Sunday. But and Fields is going to probably have a typical Justin Fields games. There's going to be moments that look kind of cool, and then he's just going to, keep going. Interception, fumble, whatever. He's going to screw it up like he has because he's not a great quarterback. You're right. He's not a great quarterback.
All right. We agree to agree.
All right. Next up, Dan.
That was so easy.
What
took you 10.5 minutes to say that?
Yeah, you spit it out. Got to grind out the time like Joe Williams said.
Hey,
clock keeps moving.
I'll tell you who's taking more than 10 minutes to make a decision. That is Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski. He still has not.
How are they doing today? What are they up to?
He still has not declared who will be the backup quarterback to Dylan Gabriel on Sunday for the Browns. But here is Shador in the locker room today talking about that decision.
We don't have an answer on this yet.
Well, I shouldn't have an answer. Y'all don't have an answer.
No, I just meant we don't know yet if you're going to be the number 2.
Did he say just you guys don't have the answer? Was he implying that he has the answer?
Well, I shouldn't have an answer. Y'all don't have an answer.
No, I just meant we don't know yet if you're going to be the number 2. But how excited, how ready, how great would that be for you to have an opportunity to go out there and back up Dylan in this game in Pittsburgh?
Oh, well, no, we're going to make sure we do everything we can to make sure Dylan ready for the game. So, whatever that means. So, each and every day, even when Joe was the starter, everything, prepare the right way and be ready to know that you could get out there at any point in time. So, I'm overly confident within myself. So I know when I first got here, I'm ready to play. But, it's up to the coaches and, whatever decision, they make, then I'm fine with.
Tyler, every now and then I feel bad for athletes because of how stupid reporters are. Every now and then I catch myself like having empathy for the athletes.
So I'm curious what part got you. I'll tell you what part got me of that.
Well, I thought she was an idiot the way she was asking those questions, first of all.
The part that I cringed at was how exciting would that be to be a backup?
Exactly.
How exciting would that be to just, hold a clipboard?
First of all, philosophically to me, the laziest way to ask questions is the how questions. You hear it all the time. And it's what reporters do when they really can't. They don't know what to say. They have no idea really what to ask anybody. So they say, how? How exciting would it be? She's literally asking, Tyler, if you were to parse her words specifically, how exciting are you to sit on the bench? Like, what is an athlete seriously supposed to say to and she said how like 3 different times.
I've been waiting my whole life for this opportunity to be a number 2.
Bench. Yeah, like, what are you? That is a reporter who does not know what the hell she wants to ask. When she really wants to ask, what she really wants to ask is, are you pissed off?
I told you, you'll rip every reporter except for your friends.
Well, I don't know her yet, so we'll see if we can get to know each other.
There was, there was one yesterday that you should have absolutely just ripped to smithereens.
Oh, I got on that.
And you wouldn't do it.
Enough. I hate the how questions, though. And yes, you're right. I hate the, like, I'm just going to go along with whoever I'm interviewing. And Matt did that. You're talking about Matt Smith, my buddy.
I said no names.
All right.
I was talking about Brian Howe.
Brian just gave up on the question because I've done that too. Like, if you ask a question and they're just going to interrupt you in the middle of the question, do you still fight through the question like Troy Rank, or do you just be like, okay? I just give up on the question. Like, if you want to interrupt me.
I don't even blame him.
Yeah. But how this, how that, how you feel about being a backup, what the hell is he supposed to say? How do I get, he should say, how do I get out of Cleveland?
Well, they're not going to make an announcement. Like, we're just going to find out on game day. Or you might find out on Saturday night when they elevate Bailey Zappi to 53. Although, even if they do that, I don't think that necessarily means anything. Because in today's NFL, a lot of teams do carry 3 quarterbacks on the active roster.
You know when you officially, really, the ultimate deadline is it 90 minutes before?
The inactives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you have to declare the quarterback. So that is, you get to 90 minutes.
We're probably going to find out an hour and a half before the game.
Probably. What do you think it's going to be?
I think it's going to be Schefter.
Because of all the pressure, or because, but well, why?
I don't know. I mean, I guess the whole package, probably. I mean, Scott had an interesting take. You want to get yourself fired if you're Kevin Stefanski? Elevate Bailey Zappi and see how that fan base outrages. You know, it's not a bad take at all. Like, that fan base will turn their back on you. If you pull off this one now, it's one thing to keep him buried. But now that you've traded away Joe Flacco, if you bury him to Bailey Zappi, they will burn that place.
You know, at no point when Orton was here, because I think Brady Quinn was still on practice squad, I think, did Brady Quinn or whoever the third string was get elevated above Tebow. Tebow was always at least the backup. You know, there was none of that.
See, what I really think is going on, I think it's going to be Schefter. I think they know it's going to be Schefter, but they just want to keep him in his place. They just want to let him know, like, hey, you didn't earn this. You just fell into this.
Do you think he's fallen short behind the scenes somehow? Like in the football things that you got to do to be a leader in that degree?
I think it's reasonable to ask the question. Yes. I think the mime thing was a big mistake, and I'm not necessarily trying to imply that means that he's not studying hard, that he's not putting his work in.
Yeah.
But, you know, if that's something that we saw publicly,
they didn't like
what's going on internally.
Yeah,
right?
could not.
I mean,
there's no way it went over well.
There's no way the organization looked at that mime thing and they were like, yeah, we're so glad you did that.
Right. You could have your own opinion out there about what you think about it, and Prime tweeted that he liked it. But come on, everybody, be real. What professional organization is going to support that? 0 is the answer. 0. And you know what's funny about that, too? The timing is crazy, because this Joe Flacco trade was not their idea. They weren't shopping him. It was the Bengals that came calling, and they had to make a quick decision. Or the Bengals, my guess is the Bengals were going to be on to somebody else. Who knows who, right? But, like, they were clearly going to get somebody to start this week. Oh, that's a fun one. If it wasn't Flacco, who do you think they were going to go after? Meaning they probably gave the Browns like 10 minutes to make your minds up, or we're moving on.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like Kirk Cousins would be the best available backup quarterback in the NFL.
By a mile.
But his is obviously very complex because of the money.
Correct. And Atlanta probably hasn't given up the season, and who knows with Penix? They may go back
to
Kirk.
if from Atlanta's point of view, like, I'm sure there's been teams that have said, hey, we'll trade for Kirk, but you got to pick up the salary.
Right.
So you got to pick up 90% of the 40 or whatever it is, right? And they're like, well, if we're going to pay that money, we'd rather just pay the money for him to be on the team.
But you might have the Bengals are like, all right, you got 10 minutes, or we're calling the Broncos about Stidham or Ellinger, or we're calling so-and-so about who's-he-what's-it, right? I mean, there's a collection of other guys like that. All sorts of guys out there like it, right?
Russ, Jameis Winston.
Sure. Great examples. Great. Jameis would be... Right, exactly. We're going to do this, and the Browns had to sit there and be like, well, Are we going to get something or nothing? So this wasn't their plan. Like, Shedeur was never their plan. He was never their plan to be, in this position. Flacco was going to be the backup, Tyler. Flacco didn't get demoted. He got traded. So now they have to adjust on the fly to a guy they weren't even considering being a backup, who they don't really like.
Yep.
And here we go. And here we are. Well, it'll be quite dramatic, and we'll see. It already is because they just didn't, announce him in the first place. Our guy, Chad Brown, had a really funny story, Tyler. And I don't know if you can relate to it or not, but the concept is not when do you know you're done as a player, like the phone doesn't ring anymore, but when do you know, and I don't know if you ever got there because you retired on your own terms, but when do you know as a player that you don't have it anymore while you're playing? That moment. The story is hysterical. You hear it next. Oh, Duran. There you go, Dan. All English bands. Dan dips his toe in the 80s pool. Well, I'll give you guys a nickel if you can tell me anything about Duran.
Give me a second.
You can't look it up.
Oh. I bet there's a dude named Duran.
There is not.
Well, why are they named Duran?
I don't know.
There's two dudes named Duran.
There is not. Simon Le Bon, Jonathan Taylor was the guitar player, but I do not know what the origin story is of Duran. It's a good question. I don't know. No dumb question. How'd they come out with Duran? It's a favorite band of Ivan. High school football. Tune in tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Our high school football game. Connor Cape and Justin Adams.
There you go.
Former teammate of Tyler Polumbus.
That's right. Justin's a phenomenal human being.
He is the best. I love Justin too. That's cool, man. And they'll have the call in the top.
Do you want to know the answer, by the way, when you're done with this?
Sure. Top 4A clash between number 1 Dakota Ridge and number 7 Heritage. High school football and Altitude Sports Radio brought to you by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSA. Yeah. What's the origin story of Duran?
Duran.
Keep the music, Dan.
Spelled Duran.
Yeah.
Named themselves after a character from the 1960s sci-fi film Barbarella.
Starring Jane Fonda.
Wow. You know that.
Yeah, because
the character.
The movie poster is one of the sexiest posters of all time.
Well, let's see if you know the character.
Barbarella, she was like...
No, not her.
Oh, okay.
The character Dr. Duran, spelled with a D at the end.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Is a mad scientist played by Milo O'Shea.
Don't know him. Do not know. Don't know anything about the movie. I just know it from the movie poster, Barbarella, Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda was quite the fox back in the day, no doubt about it. Look up the movie poster from Barbarella, if you know.
Don't mind if I do.
If you got time. Don't want to interrupt you as you're driving, but yeah, Jane Fonda was. It's kind of like if you think of Princess Leia's sexy outfit with Jabba the Hutt.
No, I see it.
It's along that route. You got it up there? Yeah. That's like a cartoon version of it too. Like the photo's even better. But you know, there you go. All right, we're gonna have Leggy on with the boys, Nate and Andy, here in about 12 minutes from London. No idea if he's gonna be in a pub, but all the latest news for the Broncos. We're trying to figure out, compelling reasons why this is going to be a close game. And, any given Sunday, they get paid too. The line did go down. That is true. It went from 7.5 to 6.5.
Not a huge drop, but a drop.
A drop. That did happen. Opening night for the Avalanche tonight. And kind of a combo meal. I'll be out at number 38 for Thursday Night Football, but the Avs game will be on as well with Tullamore Drew. Grab a do and a brew. And we have a autographed Terrell Davis TD football to give away. So that's number 38 in Rhino tonight at 6. And then the Avs get going at 7 and on Altitude TV at 6, here at 6:30. So we're all about the Avs tonight. And then going over to Ball Arena after I'm done there at number 38 and catch the end of the Avs game. Should be a fun night.
Home opener. Only 6 months to go.
That's it, baby. Game 1 of 41 at home, pal. Only 40 games at home after this one. Yeah. So, tune in. Mikko Rantanen here on Saturday, by the way. And
is it going to be weird when Marty gets paid more than Mikko?
That will be fast. I don't think that's going to happen.
I bet it does.
Well, things were going crazy there for a little bit, and then the Eichel deal sort of, got... Well, he's still getting 13 point something, but at least it was more in line with what we were expecting, right?
Well, the McDavid deal, really.
The McDavid deal was
crazy.
Like, that's it?
He stayed the same.
He
didn't get a raise.
I gotcha. He likes Edmonton. I don't get it. I've been to Edmonton. Okay. He is like a doorknob, though, personality-wise. Have you ever heard him talk or been around Connor, seen, interviews with Connor McDavid?
Not really, no.
He really may be the most boring dude I've ever run into in hockey. Doorknob personality. So perfect guy that likes the Northern Lights of Edmonton to just settle in on. Tyler, our guy Chad Brown had a funny story. Chad always tells a story about how he was cut. He was standing in line in the lunchroom with the Patriots working special teams, and Belichick came up eating blueberries out of a bowl and just said, Chad, we're just going to have to let you go. Did you ever hear that?
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
He tells it very funny.
He does. I didn't realize Chad had another story about like when he knew he was done on the field. So here is his story from this morning.
It was the reality of the situation. Year 15, we were playing a Monday night game. I was in New England, and I was being blocked by Lorenzo Neal, Pro Bowl fullback, and the ref threw the flag because I thought Lorenzo was holding me. After a bit of a referees conference, they picked up the flag and announced on Monday Night TV, we're picking up the flag. Number 98 was simply overwhelmed.
Oh my God. Oh my
How about
Lord.
that?
Wow.
Simply overwhelmed.
Oh my
So-
God. Wow.
Okay. Chad didn't
Yeah,
get it.
we thought about it. We had a conference of the referees here, and no holding. That dude just got his butt whipped.
Chad actually screwed up his story just slightly. But this is with Al Michaels and John Madden. That's right. The Madden game was named after a real person. And here's the actual call of that moment.
There was no foul on the play. It was not a hold. The defender was just overpowered.
The defender was overpowered so much it looked like a hole.
Wow. I mean, that's good. That's really funny.
Just overpowered.
Yeah. Now, it's easy to
Dude.
laugh at with Chad because he's one of the all-time greats. I mean, I always talk, like, to me, Chad Brown was Von Miller before Von Miller.
That's awesome.
That's
That's
the type
awesome.
of player that Chad Brown was. So to
Just
be in year
overpowered.
15 and have that happen to him.
Okay, it brings up the moment, like, are there moments when you're out on the field and something happens and you know, this is probably the end of the road for me?
You know, I was fortunate that I retired my own terms.
You
and,
did- you
and
did.
I did have job offers on the table. But I had a moment in the Super Bowl year, but I was actually playing for the Falcons.
Oh, early.
And yeah,
Early.
I was playing for the Falcons, and I'm getting warmed up for the game, and you know I got this routine. I got the foam roller, and you know I'm rolling out my back, and you know just getting loosed up, get everything just getting everything oiled up. Right, I'm on the foam roller, and I swear to you, my back spasmed like you would not believe. Like full on, I'm screaming in pain in the middle of the locker room. People are like running over to me, like thinking I'm having a heart attack or something.
You got hurt warming up.
I got hurt on a foam roller. I didn't get hurt warming up.
Not
That would have
even
been better.
Loosening up.
That would have been like if I got hurt during warm-ups, that would have been so much better.
You got hurt preparing to warm up.
I got hurt on a foam roller. I was rolling out on a foam roller and I stayed too long in one position and I am screaming in pain. I go into the trainers, I limp into the training room and I'm like, guys, I can't move. I can't move my back.
That damn foam
They're
roller.
like, what did you do? The foam roller got the best of me. Like that damn foam roller. They put me on that table. They injected me with Lord knows what. And I don't know. But
magic.
somehow they did get my back to loosen up to the degree. But I do remember sitting there thinking, oh my God, my time is running out in the NFL.
Well, at least you didn't have it announced on
Foam
national
roller
TV.
got me.
It'd be great if the referee was.
It wasn't even a hard foam roller. It was one of the soft ones.
You think every athlete has that moment before they're done? The moment before the moment that they're
some way,
done.
shape, or form.
Right.
Yeah.
There has to be some sort of tipping point.
Some rookie dominates them, you know.
Something happens, right? Yeah. All right, it's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. We'll ease out of here in the quickly as Leggy is joining us from England. Nate Kreckman is here. The Nate's Cubs, Tyler. Hung on, at least for one more game.
Okay.
Cubs did not get themselves eliminated.
We got another
yesterday.
one tonight. We're alive.
Yeah. The Yankee lose. Yeah, Yankee lose is fantastic. As Vladdy and David Ortiz right in Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez's face. I mean, I'll take that. We'll take Game 5 with the Mariners and the Tigers.
Have you ever noticed Nate's 15-step process to get ready for the show?
Nice.
Every time he walks in here, I feel like he's so stressed out trying to get his headphones on. He's got to unzip things. He's got to get the computer up.
It's
the
process,
cord.
dude.
Why don't you just leave the cord plugged in? That's my question. You got to plug it back into the headphones. You got to get the right jack on it.
Well, you have to unplug it so it fits into its little case here. It's got a case.
Really? Mm-hmm. Okay.
You do.
Yeah.
I'm very particular about these things.
I just feel stressed for you every day.
Do you guys tolerate tangled cords in your life?
No.
Oh, it makes me insane.
People who wrap cords around headphones don't deserve to have the headphones.
That or remember the corded earbuds when those things, you'd pull them out and they'd have 7 different knots in them?
Okay.
It's
I just want you guys to take a gander at my headphones here, okay?
Well, at least you have the right
They're falling
headphones.
apart.
Yeah, you're a disaster.
I got duct tape on them.
Yeah, but you do have the right type of headphones.
I do officially wrap them every single day.
That is terrible.
And then I toss them into my bag. And then they get tangled.
That's
and
terrible.
now I've got, what do we call this stretchy cord here? What do we call this?
A cord.
But
a cord.
The one that bundles up on you.
It's like an old phone cord.
But it's got certain sections that are going the wrong direction, and that does really bother me. I try to fix it, but you can't fix it. Once they start going the wrong direction, it's unfixable.
Because you wrap.
I've had these headphones for, I think, 9 years.
They're great headphones. Those Sonys are.
I think I bought these my second year in radio.
Well, they are the right type of headphones to have.
Good item. They lasted for you.
You're just good. You could throw another $90 at Amazon.com and get yourself another pair.
They work just fine.
Then keep them because they are the right headphones. You've just been abusive to them.
They don't have a cover over the foam anymore.
No, you've used them to its. You've abused them.
They've got earwax in them. A little bit of dandruff.
I'm a lunatic though about my gear. It's got to be dialed. It's got to be right. Everything has its individual little compartment inside the backpack. It has to be. Otherwise, I can't do a radio show. I forgot my headphones one day. I might as well have just called in.
What time?
You realize you and DMac are on the same page.
Yeah,
I have been a part of shows where DMac has accused the entire station of stealing his headphones. And I mean, it's not a fun game.
Well, that's
it was not funny. It was not ha. It was we are going to end our relationship with everybody at the station because DMac couldn't find his headphones.
He gets paranoid. He goes full schizo and starts blaming everybody. If you stole them,
I'm not a particular type of guy.
Then he wrote an email.
That might have happened. That may have happened. I have solved the problem, though. You know how I solved it?
What's that?
I bought 3 pair of headphones.
That's a savvy move right there.
And I just have, I have 3 pair of the same headphones, and that's that.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. You can do whatever you want with your headphones.
I'm with you, man.
You have the right headphones, though. What kills me more is people that don't have the right headphones. My guy Mark Stout used to get the headphones from airplanes and use those.
Do you remember those? Fussy guy.
Yeah, you remember those little cheap headphones they used?
That's
It was
not
like,
okay.
you can't do that.
Yeah.
That's insulting to me.
That's
All
not
right,
okay.
You're going to have Leggy on here in a second,
We
right?
are. Do you guys know, have you guys discussed the bizarre Jet stat?
Which one?
The one where they are the first team since 1933 since they started tracking turnovers as an official statistic.
Yeah, no
They're
takeaways.
The first team that they don't have a single takeaway.
Yeah.
In 5 games. Again, this is going back to 1933.
We've
so
talked
almost a century.
We've talked a lot about them not having takeaways. I didn't realize it went that far back.
Yes.
That's unbelievable.
And on top of that, they do have 5 forced fumbles, which I think is actually 4th in the NFL. They just never recover their own. They don't fall on fumbles. So some of that's a little bit of bad luck, but also, how the hell do you not have a single turnover? Is Leggy ready to rock there, Spring?
We got Jeff Legwald.
Let's do this. Let's go to somewhere in jolly old England right now and welcome in the jolliest individual in the entire continent of Europe, our friend Jeff Legwald. Leggy, how you doing, man?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. How is the Tottenham Hotspur experience treating you so far this week?
You know that those Premier League clubs, they live right. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
They live right.
It's
upper
crust living.
The players aren't even around, but if I'm judging by the parking lot, everybody's doing just fine in the Premier League.
They are doing fine for themselves. Leggy, let's start with the offensive line stuff with the Broncos. We heard your question in the press conference yesterday about Matt Peart, to which Sean Payton gave you the big "we'll see." But kind of explain to us a little bit about the Broncos' thought process when it comes to offensive line depth and how to deploy these guys.
Yeah, Nate. I mean, he's not going to say, and we don't see all of the practice. We see bits and pieces this time of year, and all I can say is when they worked substitutes at left guard, which was Ben Powers' position, Matt Peart was the guy who worked at left guard in training camp and in practice. So my assumption is, unless you're going to go against what you spent weeks doing, in the off season, months really, is he'll be there when the game opens on Sunday. So I think that's going to be the move, unless they decide a shuffling is somehow better than what they worked on for, weeks and months in the offseason.
So, Jeff, let's talk a little bit about the matchup going up against the Jets. Defensively, they've just been really, really bad so far under Aaron Glenn. He wants to play man. He wants to blitz, and it is just not going well for them right now. Given their deficiencies on that side of the ball, including no takeaways through the first 5 games of the year, the first team since 1933 to have ever done that. How do you expect this Broncos game plan to look coming up on Sunday, attacking that group that just cannot find their footing?
Well, I'm going to be intrigued because in the past, when Sean Payton has faced a defense he thinks is vulnerable, they suddenly get away from run the ball, make first, get second and man, suddenly they just go away from that because I think he wants the quick strike victory in those situations because he sees vulnerability. And, frankly, he's won a lot more games than he's lost with that thinking. I'm just not sure this team is ready to play that way on offense, particularly the quarterback. I think the quarterback has shown, without a doubt, he's much more comfortable, settled, fundamentally sound when he's in a bit more of a not like 50-50 balance, but if there's a play action component, a run game component, even Bo Nix has said he's more comfortable and the offense is better when they do that. But in these situations and in the 2+ seasons we've seen of Sean Payton, that's not always been his reaction against these kinds of defenses.
Leggy, how do you feel about just the overall plan to stay outside of London, but about 30 minutes for the Broncos? And does this feel a little bit like the 2025 version of the Greenbrier in terms of the retreat center away from any ruckus?
Yeah, Mike, they're kind of sticking to what a lot of teams have done in the recent, like the Vikings stayed where the Broncos are staying right now. And I think there's still a chance they move tomorrow's practice up there. There is a practice field by the hotel where they're staying that they're in. They did make a deal for 3 days of use at the Tottenham Hotspur complex. But I think given it's a Friday and how they structure practice, they may not want to brave the traffic tomorrow and come all the way down to the Hotspur complex. So I think we haven't heard anything yet, and it's roughly after 10 here on Thursday night. But it wouldn't shock me in the morning if we hear they've moved practice just to stay out of the traffic and a little what you're talking about. But it is where other teams have stayed, so it's kind of one of the sites now that they've used for a lot of these games.
Leggy, along those lines, and again, guys, we're talking to Jeff Legwald. He joins us right now from London. Jeff Legwald joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. As you have watched Sean implement these plans over the last couple of years, last year it was, slamming the Greenbrier in between the Jets and the Buccaneers. This year it was, all right, Philadelphia, go over early, spend the week there before you then play the Jets. As you have observed this, like how much data, analytics, science is Sean Payton and his staff, how much of that are they incorporating into this whole thing to try and maximize the performance coming up on Sunday?
Yeah, in that regard, I think the science they really dial in on is he's very big into sleep studies and sleep experts. So when he makes a travel schedule, there is a lot of consideration given to that element of it. But I think there's also a part of him that likes, discomfort and getting away and just the team being together. Like even the Broncos traveling party is split up on this trip. The team, the football team, is in a different place than a lot of the other staff members and other employees of the team. So even on this trip, he has taken the football team even a little more on its own in that regard. So I think he likes that element. He believes in it. He thinks your team gets something out of it if it's by itself someplace else. And I mean, a lot of the parts of it aren't any different. There's almost as many of us here as there would be if they were in Denver, which is rare for a lot of NFL teams. A lot of teams don't get this kind of local contingent. So that part of it is kind of the same. But he does believe in getting the team away, and it will stun me if every season he doesn't at least try to have 2 East Coast games sandwiched together and they go someplace in those weeks.
Leggy, what do you make of Justin Fields? You've seen in 2023 a remarkable performance from Justin Fields against the Denver Broncos. Granted, a bit of a different Denver Broncos defense in the state it was in, a little sensitive coming off the Miami Dolphins 70 burger. But Justin Fields was phenomenal in that game. He was over 80% completion percentage, over 300 yards. Had the 4 touchdown passes, but then last year kind of bottled up a little bit with the Steelers. And now here he is, third team. Justin Fields now playing against the Broncos 3 years in a row with a different uniform. What do you expect to see from Justin Fields? And does this feel kind of like maybe his last stand as an NFL starting quarterback?
Well, I don't know. Now that I've seen Joe Flacco move around, I'm not sure we can say anybody has a last stand anymore. But if you can chuck it, maybe you got a shot at being around. But I think the book on him is keep him hemmed in and make him beat you. Playing a more traditional set. Set and throw, dial and throw, and he's improved at that a great deal and a tremendous athlete. I don't ever want to shortchange him as a player, but most defensive coaches I talk to say take away the comfort level of throwing on the move and making plays off schedule, and you get a bit of a different player. And after how the Broncos rushed Jalen Hurts last week might have been the best I've seen a team rush any physical, mobile quarterback. And, I think Hurts is a more proficient, accomplished player at quarterback right now. And to see what the Broncos did to him, if they get a similar effort on Justin Fields and every other quarterback they play this year, that was as unselfish and a collective effort maybe that I've ever seen against a quarterback that good. And if they can consistently do that, they are a problem for Fields and everybody else.
Yeah, the lane discipline elite. Jeff Legwald brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and end with a career. Jeff, you made a little bit of the Joe Flacco joke there before, but you are as connected as anybody around the NFL. You were always talking to people in front offices and in scouting departments. This is the year of the reclamation project quarterback. Okay, it's look at what Baker is doing. Look at what Sam Darnold is doing. Like Geno falling off a little bit, but he certainly qualifies. Like we have seen these guys, failures in other places, doing okay in new locales. Let's put Carson Wentz in that conversation a little bit right there.
Danny Dimes?
They're all over the place, absolutely. So in a decade that we lived through where the Broncos, they tried a few reclamation projects in addition to trying essentially everything else at quarterback. What's going on with this? Are teams getting better at the reclamation project, or is it just we have the right players in the right roles? Like, how do you explain what we're seeing right now?
Baker has gotten everybody's attention because that, he was the number one pick in the draft. So, and he was a number one quarterback on a lot of boards that year of people that I talked to. So the talent is there. I mean, if you were graded as the number one player in a draft, you have talent.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of fit. And I think sometimes we underestimate in professional football how much a fit can mean, even for the most talented of players. And I think a player, as he matures, he's gone through some things, he's got bumps and bruises on his ego and his body, and they get smarter maybe about who they want to play for too. So I think some of it is the teams finding the guy that fits them, but I think the quarterbacks in that situation are much better at seeking out the coaches who may be able to help them. Like, I think Daniel Jones, probably had a good feel that at this point in his career that he was going to fit that offense. And, whether he had some discussions in free agency with Steichen, but he obviously had a good feeling about it. And I think sometimes it's just proof again that you keep trotting these guys out as rookies and wondering why it takes a while. It's because it's the hardest position in professional sports, and there ain't many guys, even Patrick Mahomes only had to play one game as a rookie. So I think that rookie year should just be, tossed away, and then they get to work about being a quarter. And teams should do it too. But, everybody's in a hurry because they don't want to train the quarterback for the next coach. So they trot him out there too early, and it just takes a while.
Leggy, speaking of quarterbacks and significant, benchmarks, Bo Nix getting a fourth quarter comeback victory, being able to win the football game with the ball in his hands with some critical playmaking. How big is that for this Broncos team, and just being around and covering this team? Just I guess it would be the monkey off the back that they know that their franchise quarterback can perform in this type of a moment like he did against the Eagles.
Yeah, it certainly can't hurt. It's always good to get that one, especially against the team. They're the defending champs, and quibble about how they were playing. They were 4-0 coming into that game. So you do it there in the fourth quarter with such a good fourth quarter. That's going to be a confidence thing, for him. And I think he needed one of those this year. I think he's really been pressing, whether anybody will admit it or not. And I think that helps you not press so much, I think, if you've seen it work. But I think, again, when Dobbins is effective, look what impact it has on Nix. I mean, that's the domino. And, I'd lean into that if I were them, but I'm often accused of being an offensive dinosaur. So, but that's just my way of thinking.
Maybe Bo Nix just pressed hard enough to finally break through. He's Jeff Legwald, everybody. Read his Broncos coverage at ESPN out there at Tottenham Hotspur. Jeff Legwald brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. It really is international this week. IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Leggy, beautiful stuff. Thanks, man.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, we'll talk to Jeff Legwald again tomorrow for a full game preview, but we got the latest from London from our pal Jeff Legwald. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Mike Sanford is here. Guys, I have got some stuff on this Jets defense that would lead me to believe this is a good matchup for Bo Nix and the Broncos coming up on Sunday. We'll share that next. Kreckman and Lindahl, great to be with you here on a Thursday afternoon. Thanks again to Jeff Legwald for joining us from London. Mike Sanford is here. We have much to do on this fine radio show today. We got Thursday night football tonight over on AM 950, Eagles and Giants. You know, those Eagles that we just saw. They'll go to the Meadowlands tonight, or I guess MetLife, excuse me, to take on Jackson Dart and the Giants. And then right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, home opener, the Avalanche and the Utah Mammoth. Yes, the Avs and the Mams get together tonight at 7 o'clock, and you'll listen to it with Connor McGahee on the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Guys, the Jets stink. They're really bad.
Every time you do this,
they're quite terrible.
I'm scared to death because I'm actually not scared to death. And you remember my Bengals fear?
Yes.
Which was stupid. I get it.
It was not
terrible.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't at that point. That team was playing weird. I got it. I had weird feelings. I had seen a backup quarterback cause this team's problem. Hello, Matt Moore.
Yeah.
What did Matt Moore?
Daniel Jones feels like a backup quarterback until he wasn't.
Anymore.
Until he's the best guy. Until he's the MVP of the National Football League.
I thought you were stupid.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of people do. but the coach in me doesn't love the fact that I feel good about this game.
Okay.
I feel really good about this game.
You probably should. The Jets are giving up 31 points per game right now. Only the JV Baltimore Ravens are currently doing worse in terms of scoring defense in the NFL. Teams are scoring a lot on this team. And what's weird about it with the Jets, and I want to get to a piece of audio here that I heard earlier today on the Bill Barnwell podcast that I want to play for you guys. But first, I want to point out something about this Jets team. So we are now... we are exactly 17 games since the end of the Robert Saleh era with the Jets. So if you remember, he got fired last year, 2-3. They were coming back from London. They fired him. And Jeff Ulbrich, who was the defensive coordinator under Saleh, then took over as the head coach. The Robert Saleh defense, listen to this, okay? The last 17 games of the Robert Saleh era with the Jets, by EPA per play and by points per drive, they were the best defense in the NFL. They were number one the last 17 games of Robert Saleh's time with the Jets. And they were pretty good, and they were loaded with talent. It has now been 17 games since then between Ulbrich and Aaron Glenn. By those same metrics, points per drive, EPA per play, the worst defense in football. And look, I think Robert Saleh is a good football coach. I don't think there's any single coach that can take the worst defense in the NFL and make it the best defense in the NFL. Like, there is a Jimmy's and Joe's thing that has to go into all of that. But that kind of fall off is quite unbelievable. And I'm trying to figure out how that happens. Yeah, you take your defensive coordinator, make him the head coach. He doesn't know what he's doing, so stuff's going to get missed. Yeah, you got Woody Johnson as your owner, and he's the worst in pro football, probably. Certainly up there.
Dave Tepper says a lot.
I was good. There's some competition.
Woody Johnson's yet to toss a beverage at a fan.
I think Dave's doing a good job at KOA.
I wish.
I was about to say worst in pro sports, and then I was just like, you're not allowed to say that in this town.
Wouldn't you?
I know. We're not allowed to say that in this town. But certainly the worst in his sport, amongst the worst in his sport. So you got an ownership problem. You've got a new head coach in Aaron Glenn that is trying to do some things differently with the personnel in place. But like a fall off like that screams this whole thing is rotten from the core. That this is just a junk football team.
Is there that much of a different personnel?
No.
That's the thing that's wild about it.
That's what's so weird about it. It makes no sense.
Because right now I'm looking at even the analytics of Sauce Gardner right now. I don't know if you know this. Sauce Gardner has spent 0.82 seconds per snap in tight coverage right now, which is 0.2 seconds longer than the next closest defender with at least 150 coverage snaps. So he is playing.
He's a good player.
He's playing well.
Yeah.
Now he has forced a tight window on half of his targets trailing only Pat Surtain II, which is 59.1% among that same group of defenders. So he actually analytically is playing well. And then interior defensive line. Jamie Sherwood leads all Jets defenders with 32 run tackles, obtaining a run tackle at 22% of his defensive snaps. 10th highest rate among defenders with 100-plus snaps of run defense. Quinnen Williams, he leads the NFL with 9 stuffed rushers for no gain or loss.
They got good players.
But the sum of the parts it's so incredibly bad right now. Because when you look at the totality of the numbers, how does a defense that has Quinnen Williams, has Sauce Gardner, have 0 takeaways?
So some of that's bad luck. Like they're fourth in fumbles forced in the NFL. They haven't recovered a single one. So there's a little bit of bad luck involved in it, but still, you don't have any interceptions. Like how? How's even a tip ball? There's bad luck, but also you are a bad defense. Turnovers are such a wonky stat because while there's luck involved, the good defenses create the situations that then force the opposing offenses into mistakes that then a loose ball can get picked up by you or an errant throw can be intercepted by you, and somehow they haven't done it.
Yeah, but you know what this reminds me of what we're talking about? First off, to your point about not feeling too good, they have played the Steelers and the Bucs tight. Now, I don't know if the Steelers will remain good, but they're pretty good right now, okay? So 2 of the hotter teams to start the year, 34-32, 29-27 were 2 of those losses right there. So it feels like they show up when they get a good team. Now I say that, and the Cowboys just absolutely walked all over them last week.
I also just want to add, everybody plays the Bucs tight.
Fair enough. That's just kind of who the Bucs
literally every single one of their games.
It's part of the Baker Mayfield Hollywood made for movie. It's unbelievable.
But here's the other thing. It's wild because remember how many of Vic Fangio's defenses were like what you just described with the Jets? Really good.
Couldn't take the ball
Never
away.
turning the ball over.
Right. Couldn't take the ball away.
Because we would complain about it. You got to get the offense a short field at some point.
Right.
And they never could.
Which is a part of their offensive issues right now. You're never setting up a Justin Fields offense in a good place. And by the way, guys, Garrett Wilson is still awesome.
He is. That guy's the model of freaking consistency.
He is.
Have you looked at the guy has played every game in his career. 17 games, 17 games, 17 games, and he's already played 5.
And he's
how many quarterbacks is he have?
Quite a few.
Yeah.
Quite a few.
Right. He's like a modern Demaryius Thomas on the back half of his career.
Rod Smith had a few of those.
Just keeps racking up 1,000-yard receive. He's on track for another one.
Breece Hall's a good back. There's okay players on this team. And yet they are this. So I want to play this piece of audio for you, and I want to break this down from a scheme standpoint of what the Broncos are up against with the Jets here this week. So Dan Hanzus was on the Bill Barnwell podcast. Hanzus is former NFL Network guy. Now he's got a podcast. He's also a Jets fan, so he is invested in this thing, and I want to hear him kind of explain the defensive issues and what's going on with Aaron Glenn and Steve Wilks and why this thing is in such trouble right now.
Your colleague, Rich Cimini, who's in a hell he cannot escape from for 40 years and counting. But yeah, he pointed out that there's inside the building, there's, so rumblings about the scheme and whether guys are understanding it, and there's been a lot of coverage busts. As anybody that's watched the Jets, they've been mystified by play action and rollouts and some of that. How much do you put on Wilks here, and what does Aaron Glenn have to do? And I think one thing that Glenn, as a Jets fan, I'm a little frustrated by, because I'm not fire everybody, because that's what Woody Johnson did, and that's the wrong idea. But Glenn's his mindset with Wilks, and maybe even the scheme that Wilks is running that's not working right now, is well, I was in Detroit couple of years ago, and I sucked my first year, and my head coach believed in me, and everything was okay in the end. It's okay, that it's good to have experience to draw from, but don't just assume this is a apples to apples comparison. I hope they're really studying this, and I'm sure they are. I'm sure this is a nightmare for Glenn to be the first 0-5 Jets coach to begin his career, but they have to make changes, and if that means simplifying and figure things out.
Yeah. So they're getting murdered by play action and rollouts.
And Wilkes has been fired in like a ton of spots.
Right.
Right?
He got ran out of, what was it, San Francisco? That was a bad
San
tenure.
Fran, Carolina.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go on and on and
Arizona,
on.
they ran him out.
Okay, let me ask you guys this. I'm trying to put this thing all together. Aaron Glenn, known in Detroit as being major cover one, pressure-based outfit.
And last year it was he didn't have Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
He was blitzing at a higher rate than anybody in the NFL because it was his only option to get any kind of pressure. And like he figured it out, man.
Okay.
I think Aaron Glenn is a seriously good football coach.
I do too. Here's the thing. So right now, the Jets defense has played cover 0 on a third highest rate in the National Football League of nearly 9%. So that means that you are blitzing 5, 6, 7, or maybe even 8, depending on the formation. So
they want to get after
that
it.
is getting after it. However, this is wild. They have allowed 10 completions on 14 pass attempts in cover 0, allowing a league-high 7 touchdowns
So it's
against
not
cover
working.
0. It is no bueno.
Yeah.
Now, I look at a lot of the challenges of, say, Vance Joseph, year 1 back as the defensive coordinator, give up a 70 burger to the Miami Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
What does Vance Joseph like to do a ton of? Play man coverage.
Man coverage.
Pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it. Takes it a little bit of time. What does Vic Fangio and Robert Sala's system play a ton of?
Sit back in zone.
Sit back in zone.
Yeah.
So they're going through this philosophical change, this transition that, frankly, I think that Aaron Glenn's already starting to point the fingers at the personnel and saying,
right,
we don't have the guys to do this.
Well, you got to just literally going to say you don't have the dudes. I mean, think about it. What good was PS2 when you played with the Dolphins on the 70-point day? Because we had 27. Who was 27? Damari Mathis. Remember him trying to cover somebody, and you had everybody else just going wild.
Yeah.
And again, leaving zones that Tyreek Hill could run through. And the Jets are probably dealing with who plays opposite of your guy Sauce Gardner. Huh? Who's the Riley Moss of the Jets to the Sauce Gardner?
Their starting corners are Brandon Stevens and Michael Carter II is the nickel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heard of him?
Yeah.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, Brandon Stevens is the 3-year, $36 million guy.
Yeah. They paid
Well,
him.
how's it going?
Came from Baltimore.
That doesn't appear to be going very well.
I'm just saying. I mean, welcome to the Riley Moss life. Who's going after Sauce Gardner? Nobody. So
Not
they're
much.
going after the other guys.
Yeah.
I'll say this. Brandon Stevens, he's got 29 tackles, man. It's a bad look.
Yeah, it's probably not what you want. You
Means
want a
there's
lot of secondary
balls.
tackles.
Do you
A lot
guys
of balls completed on
remember
him.
they had a play? I want to say it was in the Dolphin. It was the Dolphins game because it was Tyreek Hill, that fine human being. And I remember Tua on a rollout hit him, and it was like a gain of like 28 or something like that. But like nobody covered Tyreek Hill, and I remember I saw the breakdown on NFL Network, and like they doubled like Sauce, and one of the safeties doubled the backup tight end, and then nobody covered Tyreek Hill.
That's a problem.
I'd
say you blew an assignment.
I would say
because I'm
so.
positive somebody was assigned to Tyreek Hill.
Right. You would think so, but like that kind of miscommunication is the mess that team is dealing with right now. And like again, if you're now in that position as Aaron Glenn and you're getting killed by the local media, you're having to answer these questions, and you're thinking to yourself, I don't really have my guys in place. Quite frankly, Ben Johnson has sort of said the same thing in Chicago so far this year of just like, all right, like, but wait till I get my guys. You know, like give me a chance right here. And those are the two Detroit coordinators that are, you know, in weird situations, coaching for, let's be honest, bad owners and strange organizations.
But again, isn't it pretty akin to Sean Payton? Only Sean Payton in his first year with Denver.
Yeah.
What did we get? 5-6 weeks in, he just was like, I'm just going to try to find some way to make this work with Russ so we can win some games because I hate losing.
And they won a few.
Yeah. And then December came, and he's like, I've got to get this guy out of here.
Yeah, I hate this dude. I'm going to try and...
I hate this. I hate sushi.
Yeah.
I hate everything.
Yeah.
Was it the Green Bay game where he drove around the sushi place?
Was that what it was?
They found a way to beat Green Bay. Then they drove around the sushi place angry because Russ, I don't think, made a single read he wanted him to.
Couldn't even enjoy it.
That's Aaron Glenn's life right now.
But Sean Payton got to do it for an organization that is owned by the Penners, that has a smart scouting eye in George Payton, who, once you take the decision-making power away from that guy and just let him do the thing that he's good at, he's having quite a bit of success with.
So you're saying the Penner organization group is a better phallic ownership group than Woody Johnson?
I would go so far.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, by the way,
How
who are
was
they
it?
playing tonight?
How was it? How'd it
The
go?
Avalanche and the Mammoth. You want to get into that?
Did that go pretty well?
Because we're trying to find a shorthand for the Mammoth.
You used a word last week
just
that
out of nowhere
that I had never heard before.
Was it a real word?
Did you look it up? Are you allowed to say it?
I don't think I should say it on the radio. It was a euphemism that Sanford dropped on me that I was like, I've never heard that term before.
I'm actually curious.
Let me ask you this. How many of your funniest euphemisms come from the South?
Quite a few.
Either guys that I knew grew up on farms or came from the South is
Yeah,
where you
quite a few.
really
My 3
get
years
the
of,
yucks.
the 3 years of penance I paid in Bowling Green, Kentucky will haunt me forever.
Woody Johnson and the Penner.
My guy Wyatt Thompson, voice of the Kansas State Wildcats, he's got terms for things. Like how stiff you are. An analogy to how stiff you are.
Okay.
Crack you right up. And maybe one time I'll use it in a men's clinic commercial. I don't know.
Do you realize what Woody Johnson's actual real name is?
Bob.
What is it?
It's Richard Wood Johnson.
Are you serious?
It's actually Robert. But it would have been way better if
You
it was
sold it. He had you sold. You were
I would have gone for it.
The trifecta of phallic naming.
I would have assumed it was Woodrow, but the way you asked the question, I was like, well, it's not the
Could
obvious
you
one
imagine
then.
though? All three names?
Would have been funny though.
Two for two, going as Woody Johnson is unbelievable.
Would have been funny if he was Copernicus or something.
What is Brick doing right now these days?
Rick Johnson?
He's got to be.
Well, there's a lot of complaints about Madden, so I'm not sure he knows what to do. His scouting site is not. They didn't release the best version this year.
I think
he's not sure.
I'm assuming he's sending his dad weekly fantasy football sleeper updates.
Sure.
And that's how they're deciding who they want to play on a given week. What a weird football team. And the thing I'm really worried about is seriously, Aaron Glenn, good football guy.
Yeah.
Football guy.
A well-established good football guy.
Good sideline celebrator too. Fantastic.
His energy is fantastic.
I'm a big fan.
I think he's a ball knower. I think he knows what the hell he's doing.
He's a hell of a player too.
And he was a good player. And I just I look at this and I'm like, can anybody win as the head coach of the Jets?
Well, and he's got. I think he's got the right makeup. I'm not freaking out about this now because it's a mess. The thing that I laugh, Justin Fields is your quarterback, and for whatever reason, this is just the kind of stuff that seems to happen on a Justin Fields team.
Yeah.
I don't know why. The defense is not necessarily Justin's fault, but the defense is always letting him down. It was a bad plan. It was a bad plan. Look, the game I'm worried about, if we're going to rank games we're worried about, it's the dumb Giants game. I'm worried about you getting back and being jet lagged. Again, I relate it to the Nuggets game when you are playing in LA and your opponent's already chilling out here. That's what this Giants game feels like. So though I'm not worried this week, next week.
Oh no, this is really a big problem. I'm not worried. Andy Lindahl's not worried.
Now,
but
but Sean has earned this. You know why I'm not
Earned
worried?
it.
You know how many coaches I've watched lose stupid, especially Bronco coaches that they lost games. You're like, how did you lose that?
Sean doesn't do it.
And I know somebody pointed out, the Patriots game, he almost wanted to lose that because guess what? He did not want Russ in the building anymore.
Yeah, he was more than happy to. There's nothing. That season, by the way, is a full throwaway.
I don't think he wanted to go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think he wanted it over.
2023, full throwaway. The Sean Payton era started in 2024. 2023 was like an expansion team. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Mike Sanford. We're rolling Altitude Sports Radio.
Well, he is so talented. He's dangerous. Obviously with his legs, he's a better runner than Jalen, in my opinion. He has a great arm. He's obviously, bouncing around the teams, but, not his fault. I mean, he's competed everywhere he's gone, but he's capable of making big plays, and that's scary for a coach. It only takes one play on defense to give up a big play, and they've got guys who can do those things. The back's playing well, the receiver's a top 10 pick, and the quarterback's a special talent. So, we've got to play our best ball to win. It's the NFL. It's no trap games or, easy games on the schedule. Playing our best is our goal each week, and we have to do that.
That was Vance Joseph talking about Justin Fields. I mean, it kind of is his fault that he's on this many teams.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying there, VJ. I do agree. I think Justin Fields is a better runner than Jalen Hurts. That's where he can kill you. And Leggy talked about it earlier this hour that the Broncos did an outstanding job hemming Jalen Hurts in, not giving him rushing lanes, maintaining rush lane integrity like the Broncos. The game plan was phenomenal, and that's what it's got to be again this week. Like, Fields is a guy that if he gets outside the pocket, he can kill you. If you sit inside the pocket and make him go through progressions against this secondary, I think you should handle them. I don't think they're terribly dangerous. He also is a guy in Justin Fields that he's had some fourth quarter success so far this year. I know this because he's on my fantasy team, and so I'm often watching and going like through three quarters. I'm like, cool, he's got 4 points. This is awesome. And then he'll finish with like 26. So like there's a lot of good garbage time stuff happening with Justin Fields, but I think this is a guy that is very, very beatable. You have to keep him inside the pocket. Now, if they get their run game going the way that the Colts did with Taylor, the way that the Chargers did with Hampton, then you could have problems. But I don't know, Andy. I don't see the Jets as having enough ways to beat the Denver defense.
I'm not sure Justin Fields survives the pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. And I'm with you. Now, I guess he is a better runner, and he got away from him a year ago when he played for Pittsburgh, and so maybe that's what repeats itself. And what was that, the second game of the year here?
Wasn't that like a 10-7 game?
Yeah, it was brutal. Nobody could score.
Yeah.
Nobody could score. So we'll see. I maybe I'll come up with some reasons tomorrow that I'm overly concerned. They just feel like they're a mess. They just really feel like they're a mess.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's things aren't going well for these guys, and the Broncos they're pretty locked in right now.
Well, you know what? It's October. Again,
yeah.
October Shawnee is just a different beast.
And there's also, Andy, like last year they did the Greenbrier thing and it worked great. This year they're sort of replicating that. It's not the exact same situation, but they're replicating it, and I think Sean just kind of has this thing dialed. Sean Payton has shown in his time here in Denver that he is excellent at the little things. And in a league where the talent disparities are not large, sometimes they're non-existent. You've got to win on the margins. And I think that Sean's an elite coach in that way. He gets the little things. And, if you're wondering, like, which team will show up on Sunday more rested and physically prepared to play the game. Physically, I'm talking about. I'm going to bet on Sean Payton over first-year head coach Aaron Glenn.
I am too. Now, look, you know what? Maybe we're overlooking, as I struggle for reasons, just not get too cocky. Maybe we're overlooking what the left guard injury is going to mean. Maybe we're overlooking as to what Peart or whoever's going to play it. We're assuming Peart, right?
Yeah. We assume Peart.
We're assuming that it's going to still stay the same. So if they can keep running the football, I like their chain. Now, I don't know. Maybe Sean has a day where he decides I've schemed up 1,000 pass plays against this bliss-happy defense, and I'm going to throw them all, and maybe that gets him in trouble. I don't know.
Too much time on the plane?
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, these are, there's no really cogent, logical argument as to why you would think the Broncos, again, sort of settling into what they are, would go and struggle against the Jets.
Head to number 38 in Rhino to watch tonight's Thursday night game with Philadelphia and the Giants, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a dew and a brew. Keep an eye on the Avalanche game and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football.
Really?
That's a lot of stuff. Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. We'll see you at number 38 at 6 o'clock tonight.
That is a lot of stuff.
That's a lot of stuff.
That's a lot said to you.
It's a cool item.
It's a very cool item.
And you don't want to leave a single detail out. He's an HOFer. You can commemorate that. It's autographed. It's Terrell Davis, and it's a football. It would be weird if it was any other kind of ball. So that's that. It's happening tonight at number 38.
Yeah.
Nick Bonito, did you know his first NFL sack came in London? Did you know that?
I did not know that.
It did.
Really? So what was it? Was it the Haxie year?
It was Jacksonville 2022, third quarter. Nick Bonito getting a sack. He was backing up Bradley Chubb at the time, but he got a chance to be on the field, and he sacked Trevor Lawrence. That was his first NFL sack.
Wow.
That's a good
Bradley Chubb mention. I didn't see that coming in.
By the way, Bradley Chubb is getting mentioned all over the place as a viable trade deadline candidate for a lot of teams that need pass rush help. So Nick Bonito, did you realize right now, Andy? So he's got 7 sacks through 5 games. He leads the NFL with 7 sacks so far. That puts him on pace for 23.5. That would be an NFL record. Currently, the 22.5 shared by TJ Watt and Michael Strahan.
Yeah, I was going to say, but would it be legit?
Right.
Is there a quarterback? Because he's already played Jalen Hurts, a college teammate, right?
Yeah.
Who does Bonito the solid?
Right.
So he can have it as Brett Favre once did.
And then make Mark Gastineau really mad.
Gastineau can hunt down.
Stalk you at a card show and it cost you.
Yeah.
He would also be the first Bronco to lead the NFL in sacks in a single season, presumably, since, do you remember, Andy?
No.
2009?
Elvis Dumervil.
Captain Fax Machine himself, Elvis Dumervil. Had 17 sacks that year. He is the only Bronco to ever have a sack crown. Which I don't know if that's something you want to wear on your head, but
what does it look like? Is it cool? Burger King crown like?
I would hope so.
Is it kingly?
Von Miller never led the NFL in sacks.
Isn't that crazy?
He never won a Defensive Player of the Year.
That's crazy.
Now he's got a Super Bowl MVP, which
and the ring. He's got 2 rings.
Yeah, J.J. Watt doesn't have one of those.
Let's
J.J. Watt.
Be honest. Hey, by the way, yeah, I'm glad you played that. Does Vance still do that? You played the VJ cut coming in.
I haven't heard it since he returned.
I'm so sad.
I really think that VJ hit the film, and I think he learned like that. I got to get rid of that vocal tick.
By hit the film, do you mean listen to this show that plays all of them constantly?
Had to be.
Because I'm glad we helped you, VJ, because we like you. We like you.
Did we shame him out of it? Spring, hit the assorted VJ drops. Let's just play a nice Montague of them before we get to break right
Montague?
Here. What else do we got here?
All right, 1 second, because these are all in the vault. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they're vaulted.
You got to go to different screens and whatnot.
Vault Joseph,
okay,
VJ.
Here we go. Here's some good ones.
All right.
Chris?
What?
Was that for Chris Harris?
I'm going to assume Chris Harris.
I'm assuming.
DeMarcus?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
We got to hurry through. Let's go.
And Virgil Green?
Yep.
That's a good one.
It's a random ex-Bronco right there.
Yeah, and then that's it, beyond the ones we do play a lot.
J.J. Watt?
Allen? J.J. Watt?
So we got 5.
See, the Josh Allen, unfortunately, is not unique to him.
Everybody
that's
does
the
it.
other first buffet that Spring has
but
of things
VJ
to offer
did
you.
it first. He was the pioneer in the field, and that's why we honor him on this show.
Allen? Josh Allen. Josh Allen.
He's a 2-name superstar. He's Josh Allen. Kreckman and Lindahl. It is a lovely Thursday afternoon. We got Thursday night football. We got the Avalanche tonight. And we got a basketball season coming up. Andy, I love the annual NBA.com General Manager Survey.
Yes, sir.
Let's comb through this and find out just how much the executives around the NBA covet Nikola Jokic. We'll talk about that next. Coverage of tonight's Avalanche home opener will begin at 6:30 with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Yes, Connor McGahey back on the mic tonight for the home opener against the Mammoth of Utah. The Avs and the Mams going head-to-head tonight. Down there. As
the kids say, the vibes are immaculate.
They are that, Connor. So going to be a fun one this evening. Make sure you're listening right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And don't forget, we do have Eagles-Giants Thursday night football tonight. That's on the AM side tonight. So AM 950 is where you get that game this evening, Eagles and Giants. All right, Andy, one of my favorite days of the year when NBA.com releases their annual GM survey. All right, let's start diving into this thing, okay? Prediction: which team will win the 2026 NBA Finals? Getting 80% of the vote.
Thunder.
The Thunder. Cleveland getting 7%. Denver getting 7%.
Cleveland, really?
Yes.
Isn't Donovan Mitchell hurt? Didn't he tear an Achilles too?
No, he did not tear an Achilles.
Who am I thinking of? The Indiana guy.
Yes. But no, Tatum's got the Achilles that he is coming off of right now. Yeah, there's a few of them, but Donovan Mitchell's fine.
Halliburton.
He was injured. Halliburton had it. But Donovan Mitchell was injured in the playoffs, but it wasn't an Achilles.
Gotcha. So he's not out for the year.
Yes.
Okay.
He's good to go.
All right. Well, then I guess it makes some sense.
And they're loaded. They're also Cleveland. Houston got votes. Knicks got votes. Last year, Boston got 83% of the vote. They did not win the NBA championship, so take that for what it's worth. Who will win the 2025-26 Kia MVP? Good job.
Nikola Jokic.
Good job by NBA.com to get the title sponsor in there. Getting 67% of the vote, Nikola Jokic. Luka at 2, SGA at 3, Wemby at 4. If you were starting a franchise today and can sign any player in the NBA, who would it be?
Nikola Jokic.
Victor Wembanyama.
What?
83% of the vote.
Okay, so if you're skewing younger, I completely understand it. Longer run, all of that.
Yeah.
But is there a younger guy you would think about with the health concerns a little bit of Wemby?
I'd roll the dice on him.
Okay.
All right. He's got 3-time MVP kind of sheen to him right now. Shea second on that list, Joker third. It's just an age thing. Jokic just turned 30.
I get that.
Yeah. Which player forces opposing coaches to make the most adjustments?
Joker.
57% of the vote for Nikola Jokic. Giannis number 2 on the list. We'll get past the breakout question because who cares? Jokic already broke out.
What about Cam Johnson? He ain't going to break out?
We'll get there. Who's the best point guard in the NBA?
Joker. I mean, it's not wrong. Is it wrong?
It was overwhelmingly Shea at 73% of the vote.
But I mean,
right.
You could vote Joker and not be an idiot.
Who's the best shooting guard in the NBA?
No.
And by the way, it was not Jamal Murray either. Although I guess he's the point guard, I guess. Anyway, it was Ant at 70% of the vote. Donovan Mitchell, number 2 on that list. Best small forward in the NBA.
Small forward?
Yes. This one's weird because I guess that's what he is, but he's the point guard. It's Luka.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Who is the best power forward in the NBA?
All right, hit me.
It's actually not Aaron Gordon.
Well, I see. Did he get any votes?
He did not.
Really?
It was Giannis got 93% of the vote.
Well, that's tough to argue.
And Evan Mobley, number 2 on that list. Who is the best center in the NBA?
It's Joker, right?
It is, and he also got a higher percentage of the vote at his position than anybody else in the league did. 97% of respondents said Joker. Victor Wembanyama got 3% of the vote.
Yeah.
Which I'm assuming just means the Spurs GM said Wemby.
Yeah. You can't have all the votes.
Right. Yeah.
No, but you know what's crazy? You've talked about this forever. Positionless basketball. I mean, is Joker even really a center half the time? Sometimes he's out top. He's running the point.
He is.
He moves all over the floor. I know he's a center.
But I'll say this, though. Like, okay, so think of it. I kind of think of it like this, okay? You're right about that. Like he's deployed all over the court. He operates in the high post a ton. He's changed the game in that way. But also, like, think of what your baseball coach used to teach you of, like, Julio Franco and Mickey Tettleton and Craig Counsell and all the weirdest batting stances you've ever seen in your life, okay? But they all ended up in the right spot, you know? Like, they all, like, no matter what, even if you were Julio Franco up here, by the time it was ready to launch, you were here.
You were swinging through the zone.
And you were loaded and you were all of that. That's kind of Jokic. Like, he is all over the floor, but then when it's late in the shot clock and it's time to play center, as long as he's not jacking up a three, he's where he's supposed to be.
All right, now you have me curious. How old are we with these baseball coaches?
Yeah, good call right there. Did I date myself with all of the players whose weird batting stances I mentioned?
But, you know, mine taught me bologna sauce as a word instead of saying BS the other way, and then I went to lacrosse in high school. So I just wonder, how deep in did you get the batting talk? My batting stance was so hopeless, they didn't bother.
Oh, we had it all the way. My favorite batting, I guess, kind of clinic that I ever went to. We had our varsity assistant coach. He was the JV head coach. This guy's name was Gary Simon. He was a good baseball coach. I learned a lot from this dude. But I remember he was running a hitting clinic with us one day, and it was before the start of probably, I don't know, junior or senior year or whatever. And he's running through with us like the keys to the batting stance and all of that. And he said, no matter what you do in your stance, you have to have two eyes on the pitcher. And he's like, you have to have two eyes on him. You cannot. No matter what you do, you cannot hit a baseball with only one eye. Depth perception is critical. You have to have two eyes. You can't play baseball with anything less than two eyes on the pitcher. And everybody in the room was looking over at Dan Lang, the kid with one eye.
Yeah. That's an all-timer of a story.
Just be like, hey, coach, we got Lang over here.
Hey. Shh.
Great guy, Dan Lang. Hope he's doing well.
Did he quit after that? What'd he do?
He stayed on the team. He'd heard all the jokes, let me tell you.
Did he hit?
He was okay.
Because you know what? If I were Dan Lang,
I'd
have beady-eyed the coach every time I got one into the past the infield. I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you a Dan Lang story in the break. All right. Off-season moves. Which team has made the best overall moves this offseason?
The Nuggets.
At number one, the Atlanta Hawks.
The hell they do?
They got Porzingis and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Those are pretty good. Houston at number two.
See, I was wondering when that would come up because they got Durant.
Kevin Durant. Denver at number three. Getting 10% of the vote.
They completely remade the bench.
Yeah. And they changed a key member of the starting lineup. Kevin Durant, I get it. What was the most underrated player acquisition?
Cam Johnson.
Number two.
What?
Orlando getting Desmond Bane was number one, which is a good move. But Cam to Denver, number two on that list. By the way, really quickly, speaking of Cam Johnson, I want to talk about something really quickly here.
Why are you pulling your phone out?
Because I saw this on Twitter. No, I
Hey, call it, man. I want to talk about you.
No, I saw something on Twitter. It's just easier for me to get it on the app. Okay?
You sliding into DMs?
This is So Spring tweeted out yesterday a clip from our show when we were doing the parade tracker.
Right.
And we got a response from a listener, and hey, we welcome all your responses.
Yeah.
And you know, this listener, he brought a take. Ron said to us, and it got me curious. I was like, all right, let me research this. Ron said the Nuggets can't shoot threes. They're going to miss MPJ.
All right. Now, hold on.
And he put the Avalanche 1, Denver 2, well, the Nuggets 2, and the Broncos at 3.
So I got to preface this.
Okay.
I've gotten to know Ron quite well.
Oh, you have?
Because Ron used to come to all our Blake Street football show parties.
Okay.
He's an MPJ. He's an MPJ honk.
Okay. His
favorite player was traded.
Yeah.
Which, oddly enough, he lives in Texas, but he loves Drew Lock too. He's like this. He's got this undying love for Missouri guys. But anyway, fair enough. But I'm just telling you, there's a huge bias there.
Sure, everyone has their biases, but again, if you're gonna give me the take, like
you're gonna come at him.
I'm just okay. I'm curious. Okay, what is the difference? Last year, Porter shot 39.5% from three. Cam Johnson in Brooklyn shot 39% from three. Negligible difference. On a per-game basis, Cam Johnson took and made more threes per than MPJ did. Now, Porter played more games last year. He played 77 to 57 for Cam Johnson last year in Brooklyn, but, like, I don't see there being a drop in the three-point shooting of this team. In addition, you added Hardaway to the bench, so presumably, like, maybe there's a world where Peyton Watson is taking fewer threes. The thing I'm most curious about with the Nuggets, Andy, is they took by volume the lowest amount of threes in the NBA last year. Now, percentage-wise, they were number 5 in the league. So they were efficient with their threes. They take fewer than anybody else. How is Adelman going to coach that this year? And is one of his goals going to be getting more of them?
That'll be curious. Yeah.
There's also the part where Porter was such a catch-and-shoot threat. Like, Cam Johnson, as we've already seen, is a better ball handler. Like Cam,
and a defender.
Right. Cam's ability, like, you gave up size, right? And I'm not going to act like that's not nothing. Like, Michael Porter is huge. You're giving up size, but for a better ball handler, for hopefully a better, lateral defender, and also somebody that can create off the dribble a little bit. So again, I welcome all feedback from the audience. I don't agree with that take that the Nuggets can't shoot threes. I don't buy that. And I think they have a better offensive player now.
I wouldn't disagree with you. And let's be honest, unfortunately for Michael, one of the reasons why I think they decided they were okay going ahead and moving on from him, he was not as consistent with the three ball as he's been in years past. It didn't feel like. Now you're probably going, yeah, you know what, you lie. I found a number.
His numbers actually were he was the same player he's been.
Why did it feel like he wasn't?
It's a great question, Andy.
Am I wrong?
No, it's probably because the Nuggets needed it more last year, and it didn't elevate. It just
stayed the same.
Yeah, it was consistent.
And you couldn't have the same. Because
right.
Scotty always said him developing more into a bigger scoring threat was key.
Right. You needed more because of the injuries and because of the lack of bench production and everything else. And Porter he showed you he was what he was, to the point where the organization was like, we're going to need more.
Yeah. And that wasn't enough.
And they found a willing trade partner in Brooklyn who desperately, they needed assets. So you made that move.
And then he went on every podcast in the world.
He
and
sure
now we're
did.
Like, well, all right, goodbye.
Altitude Sports Radio, your home for the NFL on Westwood One, including Thursday night football. Don't miss the Eagles and Giants starting at 6 on AM 950 tonight.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How are the energy levels? How are the workouts in the gym? How's your sex drive? Let's just get down to it. How's this all feel? Why am I being so invasive with my questioning? Well, if you're dealing with problems in any of these areas, or maybe all three of these areas, and sleep's another part of this too, then maybe you're dealing with low testosterone. Fall is now here. There's a lot to get done. Low energy levels are no bueno when it's time to clean up the yard of all those leaves or get the decorations up for whatever fall holiday may be currently upon us. If you want to feel better and feel like your old self, maybe get the gains back in the gym. If you're dealing with brain fog, something else you could be noticing too, then you got to get over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get your T levels checked. And over there, they can help you out and get those fixed. You can take a quiz if you like. My partner, Nate Kreckman, he never passes up a chance to take a quiz. He got the character Joey, and he got to be C-3PO once in 2 of the quizzes. But this here will tell you that if you actually have low T, 10 questions takes 2 minutes. It's faster than the Facebook quizzes. They'll draw your blood. They have your results in 30 minutes when you go in for your first visit. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, and then you can make the decision together whether to start on testosterone. The cost of this appointment is $99. It's the T and the PSA test and the consult. But if you start on testosterone, the visit's free. High energy levels, better gains in the gym. Get on back there by going to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations to serve you, including in Fort Collins and the Springs. They also have a great new revamped location in Castle Rock. Check that out, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Jets week, Broncos in London. Talked to Jeff Legwald earlier in the show. Leggy will be back with us tomorrow at 3 o'clock. That's 10 p.m. in London. Cosmiter did it yesterday, so shout out to all of our friends. People love coming on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, so much so that they're willing to do so at 10 o'clock at night.
From London?
That's right. Those are our pals right there. So,
what was Jeff sitting next to some weird curtains today? Did you notice that?
It was interesting decor.
I don't know what was going on. I was like, is that a flag? Where are you?
Wherever ESPN put them up.
Is that an English Hotel 6?
It did look nicer than the place the Griswolds stayed in European Vacation.
Yeah.
Remember Clark wandered into the wrong room?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Honey, when did you stop shaving? So, on paper, let's take a look at this. Jets, 31st in scoring defense. Again, only the JV Ravens are worse. 27th stopping the run, 140 yards per game. Pretty bad. By the way, Broncos run game, 4th. Dead last in takeaways in the NFL. They have not forced a turnover. They are the first team since 1933, when the NFL started tracking turnover stats. They're the first team to not force a turnover in their first 5 games of the season.
Incredible.
It's unbelievable.
For a defensive-minded coach.
Right. It's unbelievable. Again, they're 5th in forced fumbles. So, and they've got 5 on the year. They haven't recovered one of them. So, the odd shape of an oblong football would suggest that eventually the ball will bounce into their hands. But it hasn't so far. And also, Andy, turnovers are such a weird stat, but I also do believe, forcing turnovers is the sign of a good defense because you've put yourself in position to be able to do it. Presumably, you're hitting the quarterback, Presumably, you are pressuring a quarterback in such a way that, is then forcing him into mistakes to then throw the ball to the other team. So, while there's, noise when it comes to turnovers, good defenses force turnovers.
Would you like to see the Broncos pick it up on that end? They had a couple against the Titans.
Right.
Help me out. What other games have they gotten a turnover in? They had a couple against the Bengals too, didn't they? Now I can't remember.
All right, so let me tell you what. Vamp for a moment while I pull up the takeaway stats.
They had the fumble against Indianapolis because remember they covered that and it looked like they were going to go up big there and they couldn't do anything with that one. Unfortunately, they ended up kicking a field goal. I don't remember many against the Chargers, unfortunately. And I don't think they got any against the Eagles, right?
Herbert threw one, didn't he?
Did Herbert throw a pick? I can't remember now. But yeah, I don't think we've had an interception from a corner yet. I don't know that we've had an interception from a DB. But the pass rush is working. What I'd like to start seeing is some more strip fumbles.
Yeah.
Again, you and I talk about it. Attack the ball. Attack the ball, get after the ball. Von Miller talked about that, years ago, where he said he took his game to the next level because he started going after the ball, was trying to strip the ball, and eventually that makes the quarterback basically come out of what he's trying to do if he's trying to evade you and just make sure he keeps possession of the ball, and it'll lead to sacks. But strip sacks, you and I talked about it a while back. Wasn't it 2019, 2020 where we talked about Vic's teams were getting sacks, but because they weren't forcing fumbles or turnovers, it wasn't quite as effective as the sack used to be.
The Broncos' 4 takeaways are 23rd in the NFL.
Yeah, they got to pick up that metric. Do they have an interception by a DB? Does it list the turnovers?
They have 1 interception on the year. I think that was the one against Herbert. They have 1 pick.
Trying to remember who got it. I can't. Was it a batted ball? Remember, Hufanga nearly had one last week. I thought the failed Hufanga pick, where I think he started to try to elude people before he actually had his hand on the ball, I thought that was going to be the turning point where the game didn't go their way.
Brandon Jones has the lone interception.
There you go. The safety.
Of the season. Yes. That's it. And it was on Herbert. I was right about that. Whew. Trying to get me to remember things right now at this stage of the football season. There's too much information.
Yeah.
It's floating away. There's college, there's pro. We're doing these high school games. I can't keep a damn thing straight. I know this. I know the Jets are bad. All right? And this is shaping up really good for this Denver team to be able to just go and take care of business. By the way, Andy, we got a we got a sounder here for every time that we talk about the Jets over the next couple of days. Are you ready for this?
Hit me.
This is exciting because it's, they're the New York Jets. Like, Jets are cool. They got the JETS
I like a jet.
chant.
I like a movie about a jet.
But they're also 0-5. What do we got here, Spring?
Okay. Well, that is
wow.
Jeff Daniels and Dumb and Dumber there at the end. Really getting that thing to clear some stuff out.
Well, it really held the note at the end.
Yeah. It really.
That was like the end of a day.
That was a
day in the
harmonica
life.
deal.
That was good.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Diarrhea.
Uh-huh.
We have commercials for medication for that on the station.
Is it greasy stool?
Yeah.
It's a number 2.
Well, I'm not sure, judging by that. I'm not sure.
I you know what? I got to say, though, I think it captures the essence of the New York Jets.
Dude, see, now I am. You are stoking a little of the nerves. Like, we're so far into this thing.
They stink.
I get it. Dust the sounder.
Dust the sounder.
But how do you know you don't get a hold of some bad borscht in England? And that's how your game goes.
Bo Nix gets some bad Indian food.
Yeah. Bo Nix gets the wrong piece of fish in his fish and chips.
Mm-hmm. I mean, again, this is one of those. Sean Payton, I'm sure he's got the culinary staff over there. He's got this on lockdown, man.
You still can only cook with the ingredients native to the country.
No, I don't think you can. I think they haul it over.
No, I don't think so.
I've read about this stuff before. Like, the best NFL teams, like the amount of, because they'll do trips over in the off season to sort of scout out like everything,
literally
everything, and then the kitchen staff they get to work on that.
So what are we bringing from home that they need? What do you think the Broncos' favorite food is that powers them to the now 4-2 record?
Some Michael Scott style fettuccine Alfredo?
No, I wouldn't do that. Tonight, you're okay. Even tomorrow, you could get away with it.
Nobody ever ate more fettuccine Alfredo and drank less water.
Yeah, that thing was nasty. Nasty.
Garrett Wilson, who's good. He has accounted for nearly 40% of Jets receiving yards so far this season.
All right. When did they play last?
By target rate, he's one of the most targeted receivers in the entire NFL. Like, the only receivers in the league with a higher amount of targets than Garrett Wilson are Puka Nacua, Chris Olave, and Christian McCaffrey, who's technically a running back.
Whoa!
And they have no receivers. So Garrett Wilson is seeing the ball that much.
Michael Williams was the leading receiver when these two teams got together a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Pat Surtain did his thing. Do you count anything from a year ago's game because of the weather?
How many other Jets receivers can you name?
Michael, I know this. Williams isn't there anymore. I can't name any other receivers. Wayne Krebet, he's not there anymore.
You know who's on that team? Former Bronco. He's got 5 catches in 3 games played.
Lil Jordan Humphrey?
Josh Reynolds.
Josh Reynolds?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a Jet.
He's a Jet.
5 catches for what?
47 yards.
Ugh.
They don't have, Garrett Wilson has 382 receiving yards. Josh Reynolds, amongst wide receivers, well, I guess Tyler Johnson has 63 yards. Josh Reynolds has 47. Alan Lazard is still on that team. He's like an Aaron Rodgers leftover.
Yeah, Garrett Wilson last year with PS2 facing him, 5 catches, 41 yards.
Yeah.
No TDs.
That's just it. Again, when you're a one-receiver offense, and Garrett Wilson's very good, but it's a one-receiver offense, and he's got to go up against Surtain. So, like,
Alan Lazard's gone, right?
No, he's still there. I just said he's still there.
Well, I'm looking at this box score. What about Ty Conklin? He there?
Braylon
Allen, he hanging out?
Braylon Allen's on the team, but he's on IR.
Jeremy Ruckert, he's still there?
He is. He's the
How
tight
about
end.
Xavier Gibson? These are all guys that caught passes last year for the Jets.
Right. Oh, you know who else is on that team? Friend of the Kreckman and Lindahl show, Andrew Beck.
Oh, really?
Is on the Jets.
Really?
Yeah.
He likes to show up for his interviews as much as Alex Singleton does.
You know what? Now I really want the Broncos to kick their ass.
You're that mad.
Yeah.
That wasn't going to be that big a deal. It was an end-of-the-season deal. Boy, you really hold the grudge.
You commit to appearing on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Pick up your phone.
You better show up.
That's what I'm saying. Pick up your phone. It's not that hard. How tough is it? What else are you doing? You're Andrew Beck.
Are we going to make a list of those guys now? Let me ask you this.
Enemies of the show.
Would you?
By the way, Andrew Beck has a catch for a yard.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
all right then.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds like an Andrew Beck, Vic Fangio era number.
Really
to
does.
Me. Would you rather Dan Fouts had not picked up his phone that day? Although I remember that being a lovely interview.
It was a fine interview.
Thanks for having me on, guys, and good luck.
Yeah. And it's the bit was so worth it.
It was.
Yeah.
Because we didn't need to talk to him again. He wasn't an analyst a couple years later.
All I care about is just be notable, memorable, interesting as a guest, including if you really hated the interview and never want to be on our show again, like I at least welcome it.
What
Thanks for having me on, guys, and good luck.
What was better, the Andrew Beck missed interview or the Steve Adazio accepted interview?
The Adazio.
I don't know, man. You know what? Coaching's coaching.
Because he hated us.
Why the hell am I still talking to you?
That interview was amazing. It's one of my favorite radio interviews I've ever done.
If we were to get Bill Belichick on, would he be as cranky as Steve Adazio was that day? Huh?
He's pretty cranky right now.
By the way, you heard they're all committed to each other.
They put a statement
They all
out
had to
last
say
night.
we're not getting divorced.
The surest sign that things are going great when you have to put out a statement that says you still want your job.
Yeah.
That's there's no notes.
Look, I'm still here.
I am fully committed to UNC football and the program we're building
here. And then the
here.
program came out and said, well, we haven't figured out a way to fire him for cause yet, so
right.
we're still committed to not paying him $30 million to go away.
Bill's lawyer said to him, you have to say you still want this job so you can still get money.
You probably got to take a call or two from your defensive staff who said they couldn't find you anywhere over the bye week.
So WRAL News in North Carolina, they put out a huge story on Belichick.
Is that Rawl?
It is.
Raleigh.
Raleigh. See what they're doing right there?
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Clever.
So, according to their sources, the team keeps track of players who have missed workouts and classes on a public board within the football facility. But players recruited by Belichick on the list do not see their playing time affected. Sources were also concerned about coaches' failure to communicate with players and their parents, as well as the overall lack of experience of Belichick's staff, particularly coaches who appear to have been hired because of personal relationships with Belichick or his closest advisors. So, yeah, he's got his cornerbacks coach who was suspended because he gave one of the family's sideline passes. He apparently was just a recruiting coordinator with Steve at Washington. It's with Steve Belichick. The quarterback's coach is Matt Lombardi, son of general manager Mike Lombardi.
Yeah.
Who
can't see the connection there.
Worked as an offensive analyst at Oregon, had never been a primary position coach before this season.
Turns out the dads weren't interested in doing the coaching.
I mean, Belichick's always had like a lot of nepotism on his coaching staff. He's always had that.
Yeah, but when it's like one of your former linebackers, it turns out to be a hothead coaching candidate, that's one thing. It's
pretty good.
Because he's had a couple former linebackers become pretty good coaches.
Yeah. He's also like, Belichick doesn't need things to be great. I mean, the guy won during Deflategate. He won during Spygate. Like, there were years where, according to reporting that's been done since the time, there were years where, like, Brady and Belichick didn't talk to each other, and they still won games.
Yeah, but somehow North Carolina's surprised he's not talking to parents.
Right.
Who thought he was going to talk to parents? Seriously. Not me.
Just send it to voicemail.
Do you think Bill Belichick wants to saunter into, I don't know, pick the player's house and just cut it up? have a chat, ask for a PB&J.
He also apparently the week before the Clemson game they had a bye, and so him and Jordan were on Nantucket the whole week,
sitting in the rattan furniture.
You have to assume, and everybody in North Carolina was just like, we can't get a hold of him.
Yeah.
He just turned his phone off for a week, and hung out with his daughter girlfriend.
Oh, come on, man. I mean,
I'm sorry, granddaughter girlfriend.
yeah, just
trying to be more accurate.
None of it's helping. None of that.
Speaking of age, Andy.
Yeah.
I had a chance to catch up with actor Michael Chiklis, the Commish. So the Commish is in a new movie. It's called The Senior. And it's based on a true story.
A fascinating story.
A dude at the age of 59 who still had college eligibility went back and played D3 football in Texas.
We do interviews on our own sometimes because not all our morning schedules work.
Yeah.
This is a case where yours did, mine didn't. And we'll be like, hey, how'd the interview go? And you say fine and whatever. We go along and we maybe listen to the interview, maybe we don't.
Yeah.
You have made me not want to miss this interview.
This is good.
You've told me some about the story and some about the interview. I'd say it's must-listen radio.
Michael Chiklis, the Commish, he's going to join us when we come back on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. The Senior in theaters right now, based on a true story, tells the tale of 59-year-old Mike Flint, who still had college eligibility, returned to his alma mater, Sul Ross State University in Texas, actually played Division III college football back in 2007. The man who portrayed Flint in The Senior, playing a 59-year-old linebacker, Emmy and Golden Globe Award winner Michael Chiklis, the Commish, the Shield, the Fantastic Four, and he joins us right now. Michael, welcome to the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey, man, thanks for having me, and thanks for helping me. It's a really wonderful picture. You know, it's an inspirational redemption tale, and, you know, with football at the center of it. So, you know, I love sports films, you know, whether it's Rudy or Miracle or The Rookie or any, you know, The Natural, all those films I love. By the way, I got to correct you. It's a Division III team now, but they were Division II when he played for them. And
okay.
When he came back. So, I mean, and that's just hardcore West Texas. By the way, another thing, incidentally, Mike Flint was the captain of the Odessa Permian team.
Friday Night Lights.
Friday Night Lights inspiration. So this is a football star and an intense guy who played middle linebacker in West Texas, and that's where it's a religion. And, you know, he messed up at the beginning of his senior year, first week of senior year. They were supposed to go undefeated that year, and he got in one fight too many with one of the freshmen, telling him to get into the dorms after hours, and kid told him no. They threw down. He broke his nose. Next day, he's not only thrown off the team, he's thrown out of school. And he left in shame. And 37 years later, he gets an invitation to a reunion. He goes and he finds out through his friends on the team, he really went down there to apologize to them, to make up for what he did, you know, and to say, I'm sorry. And they didn't. They were like, hey, man, we just want to see you. That's football. We're 59 years old. And they looked at him and they were like, hey, man, you're strapping. You look like you could still play. And he was like, well, I probably could. And because he was a strength trainer at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
And he got it in his head. You know, they told him you're eligible. And he's like, I'm eligible. And he didn't know. So it was quite spontaneous. He was like, I can play. And, you know, only Mike would, you know, he's one of these guys who only Mike would think, well, I can play. I'm going to go and play. And maybe if I try this, maybe if I go and I can redeem myself. I can't change the past, but I can change the meaning of the past by being a mentor to these kids. And it's an amazing story. Laughs, cry, leave the theater feeling good.
So, Michael, Mike was 59 when he played at Sul Ross. You were 59 when you did the movie.
Yeah.
What was the physical toll like for you as an actor to suit up in pads and do football drills and action sequences?
Let me tell you something. Actors are goofy, right? Because we read these scripts, and if you find a great story like this, you're just hell-bent on doing it. You're like, oh, I got to do this. And then you get it. And then you go, oh, no. I have to do this. I was just playing Red Auerbach in winning time, you know, hard drinking, cigar smoking, 70-something-year-old guy who's totally out of shape. And I'm like, holy crap, I got to turn this around. So I hit the gym like an insane person. I was working out. 80% of it is food. I don't care what anyone says. It's, you know, but the whole balance. And it was daunting. And you know, then I had to start doing wind sprints and linebacker drills. And at 59, man, that's different, right? And especially when I started to get into contact, when I started to do linebacker drills, you know, and then, you know, pounding with 24-year-old guys. And the guys in this football squad in this movie played for teams like Ole Miss and Auburn and you know, and Alabama. You know, like they're big time football guys, and it shows in the movie. The football's really good in the movie.
Yeah.
And you hit them, and let me tell you what, that'll get your attention really quick. And I would wake up in the morning, and I'm like my eyebrows would hurt. I was just like, oh. And the hardest thing was to get your body moving again. You know, it's the recovery, you know? So I was introduced to the wonders of the cold plunge,
Oh.
Yeah, I did not, I wasn't a cold plunge guy back in the day. And ice baths, man, it sucks for the first minute. But after that, you get out and the inflammation, it takes it away, and my joints were okay. And it really helped me get through that process.
Michael Chiklis, you were in a season 3 episode of Seinfeld. Your character lived in the suburbs. He throws a big party out in Long Island. George and Jerry show up. Then you pop into Jerry's apartment. You get drunk. You get a hooker. It's a crazy episode.
A nightmare. Yeah, absolutely.
What was it like to do that show early on? And what was Larry David like back in 91?
All right, this is a quick story. Ready?
Yeah.
Because it's kind of a thing. First of all, I was a bartender at a place called Comedy U Grand in the 80s. That Larry David, that's where I met him, where he was doing stand-up, and he was a brilliant stand-up comedian. And I thought he forgot about me, but I guess he didn't. And he ended up hiring me to do that episode. That episode happened on the first day of the first Gulf War. And a couple of things about that. First of all, we were in the back. When we were rehearsing that week, they were all talking about the next gig they were going to do because they were like 75th in the ratings. They were tanking. And I always kibitz them. I always joke with Larry that I was the turnaround, which I was not. But it did start to turn around right around that time. But it wasn't because of me. In any case, we were backstage on the filming day, and there's Jerry in the green room watching Scud missiles slam into Tel Aviv on CNN, and he turns to me and he says, "My parents are there and I can't get in touch with them." I was like, oh my God.
Wow.
And just when we were all sort of freaking out about it, someone went places and we were all like, and then we had to do a comedy. So we went on, and it ended up being a particularly good episode, I think, partly because of the nervous energy that we were just infused with having that news. And I'll never forget that. It was crazy. And it also strikes me as remarkable is that it's all these years later, how many people still to this day quote that show, talk to me about that one episode of television in 1991. It's kind of amazing. Oh, one last one. Larry, I just saw him down in Mexico about 6 months ago or whatever. And he came up to me and he said, I got to tell you, every time I'm going to New York, I call Jerry and I go, "You said if I was ever in the city," and they quote that episode. I'm in the city. So anyway, that's my Seinfeld story.
Well, look at this. 30 years later, you can still nail the line. He's the commish. He's Vic Mackey. He's Ben Grimm. He's Red Auerbach. And he's the senior, which you can go see in theaters right now. He is the legend, Michael Chiklis. Michael, thank you so much. And hey, congratulations on another great movie.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Go see The Senior in the theater. It's really good.
There you go, everybody. Go see The Senior. Chiklis joined us on the show. That was fun.
That was fun.
We got a Seinfeld story out of it.
You didn't get a good luck.
I did not get a good luck. No.
We were wondering, how's this going to end?
Yes.
Thanks for having me on, guys, and good luck.
Now, I will say,
yeah,
Spring, maybe as we get to 5, well, we're going to have Connor on at 5:45, right? We're doing that thing?
Sure.
We are? I'd like to, if he'll go to the booth.
It's a well-planned radio show.
But what I'd like to do is I'd like to get some of the, as he's answering stuff about the second answer, he's giving a more longer answer. And I feel like Nate gave us some Tony Romo sounds in between some of the words. Sure.
Yeah.
Oh. Go see it in the theater.
Nonverbal communication, Andy.
I'm still here.
Also, did I Rocky's legend Preston Wilson him a little bit at the end right there?
Well, you got to.
Yeah.
The actors you got to kind of fluff.
And
Let's be
it's
honest.
Chiklis.
Yeah.
The commish. He was on Seinfeld.
The professional athletes, they're not worried about if you feel like they're a legend or not. They're rich.
That's true.
The actors, I don't know if they'll work again. I don't know. Phone just stops ringing all of a sudden. Where the hell was Chickless before this movie?
He was.
He's being Red Auerbach.
He was good as Red Auerbach. I did like him in that role. Also because he kind of looks like Red Auerbach. So
I did not realize until you described the episode.
Yeah.
Who we were talking about. He looks so different when he did that episode
He's much
compared
younger.
to what I think of what he is now.
Yeah. Much younger. That was pre-commish.
Yeah. It was a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. And then he did the Shield later on. And
Yeah.
Michael
I'm glad
Chiklis.
you got a good.
It was fun.
You know what's so weird? Why does so many, because you've told me other stories, why do so many actors get weird? Yeah, you were on one of the great shows that ever happened. Why do you get uptight sometimes about it? He didn't.
He was cool about it.
But some other actors don't want to talk about it, you've told me.
It was so I've interviewed I interviewed Hockman and I talked to Steve Heitner.
Okay.
Who was Kenny Banya.
Yes.
And he was awesome.
You're an all-time character.
Yeah, he was great. I'm told so I haven't talked to him, but a buddy of mine interviewed Peterman. And, and he was not into it. He wanted to talk about, I think he was also like the host of Dancing with the Stars.
Okay.
I think he viewed himself as like a serious reality competition host.
Gotcha.
And not just Jay Peterman.
Sure. Come on.
Come on. You're Peterman.
You're Peterman,
It's one
brother.
Whether
you like it or not.
Another all-time iconic television character.
Yeah.
George,
you go on Cheers, guess
we're
what?
done.
You're going to be that guy.
That's right. You
Didn't
remember?
you tell me Terry Garr doesn't like talking about her episode either?
Oh, I didn't know this.
I thought you told me that.
Okay.
Well, maybe I'm just making stuff up.
All right. Man, Terry Garr, by the way.
They're real and they're fantastic.
Young Frankenstein, she had it, man. Anyway, it's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Mr. Mom.
Oh, wait. Am I confusing people again? I probably am.
Did you mean Terry Hatcher?
Yeah, I think Hatcher.
Okay.
Was Hatcher the one that didn't like it?
Terry Hatcher in her prime also.
Was she the one that didn't like going on there?
They're real and they're spectacular.
Yeah.
Maybe she didn't like that line. I don't know. Followed her around forever.
I swear you told me like something happened with Elaine or something, the two actresses. I don't know. I'll look it up.
Well, Elaine felt her up in the song.
Well,
that happened.
Maybe that wasn't part of the script.
Uh-huh. I'll talk about Terry Garr or Terry Hatcher, though.
Terry Garr is very funny, too.
Yes. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, injury updates, and we heard from Shedeur today. We'll play that audio next. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's launch directly into it, and let's start with the injury updates from London. Spring, what do we have today?
Let's start with the Broncos injury report. It is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. So here are your DNPs today, and this is as Malcolm Roach. He was a full participant in practice today coming off IR. So he's playing, right, guys? He's playing. Malcolm Roach is playing.
I think he's playing.
Yep, feels that way.
Sounds like a guy that's playing, a full participant in practice. He was able to practice a little bit last week. That's been Peyton's MO, is with the soft tissue stuff. You come back, you practice for a week. Okay. I think he's out there. And quite frankly, Andy, like the Jets can run the ball. This is a game where you want Malcolm Roach and his skill set on the field. Like, quite frankly, last year when they were really cranking and they were healthy, believe it or not, Malcolm Roach was actually playing more snaps than John Franklin Myers. Now, JFM, was kind of listed as the starter, but Roach was getting such heavy use because of what he is as a run stuffer. And so I think they want to get him on the field a lot. In so many ways, he is the 4th defensive lineman on this team, which means you're going to be on the field a ton.
And if you take away the run game, I don't know what the Jets really have left.
Exactly, because Surtain is going to erase Garrett Wilson, and then again, maybe Josh Reynolds and Alan Lazard can kill you, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Edge rusher, outside linebacker Jonah Ellis for the 2nd straight day did not practice with a ribs/shoulder injury.
Ribs, I had ribs for lunch.
Yes. Fortunately, the Broncos are very deep at edge rusher. Should Jonah Ellis not play? Hey, the coordinators talked to the media in London today. Guys, I get a kick out of some of the questions being asked here this week. It's the accent. It does it for me.
Okay.
Joe Lombardi talking to the media today. He's the offensive coordinator for the Broncos. He doesn't call the plays, though. I don't know if this gentleman knew that.
What would you say are some of the finer intricacies? What would you say are some of the finer intricacies of being an OC?
I think it depends on what your role is. With Sean calling the plays here, I'm more of a, help put the plan together and organize the staff and those kinds of things. So a little less stress on game day, but still a lot going on during the week.
The finer intricacies.
Okay, so I get the question. He's British. He's trying to introduce his audience to a sport they don't know a ton about. It's a particularly funny question for Joe Lombardi, which I also give him credit. His answer was very honest of like, I don't really do that much.
I'm not really
man.
an OC, pal. I just get a nice check from it. I'm more the caddy, which, by the way, found the list of people that enjoy being on Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Number 1, Armin Shimmerman, who played Stan the Caddy.
Stan the Caddy?
He hated all of them.
I loved Stan the Caddy.
He said they were all jerks.
Stan the Caddy.
So and you know what? Michael Lombardi sounds like he may have something going on with Stan the Caddy as well.
Joe Lombardi, too.
Michael Lombardi's out there getting his kid coaching job.
That's true.
UNC, sorry.
Joe Lombardi, I think Joe Lombardi's probably a good hang. He's probably got good jokes. I'm sure whatever packet that he assembles to give Sean every week is good and thorough, and probably, he can put the stuff right at the top that Sean's looking for. And again, I respect that Joe answered the question to the fine British gentleman, that he answered it forthright.
He sounded very polite, did the reporter.
They
at
all
some
sound polite.
point, they do. At some point.
Even Liam and Noel Gallagher sound polite.
Well, I've seen a couple where they aren't, but sure. At some point, do they got to get him out of the way and go ahead and give the full OC title to Davis Webb with a healthy raise to keep him around, or do you think Sean doesn't value that enough? I think Davis Webb's very important to this thing. I think he's very important for Bo Nix, frankly.
I think Davis Webb will get the gig probably somewhere else, is my guess. I don't
like it.
I don't. Yeah, that would be.
Can't you just make Joe Lombardi assistant head coach, and then guess what? You don't have to do these media sessions anymore. You know what I'm saying?
You could do that. The problem for Davis Webb is like, Andy, I think the trajectory he is on.
He wants to call plays.
He wants to be a play caller, and you will never get to do that here.
No.
Sean will not be relinquishing those duties. He will not go full Jay Norvell and allow somebody else to call plays for him.
Not if it's going well.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
don't.
been going pretty well.
Or
for
full
Sean.
Brian Callahan, or name your coach.
Who
that's
else? Yeah, who
already
else?
given up their play calling duties this year.
Well, it was Sirianni once upon a time, wasn't it?
No, I don't.
Didn't you have to give him up to Kellen Moore last year?
I don't think Sirianni ever was the play caller. I don't believe so. I think Sirianni's always been a CEO guy.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's Nick's. Some coaches they pull that off. They're the vibes guy. They're the CEO type. They're the set the agenda.
Isn't Campbell that too?
Very much so.
Dan Campbell,
big time. Yeah, Dan Campbell is a again. The show gets run by other dudes.
Is it really vibes with him though?
With Campbell, they're big time vibes. They're nothing but vibes.
Yeah, intimidating vibes.
They're biting kneecap vibes.
Is that a vibe?
It's a vibe.
Aggression is a vibe.
That's as vibey as it gets right there.
As long as we're clear.
Yes. Foxy in Denver.
That was definitely a vibe.
Foxy in Carolina. He was a vibes guy.
Fair enough. I think he knew what he wanted defensively, but you're right.
Yeah.
He gave it over to Jack Del Rio.
Yeah. Again, like some dudes are they're very good at that part of the job. I think John Harbaugh that's what he is in Baltimore.
Does McDaniel need to be a vibes guy?
Those are bad vibes. The thing about being a vibes guy is you gotta have good vibes.
Yeah.
If you're Josh McDaniels, that's nothing but troubling vibes.
Yeah.
If he was a vibes guy, I can tell you it didn't go well. What else do we got, Spring?
High five.
All right, let's take a look at the Jets injury report.
The trailer is a little much.
Something goes wrong with that plane.
For the Jets, wide receiver Alan Lazard has not practiced for the second straight day due to personal reasons. He's not going to play. He's not going to play, according to what I've seen on Sunday. Nor is cornerback Michael Carter II, as he has not practiced for 2 straight days with a concussion. He is not going to play. That's what I'm seeing. But edge rusher Jermaine Johnson, he's been out since week 2 with an ankle injury. He didn't practice yesterday, but he was limited in practice today. It appears that he is going to return from his ankle injury that he suffered week 2 against Buffalo. Hey, let's hear from a Jets player. Let's hear from Garrett Wilson. He was asked about the Jets starting 0-5 and how he is handling that.
I think I'm handling it, as well as you can. It's obviously a tough thing to put so much into something and then not have a win to show for it at this point, right? That when you really break it down, all of a sudden it gets even it's a tough thought, when you think about the time and the hours and just the relationships that you have that we're not able to win together up to this point. But the reality of it is we still got a lot in front of us and, a lot to prove in the stance of, this coaching staff didn't know me when they came in. This coaching staff, these fans, even to this day, I got a lot to prove. And every week it's an opportunity. And I think thoughts like that are just keeping me good, man.
You got a lot of money, Buck. That's it.
That was bleak.
Well,
it's week 6, and that's what they sound like.
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy.
Woo!
He's a talented dude. He got paid, though, right? Wasn't he one of the guys? Didn't he and Sauce Gardner both get paid?
Yeah, I think Garrett's been paid.
So what are you going to do? You're not going to complain. You got your contract. You could have left.
What are Garrett's prospects going up against PS2?
It's going to be tough for him. I think Garrett Wilson is really good, but Patrick Surtain neutralizes elite wide receivers.
Well, think about this. I think these two have faced off 3 or 4 times, and Garrett's never had the same quarterback twice to try to play against PS2 with.
That's true as well. Yeah, this is a guy that his 3 seasons in the NFL have gone 7-10, 7-10, 5-12, now 0-5.
Brutal.
That's what he's gotten so far. He's now, they had Ulbrich for 12 games last year, so he's already on his 3rd head coach, and Aaron Glenn. Yeah, he's looking around going, the hell is going on in this place?
You're a Jet.
Yeah, well, exactly. You are a New York Jet. Now, again, because of the structure of the NFL, he's going to be there a while.
Yep.
Because They've got rookie contracts, and then they've got franchise tags and fifth-year options and all those things that they can slap on these dudes. And so in some ways you're kind of screwed unless they decide, okay, you're a valuable enough trade commodity that we could get multiple first-rounders, which maybe the Jets should be thinking about putting guys like Sauce
Cleveland's
Gardner
kind of doing that,
and Garrett Wilson, up for potential trades. Yeah, that's an excellent football player on a lousy team. Andy, like you look at this team though. There's good players up and down the depth chart. Like it's not as though they are bereft of all talent. Like Sauce is a really good player. Garrett Wilson's a really good player. Breece Hall is a good back. Quinnen Williams is one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL. They've got all these dudes. Like they got stars at multiple different positions. It's just they're the Jets, and they're changing schemes again, and it's just not working so far. And again, already Aaron Glenn sounds like a defeated man 5 games into this whole thing.
By the way, Garrett Wilson, on July 14th of this year, signed a 4-year, $130 million contract extension, and he's got $90 million guaranteed. Yep. That is not an easy deal to move for a bit.
No,
so
that's tough.
You are a Jet, my friend.
Yeah, he's going to be one.
Hey, when you're a Jet, you're a Jet.
You're a Jet till the end. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Shedeur Sanders talking to the media today in the Browns locker room. I took note of this in his first couple answers. He used the word thankful a lot, and he used it again here in the cut we're about to play. He was asked if his preparation changes whether or not he could be the second-string quarterback or whether he won't be.
No, I'm in a great mental space overall. So, I would say you tend to get a little bit more excited, when you see a light at the end of the tunnel, for sure. So my job at first was, to prepare the defense, and I think I did a pretty good job. But they got Myles Garrett and everybody over there, so, But anyways, I did a pretty good job, and whatever my role is here, I'm thankful and I'm happy just to do that.
Is he going to be able to get to that light at the end of the tunnel, or has that light been zapped?
Well, I think Zappy's going to end up being the number. We talked about this. Again, folks, for those that are Shedeur fans, I just think it does make sense. And I said this, if Shedeur gets a shot because Dillon can't win any games and they're just trying everybody before they draft one next year, which they seem on a crash course for, I would hope Zappy would be the backup for Shedeur. Because I just feel like the veteran guy that's there to help you talk through what you're seeing on the iPad is important.
It's a good structure, yeah.
So you don't need Dillon. And listen, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm not positive Dillon and Shedeur have the greatest relationship. They're competing for a job.
Yeah.
How many of you go to work and have the guy that you're trying or the gal you're trying to beat out for more money or to stay there or whatever it is? I'm not expecting these. That doesn't mean you be a jerk or you sabotage anybody. But I understand the Browns going, well, maybe we don't want these two on the bench trying to figure things out together. Let's get a veteran presence in there.
It really feels like the Browns are going to bend over backwards and give themselves LeBron James sciatica in an effort to never put Shedeur on the field.
I could see Shedeur being the December solution. Just like, and look, it feels
Tebow-esque.
Yeah. in that I think Shedeur is a better quarterback, but Shedeur brings the hype train, and Tebow brought the hype train.
And they need butts
the
in the seats.
Broncos did not want the hype train getting off the rails, and reluctantly, at the end of 2010, they put him in there for the fans because they just wanted the fans to show up to the final couple home games.
Bolin wanted
and I
people
could
there.
see the Browns doing the same thing. And I do think the Browns probably want to look. If this continues to be just the crappiest season and there's an interim head coach, you might as well see what the kid has.
The other thing that's kind of weird about the Flacco trade is I do believe that the Cleveland Browns, believe it or not, I believe they wanted to do right by Joe Flacco.
Probably.
And I think they looked at him, they said, Joe, you're a great dude and you've done good things for our organization, and you are not a part of our future plans in the slightest bit, and so we need to get you out of here. But also, like, by moving him, it then reignites the Shedeur flames and creates a weird dynamic in the locker room for a team that is struggling to win games.
Listen, it's a tough situation, and this is some of, I think, of what led to Shedeur's fall. He is a true celebrity with a lot of people.
Yeah.
and they hunted him down at a car dealership yesterday to get some comments. Everywhere he goes, there's a camera there. So, and he's used to talking to the cameras, and, there's a reason why Cleveland, once they put him in, I think the plan will probably be he's not coming out.
Yeah.
And it'll just be the rest of the season.
Andy, right now, my prediction on this is the Browns' Week 1 starter in 2026 is not on the roster. Yeah. And they got to draft a quarterback high. They have to.
And look, for Shadur's sake, I'd love to see him go and be with Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay or one of those quarterback whisperers.
Yeah,
Stefanski apparently isn't it.
And find a team that wants him.
Yeah, that wants to develop him. That's
Right.
actually interested in the skill set. But he's,
But the hard part there is, Andy, is nobody wants him.
No, I know. Well, nobody has time anymore.
The fifth-round pick.
Legwald talked about it at the beginning. We talked about this yesterday. Remember, Baker Mayfield. He's shipped around to a bunch of teams, too.
Yeah.
He was the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
And Cleveland decided not to invest time in him.
Mm-hmm. Everyone's in a hurry. Finally, spring.
High five.
Ben Fisher of Sports Business Journal reports that the Pro Bowl games will become part of Super Bowl week and that they will be staged in the Super Bowl host city. He explains that the league hopes to evolve the event into more of a made-for-TV production than a live event with a large audience. The league confirmed to Fisher in a statement that it has been talking to ESPN, the NFLPA, and individual players about a reimagined Pro Bowl to cap this upcoming season.
You have reimagined this thing so many times.
Right?
I don't even know what the hell it is anymore. Yes, and make it a made for TV. Just please put it out to pasture, please.
Andy, is it? They already made it a made for TV thing, and now they're gonna make
I'm
it.
with you.
Now they're gonna remake it for TV
because they realize no one's showing up for this anymore except for autograph seekers that annoy the hell out of the players. So now they're going to shove it in the Super Bowl city to get the players to show up there because they're showing up there.
They're showing up anyway.
All of this is to try. Remember, Bo Nix bowed out of this circus last year. He could have been there. Now it turns out he needed a back surgery, but let's be honest, he probably still could have done a couple things. It's a mess. Get rid of it.
How much can they reimagine it?
Reimagine, you don't do it. How about that? Just name the damn team and call it good.
It's like we're in the 4th iteration of
The
Spider-Man
All-Pro
reboots.
team doesn't go play anybody. Why does the Pro Bowl team have to?
It's a good question. It's not necessary. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude. Why should you do it at roller.bid/altitude? Well, because one of our lucky listeners is going to win a pair of tickets to see the Nuggets and the Heat on November 5th, along with a signed Nikola Jokic photo. That's right. Go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up to bid, to get on the email list, to know when the new auctions are opening up. And one of our lucky listeners that registers this month is going to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets Heat game November 5th and an autographed Joker photo. And you can check out all the auctions that are open, including right now the Boston Market auction. They got rotisseries, ovens, ranges, and more right now available for you to be able to bid at roller.bid. That's right, a closed down Boston Market. Check out these rotisseries. These things are awesome. Go to roller.bid right now and check it out, and go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up to bid and register to win Nuggets tickets. That's right, Nuggets tickets. Get some great deals and win tickets with Roller Auction. Tune in tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, for our high school football game of the week. Connor Cape and our buddy Justin Adams will have the call in a top 4A clash between number 1 Dakota Ridge and number 7 Heritage High School football on Altitude Sports Radio, brought to you by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSA. Giants and Eagles tonight, Thursday night football. Go to number 38 in Rhino. Watch tonight's game, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew. Keep an eye on the Avs game and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. Nice prize. See you tonight at number 38 at 6 o'clock. Yes, Andy, our first look ever at the Utah Mammoth tonight. The Avs and the Mams. Dropping the puck at 7 o'clock. Connor McGahee will join us to preview the game coming up here at 5:45.
How does Mam's buns hit you?
Well, not just Connor, Nate.
That is true, actually, of what we understand. New semi-reluctant friend of the program, Erik Johnson, will also be in the booth coming up at 5:45.
He's going to get to know you guys real well.
Yeah, he's going to have to probably do too much of this. Andy,
You sure he doesn't have a say about that?
I think if Connor puts a headset on him and tells him to do it, he does it. That's how it works in that booth. There's one man runs the show in there. I can assure you of that. So we'll talk to Connor and EJ coming up at 5:45. Andy, right now on a Thursday afternoon, I'm excited about this. It is time to debut a brand new segment here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And this one, Andy, in honor of tonight's Avalanche game and Sunday's Broncos game. You ready for this? It's time for New York Jet or Utah Mammoth.
How can you debut a segment if we can only do it once?
Well, you never know.
Technically, this is a continuation.
It could be so popular we can
Nate
bring
Kreckman.
it back.
Hi, what would you say? You hijacked me? You surprised me?
Every now and then, I sometimes smack you upside the head with a segment that you
Sure.
were not looking for. Are you ready for this, Andy?
Yes.
Here we go. It is time for New York Jet or Utah Mammoth. Let's start on this one. Josh Myers, Andy. Josh Myers.
Josh Allen.
New York Jet.
That's a Mammoth.
Or Mam.
That's a Mams.
That is the starting center for the New York Jets.
That's a shame.
You know, though, but to
Are
be
you
fair
sure
to
he's
you,
not a center?
To be fair,
for the Mammoth?
he plays center.
Yeah. Could be a couple of them.
Could be either one of those. No, that was Josh Myers, starting center. Max Mitchell, Andy. Max Mitchell, New York Jet or Utah Mammoth?
That's a Mams.
That's a Mam?
What?
Yeah, Max Mitchell is the backup left tackle for the New York Jets.
The hell did that come out for?
He's got it wrong.
Harrison Phillips. Is that a Jet or a Mam? Harrison Phillips.
See, you've got to pick a Jet sooner, or you got to pick a Mam sooner or later, but that sounds like a Jet to me. So I'm going Mammoth. No!
Harrison Phillips.
Sounds like a defensive player.
Defensive tackle.
Yeah.
You had the side of the ball correct. But you were incorrect.
Listen, you want me to break it down? Doesn't sound like a Highlands Ranch suburban hockey kid name.
Harrison?
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I think
no.
I think Harrison's as Highlands Ranch as it gets.
Tage. That's a Tage. It's a Braden.
Lawson Krause.
That is a Mams.
Yes, Lawson Krause is a third line left wing, number 67 for the Mams.
Is he in?
That's what's up.
That is what's up. Brandon Stevens. Andy, Brandon Stevens, Jet or Mam? Brandon
Jet.
Stevens. Is it New York Jet? He's a starting corner. You're doing better.
No, let's not go that far.
You're on a roll.
Oh, okay.
Jeremy Ruckert.
That is a Mams.
As a tight end for the New York Jets.
What?
I'm sorry.
I think I read him to you.
Uh-huh.
Sorry. Yeah.
Mason Taylor.
Mason is a Mams.
That is a New York Jets tight end.
I'm really getting tired of you in this game.
You're really profiling.
I am. You're giving me all the white guys on the Jets. Don't say just one of us is doing it. Quinnen Williams hasn't come out of your mouth, I've noticed. Sauce Gardner, I'm not getting queried about.
Haven't said Olu Fashanu, have I?
You've given me nothing but backup tight ends and O-linemen. Who's profiling? I think it's you, sir. Now find me the Mam's name that could be a Jet.
Hey, wait a minute.
Okay.
He's injured, so he's not playing tonight. But the tuna, Liam O'Brien, is on the Mams.
Liam O'Brien.
There you go.
I think I remember that. You know why?
Why is that?
He was a Coyote.
Also, Alex Kerfoot. Remember him?
I do. I didn't know he was still going. Good for him.
Alex Kerfoot is a Mam as well. How about this one, Andy? Mikhail Sergachev.
Yeah, that's the punter for the Jets. No, that's a man.
Mikhail, get on the field and punt the ball. There you go.
We get a lot of Russian punters.
I don't remember one.
What would Russians play in football? If we had a lot of, was Igor Olshansky of Russian blood by chance, the old Charger DT?
God, man. Well, he's Lithuanian, Jonas Valanciunas. He looked. Do you remember Zangief from Street Fighter 2?
Yeah.
Valanciunas looks like him in person.
Just put a headband on him.
John Marino.
Mams.
That's correct. Defenseman. Son of Dan.
Good.
I don't know if that's true. Anyway, that's your first ever edition
of
Utah Mammoth or New York Jet.
And last of that one. Don't worry, the topics change.
Andy, what do you want the carry distribution to look like against the Jets and their pretty good defensive front this week? Dobbins, Harvey, Bidet, etc.
Look, the Bidet McLaughlin, I ain't interested in it right now, quite honestly, frankly. Just keep going. You know, minimum for me, I'd love 20 carries for Dobbins because I think he gets a lather going.
Yeah.
And I love the way he handles it. But again, give me 10 to 12, 10 to 13 for RJ Harvey. But get them both involved. 30 carries. Give Bo 30, 35 throws. Give the two backs about 30 carries, and we're good. What do you think?
30. Well, how many carries did RJ have last week?
Only like 10.
Because it was 20 carries for Dobbins.
I don't think he was double digits, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, that feels like that would be a little generous with what he's in. Let's see. RJ Harvey, I pulled up the box score. 4 carries.
Wow,
yeah,
really?
4 carries last week.
Really?
Yeah, so the Broncos last week, in terms of handoffs to the backs, 20 for Dobbins, 4 for Harvey, and Adam Prentice had an 8-yard fullback dive. Hey, the Adam Prentice fullback dive has worked twice so far this year.
I like it.
A lot of success with that play. It feels like it's going better than the Michael Burton fullback dives were going.
Yeah.
I think they've maybe found something in Adam Prentice. Mims had a carry for 9 yards. That was early in the game, and it was successful, and then they never went back to it. I guess Mimsy gets one a game, I guess. He gets like one fly sweep a game and go and make it a big-time play, and that's how that's going to go. Yeah, here's the one thing I wonder about on the heavy use of Dobbins is load management. For a dude that has basically had like one healthy NFL season, how careful are they trying to be to try and make sure? Because we saw last year with the Chargers, like he also looked like this early on with the Chargers last year.
Yeah, but what was his carry load compared to what he's had so far this year?
And then he hit the injury issues. And
I think the Chargers weren't running much more. I don't know. There's two schools of thoughts on this.
Mm-hmm.
It is, look, you provide a conundrum for me because I do think if you were to get in the playoffs, you absolutely want Dobbins there to be a veteran, steady heartbeat in a big playoff environment. I don't know that RJ Harvey would bring that.
Mm-hmm.
But we've also talked about it. If Dobbins is going to get hurt one way or another, you might as well get the most out of him while you can before that maybe actually happens.
So Dobbins last year had only one game where he went north of 20 carries. And actually it was their win in Denver.
All right.
Yeah. To start the season when he was pretty hot, you remember he went for $135 and $131 in his first 2 games. That was done on 10 and 17 carries respectively.
Okay, what if you then went I still 15 doesn't feel like enough for Dobbins because I just think he's so effective doing it. But if you wanted to go more 15, 12, RJ Harvey showing me, I remember this with Clinton Portis, okay? Clinton Portis, the first few games, was the first guy where I was like, God, he's stiff. And then the next thing you know, he started just no thinking, more running, feeling. He just had a feel for where the backside hole was going to open up so that he could get through that. He got his just natural instincts took over. And I feel like Harvey's getting close to that. Every game, I feel like he's starting to show us more of that.
So 4 carries for 12 yards last week. The 8-yarder that he had was his long carry of the game, and I remember that play specifically because it was one where, like, honestly, like, Philly did a good job of stringing him out. He won the race to the edge, and he was able to turn the corner and turn what was probably going to be like a loss of 1 no gainer into an 8-yard carry. That's where he's special. I think he's a guy that, like, you're going to see it kind of ramp up as the season goes along. I mean, a part of what Sean Payton has got to go up against right now is, like, he's got a hot hand. How often have the Sean Payton Broncos have a legit hot hand running the football? I don't think it's happened since he's been here.
No, I don't disagree. And again, Dobbins, once upon a time, was one of the better backs in the league.
Right.
And it feels like you're tapping into a little bit of that.
Kind of seems like that's what he is right now.
Look, Nate, I do think the more I've thought about it today, the more I listen to, Coach be even more confident than you or I, and that's saying something for you because you're not worried about the Jets a lick. Maybe we do have to be a little bit careful what the left guard injury does mean. That could screw up the process.
Yeah.
That could take away some of the cutback lanes that J.K. Dobbins has been exploiting. And if that happens, then how do things change? Because, again, I think this offense is good because of the balance they're giving Bo. I think one of the reasons why you're lamenting losses to both the Chargers and the Colts is because you put too much on Bo.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. We'll have to see. If Peart is 80% of what you were getting out of Powers, then I think you'll be okay.
Yeah, then you're in good shape.
And look, they still have those toss plays they can run outside.
Kyler Yamamoto.
Yeah.
Ma'am or Jet?
Ma'am.
Third line right winger. Good job. Yamamoto honestly doesn't fit either profile. Quite frankly, sounds like a baseball player.
Yeah, I was going to say, Cubs closer.
Or like a kicker for Hawaii. During halftime of tomorrow night's game between Dakota Ridge and Heritage on 92.5, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. 2 guests coming up next. Connor McGahee and Erik Johnson to preview the Avalanche and the Mammoth. That's next. Coverage of tonight's Avalanche home opener begins at 6:30 with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Mark Bertinoli will have your pregame coverage at 6:30, and then the puck drops 7 o'clock-ish. And Connor McGahee and Erik Johnson will have the call, and they join us right now, live from the booth in Ball Arena. Fellas, how are we?
Good, Nate.
Wonderful,
Andy?
wonderful.
Hey, how about that? The Condor.
The Condor here to broadcast some hockey. Connor, how much airtime are you allotting for Erik Johnson during the action tonight?
Hey, as much as he wants. I'm totally fine to be like, hey, you just want me to go downstairs for the night, you go just take a lap around the club level. I'm fine with that. As much as he wants.
You know what? I'm just happy that Connor no longer has to talk to himself. It's been far too long, so I'm that shoulder he can cry on.
Finally, somebody who understands.
Is it after every good point he makes, will you yell, "Fly, Condor, fly"?
I hope not. I hope I don't make many good points then.
Just give you old forearm shiver.
Discouraged good points.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hilarious.
You could still put him up against the boards in that booth, Erik, if it gets a little wild.
It's the size of a sardine can. So, I mean, we're already...
I'm on his lap.
Shoulder. Yeah, I mean... So imagine Santa Claus at the mall. That's what's that's
what
currently.
I'm imagining is you're like his girlfriend at the concert. She can't see, so he's going to put you on his shoulder so you can call the game.
Is it cold in here?
Yeah. All right, so Erik, the other thing I want to warn you about, because obviously I don't think you've sat with Connor during a game. I called Mammoth games with Connor. He's very demonstrative. There's going to be a lot of quick movements. There's going to be a lot of turning to you. He might even grab you at one point because he gets very fired up. So don't let it startle you.
You know what? I don't think it is. Everything is going to seem so much slower compared to what happened on the ice for me for 18 years. So this is going to be a cakewalk. Any quick movements will seem very molasses compared to what was going on the ice.
Wear it, Andy. Wear that.
No, you know what? I'll tell you what. You're pretty quick when you're fired up. I will say that. You're kind of like a jitterbug out there.
Hey, well,
anyway.
we were talking about you today with some of the Mammoth people, and they're like, well, why is everyone so bummed out about the Mammoth name? And I said, look up to your left. And it was the 2 NLL championship banners and Gary Gate and John Grant Jr., Gavin Prout, Brian Langtree. I said, that's why everybody's upset in this town over your name.
Well,
and
I
said,
the Tusk Up. You took the Tusk Up thing, too.
That's the thing, too. It's like you didn't even just take the name. You also took the hashtag, which to me is like either just you don't care about 100% thievery or you're completely tone deaf. One of the two. But anyhow, we were talking about you today, Andy, and the Colorado Mammoth, which is why I bring it up.
And your hatred of the Utah Mammoth.
Yeah, it's there.
The Mams. We're gonna call
and
them
they
the
hate
Mams.
me, too, let's be honest. That's
good.
a fan base who just despises me.
That's good.
Yeah.
As well they should. Guys, let's talk about the Avalanche in that opener a little bit. And let's talk about a couple of goals from Marty Necas there in game number 1 of this season. I mean, that first one in particular, that was just, the gravitational vortex of Nathan McKinnon taking everybody away from Marty Necas, and boom, he can just go ahead and snipe that thing. But year number 2, and it's not even like a full year, but year number 2, and EJ, I'll start with you. What did you see from Marty Necas the other night, and where should we set our expectations for him this year?
I think for Marty, he's in his first full year with the team, right? He came over in a wow trade last year. No one expected it. It shocked him. It shocked the hockey world. I think he's a little more comfortable riding shotgun with Nate this year, and he looks confident, and he looks like he's going to get absolutely paid here too. So a good problem for the Avs to have, but he looks good. I mean, playing against him for a long time, his edges are what really makes him so dangerous. He can stop on a dime. He's very, very agile when he gets into the offensive zone, and he just looks more comfortable this year. And it's not easy to play with a guy like Nate. It's easy in the sense that he can get you the puck in great positions, but he demands a lot of you. And I think Marty just looks more comfortable.
EJ, exactly in that manner, because you watched a lot of guys skate on lines with Nathan McKinnon low over the years. Like, what is the adjustment period like to playing with him, and then also, like, being able to tolerate the intensity of Nathan McKinnon?
Well, that's just the thing, is he's so fiery and he drags you into the fight every single night. But at the same time, being his line mate, and thankfully I was never his line mate. He demands a lot of himself, and in turn demands a lot of his line mates. So if he thinks you're not playing up to snuff, you're going to absolutely hear about it. And there were times last year where Marty heard about it from Nate. And at first, when you're not used to that, it can come as a big, big shock. But going into the first full year that Marty's here at the Abs, it's going to be a big difference for him knowing how Nate is, how to deal with him, and how it is going to be riding shotgun on Nathan McKinnon's line for Marty Natchez.
All right, I am curious, Erik, again, because Connor and I have actually talked about this, and it's been on air. And look, I don't think we're telling any tales out of school here. That, you know, I've covered guys. Peyton Manning was a lot like Nathan McKinnon. They want you at 10 at all times. And I know a couple guys it wore out, but you know what? You like winning, you're going to deal with it. Is it important for Gabe to be back in the room to maybe balance out some of the intensity there?
It's very important, and Connor can attest to that too. He's around the team quite a bit, sees the team on the plane, on the road, then of course all the interactions away from the ring too. But to have him be around the team is like having a full-time therapist with you at all times. He's so good at managing personalities, managing the room, and he's just everybody's friend, and everyone can kind of turn to Gabe. And when he wasn't around, it was tough because you're missing that heartbeat in your locker room. You're missing really the catalyst that keeps the whole team together. And to have Gabe back for a full season, healthy, at the top of his game, just does wonders for the team on and off the ice.
And frankly, I feel like you were like that a lot too, to be honest. I mean, you may have not felt that way, but from afar it felt that you had that kind of effect on people and guys. And we always said that with Patrick Roy in 96 and 2001. 96, it was Mike Keane who came over with him from Montreal as the captain of the Canadiens, who sort of was able to keep Patrick in check. It was Ray Bourque, fellow French-Canadian, in 2001 to sort of keep him in check. And the balance is important because you need that high standard. Otherwise, you're not going to win, because you need the attitude of Nathan McKinnon, but you also need different ways to get there. Is that a good way to put it, maybe?
It is, Connor, and I kind of look at it like, for an Oscar, they give out the best actor or best actress. They also give out the best supporting actor and actress. You need not only the best lead actor, you need everybody around him to make the team gel and make the team click. Hockey is so unique because you could have automatically the best player in the league on your team, and that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't guarantee you winning anything. And you need people to support all of your players, but especially managing personalities when you have someone like Nathan McKinnon who's so intense, who